Happy Thursday, everyone. I don't know who's here and who's not, being that I had to change the time a couple times. But Terry and James and Jeannie Lynn and Dar Vader and Crazy Sammy, thank you guys for being here. Terry was here first when I was supposed to go live at 2:30. Well, I was supposed to go live at 1:30. Then it was 2:30. And then I literally, just as my ridiculous lawn people got finished, the condo people lawn people came, and I was literally about to blow a gasket. I was like, I can't take no more. When I have nice days outside and I want to have my freaking windows open, it would just be nice once to not have to listen to all that fucking noise. And oh my god, my logo is not showing up again. Hold on, you guys. I'll be right back. Hopefully that works. I'm telling you, when I complain every day that StreamYard and YouTube have got issues, they've got issues. And they need to get their shit together. Jeez, oh, Pete. Anyways, if you saw my post from earlier about rescheduling my live today, you saw that lawn people made me cranky. I have been listening to the fucking noise of lawnmowers and weed whackers for like the last 5 fucking hours. And I can only take so much. Ah. Um anyways, today we are going to get into post verdict interviews. Oh shit, speaking of, I messaged Runkle on the twat asking if it was okay to play his interview. I did not get a response. I don't know if we'll even get to it today, to be honest. I don't know. So, because we're going to start with the interview with Paula and Aiden. What the hell? Like, hi, Seagull. Like I said, I am cranky today, so every little thing is starting to piss me off. So if I go on a little rant over nothing, just don't mind me. I you ever get to the point where you know you're cranky and you know you shouldn't get like, you know, you should probably just like crawl in bed under the covers and go back to sleep. It's probably what I should have done today, but I didn't do it because I am just, I don't know, you know, like there's certain things that can normally, irritate me for a good couple minutes. And after whatever it is stops, as soon as I focus on something else, I totally forget about it. But the fuck listening to how that kind of noise, how many days a week for hours on end, when all I want to do is have my windows open, breathe in some fresh air, listen to the tubes, do some relaxing, and you spend 5 hours like what feels like on edge because you're just waiting for the fucking noise to stop. I don't know how to decompress from all of that shit and anxiety inducing noise after listening to it for so fucking long. Hey, Nefarious. Don't worry, thank you. Yeah, it just gets me in this mood. And it'd be one thing if it was one day a week. Like one day a week, I get it. But these people are out there mowing, and I've talked about this a couple times. So sorry that I'm talking about it again, but maybe it'll make me feel better. I don't know. But when they're out there every fucking day, it's not raining. And I mean, literally back to back days. Why do you need to mow the fucking lawn that many times? Not to mention, we do not have a very large grass area. I live in a very small apartment complex. Then again, I'm in between a condo complex and or condo subdivision and another huge apartment complex. So literally today it was like we had our guy out there. It was not like hours. And then as soon as he stopped, I was like, oh my God. And within less than 5 minutes, the condo next to me out my bedroom window started going. Like, are you fucking kidding me? And I don't know if you can hear this, but there's still one going in the background. It sounds like a weed whacker. At least it's far enough away to not bother me so much. But geez, oh freaking Pete's. James, just take a deep breath. Okay. I wish I could meditate. I've tried meditating before. It didn't work. I don't know. Maybe I just didn't do it right. I should try it. I should try it again. But I already have an anxiety disorder, which is, it is what it is. Well, just think it may be their way to hope or cope. But that's the thing. If you mean cope, I can understand, but this is an apartment complex, okay? So they pay someone to come out here. It's a company. Why are you paying people to mow your lawn that many times when it's not needed? And he's out there. I'm not joking. Like I said, this is a very small complex. He's out there for hours. He uses a riding lawnmower. Hours. This is why it bugs me so bad. No, you're good. I figured that's what you meant, cope. I hate noise too, but working construction, I had to make noise and bother people. Yeah. I get that I live in a city. I mean, granted, where I live on a main road, off a main road in an apartment complex, but for an entire mile, basically, on where I'm at. I'm right in the middle of a mile of nothing but subdivision and apartment complexes. But it is a busy road. So the traffic doesn't even bother me. And the traffic out on the road, which is maybe 600 yards from my window, doesn't bother me at all. Except for when a bunch of semis go by at the same time. And it's not even that bothers me. It's normally when I'm like trying to listen to something and I can't hear because of too many semis going by during like rush hour. But what I was saying, sorry, I get sidetracked, is that the people that own this apartment complex pays a company to mow the lawn. Like I said, it's an L-shaped small apartment complex with like 36 apartments. And then you've got an L-shaped, so it's like a square. So you have the one L-shaped that's the apartment complex, and then there's an L-shaped um, parking lot, so that the L's together make like a square. And so in front of the L, in between the apartments and the parking lot, is the lawn. It's very small. And then on the back side, there is quite a bit of grass, but it's still not that big considering how small the complex is. So, first and foremost, I don't know why it takes them so long on a riding lawnmower. Two, I don't know why they have to do it every single day. It's not raining. And I mean, this is last week, they did it like 4 days in a row. I'm like, what the fuck? Grass doesn't grow that fast. My complex is big, but mostly pretty quiet. See, I sometimes I just want quiet. And when you can't escape it for this many days in a row, it's just driving me nuts. I hate people, and well, I think people hate me too. Seagull. Oh. Well, I don't hate you. Mine has 1,100 units. Holy shit. Now that's a big apartment complex. I mean, think about that. Apartments, a lot of big apartment complexes have, between a couple hundred and I don't know. I don't even know what the normal complex would have. Like the one next to me has many buildings. So it has like 7 buildings. So I would guess they have what? Probably 8 in each doorway. There's 3 doorways in each building, plus the upstairs. So you got 8 times 2 times 6, 16. 16 times 3 is 48. And 48 times 7 is almost 350, right? So the one next to me has about, probably about 350 apartments. So imagine that. And then mine, which has 36. It's literally a tiny little L-shaped building with 4 apartments upstairs and 4 apartments downstairs at each door. It's, I don't know. Anyway, sorry. I digress. Hi, Cheryl. Seagull says, hi, everyone. I've not said hello. I'm not sure how many buildings, all 3 3 stories. Woo. I used to live in an apartment. Wait, my very first apartment by myself. It was 3 stories. I lived on the first floor, but you actually went downstairs, like where the doors were. You went downstairs because the doors were to the outside. There was no interior like where I live now. So you'd go downstairs about 5 steps for the first floor, and then up a flight of stairs for second floor, and then 2 flights of stairs for third floor. I couldn't imagine. When I lived on campus at MSU, I lived on the 3rd floor. And I lived in one of the old buildings, the old dorm buildings there. And it sucked ass. I mean, I was only 17 when I went there, so I was at least in better shape and didn't have, the problems, health problems and pain problems I have now, but still sucked. No elevator, going up 3 stairs several times a day, to and from class, having to ride your bike across campus. Although I guess it was good exercise. I guess you could say that. Oh, anyways, hippie chick. You just missed my ranting about the fucking lawnmowers outside. Anyways, today we're gonna get into some post verdict stuff from Karen Reed. The first thing that I have queued up is Aiden's interview with Paula the juror, and he has Bettero on. This was a really good interview, so I thought we'd start with this one and then do his interview with Alan Jackson. And then I also wanted to go over Runkle's interview with Alessi and Yannetti. It was a great interview. It was the first one they did. It was the very first Runkle I caught live. And it was just a really great interview. Like I said, I found Runkle on the Twitch bot. I messaged him asking if it would be okay. I did not get a response, but most people said he doesn't really have a problem with it. And obviously I would not edit like I guess some asshole did. Edit it in any way or act like it's my own interview. No, that's fucking ridiculous that people do that kind of shit. But with that being said, James says they're starting to rebuild my complex. It's going to be all 4, 6, and 2 10-story buildings. Whoa. 2,800 units? Holy shit. I don't even know if there are any apartment complexes that big around me. I don't think I've ever seen an apartment complex that big. Well, no, I take that back. There is one in Wixom that probably has about, I couldn't even guess. It's so big. It probably has at least 30 buildings, and I wouldn't even begin to guess how many apartments are in each building. But we don't have a lot of those that are that big around here. I would say the one across from me is probably one of the biggest in the area. Or at least right around me anyway in my city. I live in what you call suburbia, and every moron and their dog has a petrol lawnmower. It's painful. See? You get it. When all you want is a little bit of peace and quiet, and all you hear are lawnmowers for hours and hours and hours, and then when they're done with the lawnmower, then you're hearing the weed whacker, and then the lawnmower next door gets going, and then it's like, oh my God. I just want some peace and quiet. Hi, Angie. Ah, you're in England. That's right. You got a couple England peeps. I should have known because we call it gas lawnmower. You guys call it petrol. But anyway, I'm going to take this lovely opportunity that I have my windows open now and no lawn mowing noise outside And we're just going to watch some great interviewing today and enjoy some good conversation, I think. So we're going to first, like I said, get started with Aiden's interview with Bettero and Paula the juror. And this is from I think it was the week after the verdict. I'm not 100%. I forgot to look at the date. But I do know that actually, I take that back. I thought I wrote down the date of the Alan Jackson interview that Aiden did, but I didn't. But anyway, they're all post-verdict, so I guess that's all that matters. England has beautiful countryside. I bet. I've always wanted to go there. There's a couple places in Europe I would love to go one day. But right now my biggest goal is to oops, hold on. My biggest goal of mine for like a vacation or that right now is to drive. I literally want to drive around the entire United States, like the 48 continental United States. Right now, that would be my dream vacation. All right, guys. So let's get started with Aiden's interview. Oops. Where's my, there we go. And then we'll go from there. Here we go.
Excited to have my guest tonight, but we also have an additional second guest tonight. So my first guest is I'm going to bring on Paula first. Hello, Paula. How are you?
Hi, I'm good. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much for being here. You're better known as juror number 11, and we have a lot to talk about. You've been all over the place, but also joining us tonight, we're going to have another guest with us. We're going to bring him on right now. Look, it's my attorney, Mark Bettero, is also going to join us tonight. So,
how are you?
Good, Mark. How are you doing?
Good. How are you, Paul?
I'm good. Thank you.
And we're going to stay away from my case. Obviously, we don't want any situations going on there. We're going to strictly. He wanted to come on because, Mark, why don't you tell her why did you want to come on tonight? Like, what about her?
Well, I think we all see what's going on. I know you have a lot of fascinating questions to ask about the jury, the trial, but the after trial is very interesting. And, you and I are both very familiar with the witness intimidation statute. And it's been out of control the last few days. And certainly you, Paula, have been subjected to a lot of that. And I think it's interesting to analyze what, if anything, should happen as a result of that in light of how the statute has been exploited and used in other situations involving Karen's trial, depending on viewpoint and whatnot. So just an interesting observation more than anything else.
Why don't we start with that? Why don't we start with this? We just want to say, first of all, I want to say, Paula, that I am very impressed and the world is impressed. Like my friends are impressed. I'm getting messages about it, about how well you're handling this, because what they're doing to you online right now, there's this toxic area of Twitter that's just some of the nastiest people you'll ever see. But you're handling it like a pro. Like I would say how did you get so good at just handling these people?
Honestly, with all my respect to the case and the family and all the people involved, I'm having fun with the trolls. I'm not having fun with the case, with the people who are involved, whose lives were devastated. Of course not. But
right.
This aftermath for me, after those very stressful weeks, months, and between one load of laundry and another, one kid running and another, I'm just checking on X, and then I answer someone here, someone there. I'm not like obsessed with everything, but sometimes I see stuff that is so absurd that I have to answer, and then I use a little sarcasm, which I think people are enjoying.
So I think one of the things that you said was you were like, oh yes, I'm going to be rich and famous now. So like you're obviously mocking, and there's this person, this creature by the name of John DePietro, who apparently retweeted that and said she's admitting she's doing this for the fame and the fortune. But you were kidding, correct? Like that's like
Yeah,
a
of
joke.
course,
Oh,
of course. All my
Phoebe.
comments, I'm not joking around. I'm saying like absurd
Yes.
things as well. I'm answering the
is such
same
a
level
moron.
of their comments. It's that simple.
Yeah. So how do you like? They're saying some pretty mean,
Nasty things. I know.
nasty things, and how do you? You're not. This doesn't bother you at all?
No, I swear. I before like in 2021, I think COVID era, I was a little active on social media, more on Instagram. So I had my opinions displayed there. I deal with already hate in that scenario. And then I disappeared from social media because I was just too busy with everything. So it's not something that I'm new at. I've been there before. But definitely in English is my first time. And I'm being extra careful so people can understand me.
Yeah.
And it's literally sarcasm. I have to answer the same level. If I'm gonna take everything so serious, I'm gonna be pissed off the whole day, and it doesn't worth it.
So here's the thing, and Mark, you chime in here, but it seems like the issue here is like, so I've been charged with witness intimidation, and we're not going to get into that, but the Massachusetts witness intimidation statute says that if you cause physical or emotional harm, emotional being the key word, harm to somebody who is involved in a court proceeding, which includes.
I do have to say that Paula, she did. I mean, the shit that they were saying. Oh yeah, Siegel. She is married. She got kids. Yeah, she is cute though, and she seems very down to earth. And that's what I was gonna say is that if you guys didn't see it back then, I didn't have Twitter back then, but I had people that showed me some of the stuff that they were saying to her on social media. I know Aiden went over it sometimes too, but they were going at her so hard. And she handled it like a pro. And I'm so glad that it didn't bother her because I mean those assholes on social media could really bring someone down if they didn't know how to handle it or didn't handle it well. And I give her credit for just going through this and dealing with the trolls just amazingly. Oh yeah, they were horrible to her, that's for sure.
As a juror, then that is witness intimidation. But Mark, correct me if I'm wrong. The problem here is twofold. Number one, she would have to be the reporting party to file a complaint with the police. And number two, what she's saying right now about it not bothering her is evidence that she's not experiencing emotional harm, right?
I mean, look, these are factors, and it's not so much about encouraging anyone to file charges. The larger issue is the statute. The statute has been used and abused in Massachusetts. We've all seen it. And we're not talking about you specifically, but we've seen it used against other people who, I mean, for Christ's sakes, threw rubber duckies on the ground and were prosecuted under this, under the idea that they were causing emotional harm and trying to intimidate witnesses. Now, the statute, as it relates to jurors, is very interesting because it also includes retaliation by trying to punish or harm a juror for their service. And my point in interest in all of this is if you're going to have a statute and it's going to be used, then it has to be applied fairly, equally, without viewpoint discrimination, without selective prosecution. And the problem that, we've seen, and Paula hasn't because you don't follow this stuff because you were on a jury, although a lot of people don't believe you, as you know, DePietro and whatnot. Putting that nonsense aside, the fact of the matter is if people are out there coming after a juror, talking about you're lying about being a citizen, I saw they're suggesting that money was paid. They're making references to children. They're making references to lying to get on the jury. There was a video that was posted by somebody and then retweeted by everyone's favorite former FBI agent, claiming that there was a video of you.
Randall.
I mean, it's obviously sliced and cut and pasted, but where they suggested that you were literally admitting in an interview to going on Twitter and following, free Karen Reed people during the deliberative process. And this superstar trained investigator, allegedly ex-FBI agent, thought that was true. We've had attorneys indicating how stupid the jurors are, that their citizenship, all of yours, not just yours, should be revoked for just being too stupid to serve on a jury. So, and these are just a few of the examples. I've seen even some stuff on Twitter post-trial, not related to you or the jury directly, but something that could be perceived as almost a death threat to Karen, I saw today. So this stuff, yeah, that's the coffin dapper one.
She has taken it back, it seems. She's at least saying now, not too little too late, but
not enough. And, her apology, frankly,
in
to
case
Paula.
You can't read this, Coffin Doofus put a comment. This isn't the actual comment. This is her retracting. I don't remember exactly what was said, but it was really bad against Karen Reed. And then Coffin Doofus put this afterwards, says, earlier I posted a video concurring Juror 11. Specifically, Juror 11 said she queried X to obtain facts about the case. The video came from someone I trust who I have come to know while covering the John O'Keefe case. I just listened to the full clip. Indeed, Juror 11 said she pulled up the information from X in the jury room, but not during deliberations. Anytime I discover information that needs corrected, I correct it. I also contacted my friend who told me he was in error. Thank you to all who called this to my attention. The facts indicate issues, but I am relieved to know, unless something further comes out, that she did not query during deliberations, but only queried in the deliberation room. Oh my God. Coffin Doofus needs to go crawl in a hole. She is so biased, such a piece of shit for supposedly being an ex-FBI whatever. Ugh, she's disgusting. They are just jerks, aren't they, James? Oh, Cat Randall, you're still working. Driving a few more hours. Well, be careful driving as always. Coffin Doofus is horrible. She's disgusting.
Was pretty weak. Saying, Juror 11, if she had a shred of dignity, she would contact you directly and publicly so everyone could see it and say, I apologize. But don't expect that. That's not how she rolls.
The video came from someone she trusts, Kate Peter. I mean, maybe that's the problem with Jennifer Covendafer is you've surrounded yourself with and you trust people who are dishonest. Maybe. I don't know.
Whatever it is. And to see other videos today where they're making reference to the police are coming, subpoenas are, this is not, and everybody watching this, I assume knows this because none of us really reside in crazy town.
And the Target thing too. They're talking about Target and Walpole or something like that, which I'm told doesn't exist.
Right. That you confessed to your friends at the Target that, you snuck on the jury or whatever. This is not how the American criminal justice system works. It's not how law enforcement conducts investigations. The way it works is jurors are selected. They're pre-screened, including citizenship people, including an ability to speak and understand English people. That's part of pre-screening and jury selection in 50 states around here. They serve, they deliberate, they render a verdict, and go home. And this just happens to be a high-profile case, so you got phone calls and you spoke. And for that, this is what you're getting. And the only point ultimately that I'm trying to make here is that if they're going to use the statute for rubber duckies and all this other stuff, what is law enforcement, what is their interest in any of this? Or is it only a one-sided production? That's all.
So, Paul, let me jump. I have so many questions. Now, you've already done interviews with Jessica Machado and Court TV and Sue O'Connell, and I've watched them all.
I lost count.
But there's some questions that haven't been asked that I really want to know the answers to, because everybody asks you about what you think of Auntie Bev and other stuff like that. But my question specifically, what I'd like to know is, walk me through the deliberation process. Okay. So this first day you guys go in for an hour, and what did you guys talk about the first day, that Friday?
Okay, let me just address what Mark was saying. I'm not taking those things lightly, but I'm also not on top of everything. I really don't know what people are talking. I feel like everyone around me is way more concerned than I am, because I just don't have the time to keep watching everyone. I know John DePetro because, he was there, so I know who he is. But other than that, I know other two people who are going above the line there. I mean, it's not that they bother me, but they worry me a little bit. I have some concerns about them. The guy who investigated my family, my husband's family, and another guy who said,
Grant Smith Ellis.
Yeah, and another person who said that he wished I'm dead, or he wished my kids are dead, something like that. So with those three people, the Petro and those two profiles,
And you're absolutely
I
right.
do I'm watching them closely. But I'm not aware of what everything is. I can't keep it up. I have a life. I already stopped my life for the past 2 months, so I'm not keeping up with everything. But those guys, there is this three specific profiles that I know. My family, I have a cousin who is on Twitter, like and she is sending me stuff about these people.
Boundless Millennial, Wolfgang Bodie, that one.
Bodie something.
His name is Matthew Doherty. He lives in Florida. He's
great. So I don't have much worry. I mean, I know these people can raise hate against me, and someone in the neighborhood can be mad and, be influenced by his comments or something. I'm aware. I'm not being like living La La Land around all this. Today I was in a grocery shop. I was looking around. I was with my little one. I'm like observing who is around us. Someone's following me. All those things is on top of my head, but it's also not driving my life. I'm just living normal and having some posts here and there, not even posts, like answering people who is mentioning me. So I'm just answering them. I'm not taking lightly. I just like people commenting about my hair, my accent, my body, my feet. I just learned a new word yesterday. And whatever, like really, I really don't care about these people. Those who are referring to my family, I do care. And I'm watching them closely. Don't worry.
Good.
Going back to the question, deliberation, Friday, we did nothing. Friday was pretty much a dead day because everybody just wanted to talk about it. We've been silent, over 8 weeks, I think, about this. So we all want to just express ourselves. Like, you saw that evidence, you saw that witness, you saw this, you saw that. So Friday was more like
What was the first thing you guys said when you went in that room? Who talked first, and what's the first thing you guys said?
I think it was the foreman. Like, he wants, we sit down, we talk a little bit. Like, we had, I think, 2 hours that day, but like at the first hour, we had to organize the chairs and the post-its and the thing we want to put around. It was a small room for 12 people, so there was way too many chairs for all the evidence.
Where were the alternates sitting? Were they
the
not
alternates
in the room?
went on the room next to us.
So they have to just sit in another room and do nothing. Oh my God.
I think they're playing chess. That's it.
Oh,
they don't exist. They don't exist. They only come in if something happens, then the deliberations have to start from square one.
Yeah. Wow. Horrible. Okay. So that's the first day, and you guys are like, let's go home. Okay.
Yeah. First day, nothing much happened. On Monday, I think everybody had a weekend to think through to, put their heads in the right place. So we started organizing posters. We displayed charges. so we all can remember what we are discussing. And we went through witness by witness. We start going witness by witness to answer
Witness by
questions.
witness. Okay.
Yeah, because we want to answer questions. Some people had notes that I don't have, and I have notes that they don't have. So we wanted to confirm everything we have.
Was there a straw poll taken towards?
what?
Was there a straw poll taken at the beginning? Like, where do we all stand right now? Did anything like
No.
that happen? Nothing.
No, because
When
the
did-
judge,
When did the first vote take place?
I think it was Wednesday morning.
Wednesday morning. Nothing
Yeah.
Tuesday.
Tuesday, I
Because
think Tuesday we vote one charge. One charge was voted on Tuesday.
Because you guys came back with a note on Tuesday that said that what do we do if we are acquitting on 2 charges but hung on a third? What do we do? So that kind of indicates that you must have voted on those already by then, or else why would you ask?
No, we didn't vote. We want the question to be answered first, and then when the question came back, and then we took a vote where we stand. I think maybe we decided about the first charge on Tuesday, end of the day, but Wednesday was when everything happened, because Monday we're really going through and digging evidence and witness, and like really we weren't thinking make a decision on Wednesday. On Monday, because Monday, let's assume Monday was our first day. We want to go through everything. We don't want to skip the process just to take a vote.
Yeah. So the chat has informed me that Bev did tell you guys not to take a straw vote.
Yes.
Mark, is that common? Is that common? The judge telling them not to do a straw? Shouldn't they be allowed to impanel however they want?
No, I mean, frankly, a judge shouldn't do that. I mean, all a judge should do is tell a jury the rules of the road. The foreperson is the one to communicate, send notes, that sort of thing, but has no other additional powers. Other than that, usually what a judge should just say is go in there, be open to everyone's views. Obviously don't roll over. If you believe in something, stand on that, but be open to suggestion, just that sort of thing. But I mean, I can understand why she said don't do a straw poll, but that anything that involves telling a jury how to deliberate is really out of bounds for a judge, in my view. The jury does it. They're the fact finder. They can do it any way they want. I mean, if they want to determine in 20 minutes that the case is over, not in a case like this, obviously there's so much to go through, they could. But I mean, I had a trial but I was defense attorney. There was an acquittal in 30 minutes. I mean, it was just one of those things. It was an open and shut case. We're done. This was not that, but I think a jury should be able to do any way they want. And based on what Paula is saying, this is actually quite refreshing. It pretty much disabuses the notion of a lot of these yahoos out there who are suggesting that this was some kind of fix or nullification or whatever. This sounds extraordinarily thorough and organized and open to analyze everything. So that's just, as a lawyer, refreshing to hear.
Now, juror 12 sat next to you the whole trial. She has also come forward and done an interview. I think her name is Janet Jimenez or something like that. She spoke with WCVB, and I thought it was interesting because she said that she was initially leaning towards guilty when she went into deliberations. Were there my question for you is, were there other jurors that were leaning towards guilty, and what did you guys do to persuade them to vote not guilty?
There was other jurors who come in with guilty for manslaughter, at
You
least.
can always tell when a juror respects someone.
How many would you estimate?
I would say there were like maybe 3 jurors who were set on the guilty verdict, but
Okay.
another 3 were, I don't know, maybe.
Either way, okay.
Yeah.
Open to, and there were about 6 that were leaning towards not guilty, and that includes you?
Yeah, and that's my
Okay.
impression, because again, we didn't have a vote in the beginning. So that's my impression by the comments people were making.
Okay.
Okay, so I really don't know what they think on the Monday morning, Friday, Tuesday morning even. I just, by my impression, the questions that they were asking, I estimate that.
So what persuaded some of these people to come around? What evidence was brought forward?
I watched the juror 12 talking. I think the problem is it's not what she believes or not, if she is really innocent or if she's just not guilty. And she saw with us that wasn't enough certain, how they say, beyond reasonable doubt, to certain moral standard.
Yeah.
So yeah, we couldn't be certain that she did hit John, that the collision actually happened. We were pointing out the flaws in the investigation, the things that were missing, the holes and everything, and it wasn't like we're not trying to persuade them. We left clear that they should have their time and ask their questions. We wouldn't leave that room until they are sure of their answer.
Mm-hmm.
None of us pressure the jurors who were on the fence or thought she was guilty. We gave opportunities for them to talk and ask questions, and we discussed true and true and true.
Was there pressure to have some sort of conviction for the O'Keefe family? Because the last jury, that was the feedback that some of them had. They were hung on the second charge, and the feedback we got was that like a lot of them felt like seeing a grieving mother there, right? Like you want to make her, we have to give her something, right? Was there any pressure in that room did anybody vocalize anything like that? Like we need to do something for the O'Keefe family?
Absolutely not. Okay. No, not at all. We never brought that up. The moment we mentioned the O'Keefe family was when we come back after the verdict, saying, and I came out crying, other ladies start crying too. That's where the moment's like, why are we crying? And we all said we're crying because we feel sorry for the family, because we feel for John O'Keefe and his family and his mom and his passion that was there every day. But we never mentioned like none of us felt pressure. I mean, that's again my impression. I can't talk for people, but didn't feel like we're being pressured.
You didn't. Nobody in the room ever said that. Come on, guys, we got to do something.
We got to do something. No, that was never said.
Because I believe that is a big reason why Karen Reed you might not have known this, but the DUI charge was not on the verdict form last trial. That did not.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Karen Reed voluntarily put that on the form in case the jury was inclined to do something for the O'Keefe family, because that was the charge that carried the least prison sentence, right? It was the least serious of all the charges because nobody died in that charge, right? And it seems as if it worked because she was convicted of that, which brings me to my next question. What the hell took you guys so long? Because like there was like 24 hours there where it seemed like you guys were solely stuck on the DUI charge. It seemed to be the only thing that you guys were debating.
No, it wasn't that. I said, I think Monday we just dig in everything, and Tuesday we decided the first charge, the second-degree murder, not guilty, unanimous, but no argument, and then that was Tuesday, right? And then Wednesday we still discussing the manslaughter and the third charge.
The third
so
charge
we went. Say again.
The third charge too, leaving the scene of an accident.
Yes, because if it was a collision and she knew, she left the scene. So the second and the third were kind of connected. So we got rid of the third first and worked through the second. But I think was from my memory, I might be wrong, other jurors can say with more certain, but from my memory was Wednesday morning, we really started to dig in the second charge and get to the not guilty for everything except for the drive under influence.
That's interesting.
Because we already had evidence. We look into everything. We already get rid of the second-degree murder. So we are ready. And then the process, like it took what, 1 day, 6-8 hours for us to go through pretty much the second charge, because we are confident from everything we saw during the other 2 days, Monday and Tuesday.
So the first charge is murder. Murder means she did, correct me if I'm wrong, Mark, but like murder, second-degree murder, the difference between that and manslaughter is that you did it on purpose and like your goal was to kill.
Doesn't have to be an intent to kill. It has to be an intent to do the act in which you did, and that the consequences of that act, I mean, I'm paraphrasing, were so obvious. So in other words, if she intended to slam the vehicle into reverse in 24 miles an hour, and that was a deliberate, intentional act, knowing he was right there, and then he ends up getting hit and dies, under Massachusetts law, you could come up with a theory of murder, which is essentially what he argued in his summation about an intent to do the act, and it's just incredibly reckless. I mean, you heard the example of chucking the rock over the bridge or whatever the hell that was. So, I mean, the murder charge is not your classic, I am looking to kill someone. I mean, I don't think anybody would seriously suggest the evidence show that.
Now, Paula, you guys were an impressive jury when it came to note taking. Like, first of all, not all 18 of you, not one person dropped. That's amazing. Okay. Nobody was eliminated the entire time, which was just crazy to think about. And you guys took notes the entire time. And some of this testimony is boring. Like, do you remember, if I say the name Ashley Valaire, do you know who that is?
I do remember, because
Okay, you do remember her. Okay,
yeah,
I'm
the
just
lady with the short hair, right?
Yes. So that one backfired. But my point was that I'm trying to make here is some of that she put pieces together. Like, that was her testimony. I took pieces and I put them together. Some of the testimony was a little like, what about Dr. Fowler? Do you remember Dr. Fowler?
No.
Okay, good. Because that guy is a low talker and he's extremely quiet and extremely boring. How do you stay awake through some of this stuff?
Trying to take notes actually helped me to be awake and alert. A way for me to really understand something has always been writing down things. That's my way of studying since I'm a child. So just be taking notes, that helps me to maintain myself awake. And look, it was boring, some stuff. Yes, it was, but we need to pay attention to the details.
Mm-hmm.
The seriousness of this charge, me deciding someone's life, she's gonna go to jail for the rest of her life or not, it's super serious. Like, I can't give myself a chance to sleep. I go to bed early, I wake up, I'm there, and I'm gonna be alert. Coffee and whatever, energy drinks, and keep going.
That is great, that Mark, that this jury took their job so seriously. It gives me faith in the jury system.
As a lawyer, to hear this, this is actually very encouraging. I mean, this is exactly, if your life was in the balance, what you would want 12 citizens doing is they deliberate your fate. And certainly if you believe the evidence is on your side, then there's no shame and no concern with having them go through it and discuss it. I think it's fascinating that over the course of 4 days, as you went through this, that there was no note to the jury about we're struggling or we're deadlocked. What are we going to do? The first jury, that was the problem. That happened a lot. And I don't know what you're familiar with before the second trial or not. It's pretty interesting when you see what you didn't get that the first jury did. But the deliberations, to hear it like this is what a jury should do. And this should just put it to bed about all this Twitter nonsense about what was going on in the jury room. This is exactly what should happen in the jury room.
And that leads me to my next question now that you mention it. So there is a whole bunch of stuff that you didn't get to see, okay? And I got to be honest with you. I watched both trials, every single minute of it. The first trial was way more entertaining. You guys missed some of the best witnesses. Like, have you heard about Trooper Paul? Do you know who Trooper Paul is?
I heard his name, but I don't know his role in the investigation now.
So Trooper Paul is the lead. He was before Judd Welcher. Judd Welcher wasn't in the last trial, and because of Trooper Paul, because he is a state police detective he has trouble public speaking or something. And Alan Jackson cross-examined him, and he asked, "Have you seen any of this testimony since?"
No.
Okay, you got to sit down and watch it. So because he had to explain how John O'Keefe got hit by a car.
Oh yeah.
And Alan Jackson asked him. So you're telling me that he stuck his arm out, he got hit, and then he did a pirouette in midair, and then he landed. He hit his head on the cement, and then landed 30 feet this way, and he's like, yes. And then Alan asked him, well, how did the phone get underneath his body? And he said, it just did. So you didn't get he was the worst witness I've ever seen, and you missed it, which is why Hank Brennan called Judd Welcher. What did you think of Judd Welcher?
Look, I'm not going to criticize his decisions and his business and his whole career. He might be good in what he does. But in this case specifically, I think he did a very poor job, especially for the amount of money he was paid. The painting test didn't improve much, except for the fact that the arm could reach the car. I mean, I did the same thing when we went to visit the Fairview, the house. I did the same thing. I stopped in front of the Lex. I mean, on the back of the Lexus, I put my hand. I kind of like imagine how tall he was and see if he would hit. I did the same thing for free, and so it didn't make much. Didn't make a difference actually.
Did you think that he came across as cocky at all, like, or arrogant? Like, did his personality bother you at all? Because he seemed very combative and just not like, whereas the defense witnesses were very agreeable and likable. Did he bother you at all, his personality?
No, because I can put myself in his shoes. He's being like questioning, and then people are trying to take things out of him that's going to be uncomfortable to say. So he's reacting a little aggressive maybe, but didn't bother me. For example, Dr. Russell, I think the cross-examination.
I have to say, Paula and this jury were very kind about those witnesses, because if that were me, I don't know if it's, I don't know what you guys think, but I almost think I find it hard to believe that not one of those jurors were like making fun of that ridiculous blue paint experiment. Like, is she saying it this way because she's trying to be, politically correct and nice about, a so-called expert? I don't think I could have contained myself like that. I would have been like, yeah, dude, he spread his load all over the place and didn't prove squat. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Horrible. I mean, he, as a lawyer, I think he did good, but was hard to watch because she was offended the way he was talking to her, and she was trying to keep it up. Dr.
Laposado.
Dr. Laposado, her answers was like fire, straight, like she didn't let him put her down at all, and wasn't uncomfortable, was okay to watch. She didn't pass me the vibe of being arrogant or anything. She was just standing, just like Dr. Welcher did. But he was, in my opinion, he didn't have much of a baseline to be being so confident and proud.
So you like Dr. Laposado?
I love that.
Oh, that's great, because I loved her too. I thought she was my favorite witness. What did you like about her?
That how she didn't bend for anybody. She was answering the questions straight, because that's the thing. When someone doesn't want to answer, they keep going on and on and on and don't say anything. I wish I could get that kind of money. She was answering straight and no fear and not bending for anyone.
I could have done his job with a fucking tape measure, and it would have taken me 5 minutes, just like she did it for free without even a tape measure. But if you want to be precise, we could have measured with a tape measure how tall John was, where his arm would have connected, then measuring the back of the SUV. And yeah, would have been done in 5 minutes. Would have proved the same thing that he did with all that ridiculous blue paint.
And extremely knowledgeable. Like, I didn't doubt the things she was saying. It did feel like she's on top of her game. She knows well. She's a doctor. She's researched. She had the tangible knowledge.
Mm-hmm. Now it's the last jury. When I spoke with one of the jurors afterwards, he said that the worst witness for either side was Lucky Loughran, the plow driver, which I thought was horrible. What did you think of Lucky Loughran, the plow driver?
I think he did great. I mean, what he had to say was what we want to confirm. If the guy had that huge truck, drove by the street, and he drives a little bit to the side because he needs to put the snow on the side of the street, and he didn't see a man in the size of John O'Keefe, I mean, I took his testimony very seriously. I don't know why people. I heard people are calling him Lucky or something.
That's
I
his
think
nickname. That's his nickname. That's his nickname. Is
Okay,
Lucky.
yeah, that is. I feel like that is something that I don't know about him. That people are making fun of him before.
No,
But
they're not making fun of him. He likes being called
No,
that.
okay.
That's his nickname. Yeah.
But feel like.
Oh,
But
hey,
in
sweetie.
court, when he took the stand, I took him very seriously. I really like his testimony.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Lucky is
It's funny because
amazing.
during his testimony, the cross-examination, Hank Brennan brought up and asked him, have you ever been threatened by an online blogger?
But Sarah,
Did you know who he was talking about?
thanks for being
Well,
here.
if you were asking me, that was you.
But
That-
at the time, did you guys know who he
No,
was talking about? Okay.
no.
Did that come up during the juror deliberate? I think I've read somewhere that you might have mentioned that like I was brought up somehow during juror deliberations. Was it about that?
No, we just want to know who you were. None of us knew your face,
None of
I
you.
think.
Oh,
Yes.
okay. Well,
You're
I mean,
breaking
I
his
think-
heart.
I'm not
I think-
insulted. I'm not insulted.
No. It's because
Come on.
we were chosen because we are not following social media. We are not following the local news. So we don't know who none of you are. We
No,
didn't
that's
know
good.
who Carmen Reed were.
Well, you said that Turtle Boy was an environmental issue. I saw
thought-
you say. You thought
I moved here last year, but I swear, my family is my witness. I moved here last year, and sometimes I drove through the courthouse and that, and like just taking my kids to a park or something, and I see some protesters, free Turtle Boy, and then free whatever, and then I thought it was like, wow, that's probably an environmental thing. Maybe they have some turtle issues in Massachusetts that I'm not aware. I'm talking about I just moved here. It was like March last year, April last year. I had no clue who you were. Why you chose this name though? You
That's
don't
so
tell
funny.
yourself. Sorry.
no, it's fine. It's fine. I don't expect you to know who I am. I just thought it was funny. You thought it was an environmental issue.
I did.
thought that
I
was
told
funny. Save
this
the turtles.
people on the jury. You came up because you want to know your face. I think someone probably saw you before and knew and point out the guy with the shirt to X, Y, and don't even remember. But I didn't know your face until I got home Wednesday afternoon.
Oh, interesting.
Can
What were
I
you gonna
ask?
say, Mark?
I just want to ask one question before I forget, and I want to ask another question because this is like really eating me up. When Dr. Rentschler testified at the end during this cross-examination, and he testified that it took him 10 minutes to eat a ham sandwich, did you find that credible?
I've seen the jokes about the ham sandwich already. Irrelevant. You know, in my point of view, I know the lawyers are trying to make the witness nervous and make them lose it and try to get anything from them. So I don't give any weight to those type of comments and, you know, lawyers trying to poke them. I know they're training for that. I know how to do that. So I don't take in consideration.
Was that offensive that he kept doing that to witness after witness? I mean, Brennan.
I think he didn't have much option, right? He didn't have anything to cross him with. So let's try to break him. I think that was what he had in mind. And look, you probably know that maybe you would do the same as an attorney. Sometimes you don't have where to go, need to find something. I'm not going to criticize Brendan because I don't know his work prior to this. I don't know what he's involved with, but I try to understand as a professional, like where he was coming from.
Well, we do many things, but I can assure you the one thing that I would never do is cross-examine an engineer or PhD about the time it took him to eat a ham sandwich and whether that made him biased.
Did that work? Like, did anybody in the deliberation say, well, guys, I don't know if these doctors are credible. They might have been bought off with the ham sandwich.
No, we joke that we're just joking inside. That's like we hope the ham sandwich was better than our lunch. That's pretty much our comment.
It probably was. It probably was.
None of us took those moments like seriously. Just gave the vibe, the impression that Brennan was kind of lost and he doesn't have anything to say, and let's just attack.
So I'm going to play you. This is Trooper Paul. You didn't get to meet him. This is a short 38-second clip that you missed.
Who told you?
As crime scene that was there, it says his glass from the cup. When I did my initial inspection, that's what it was on from.
That's not what you just said. You said that's what was told to me.
Yeah, by crime. Yeah, I can see by crime scene. While I was at my inspection,
Wait, what?
it was told to me by the crime scene.
The crime scene
when I
talked
was
to him.
at my inspection, at the initial inspection.
So what you meant by that's what was told to me Is the crime scene talk to you?
Yes.
Crime scene say anything else?
It gets me every fucking time.
I don't know what else you want me to say.
That's why he wasn't brought back. That's because that didn't go very well. It was like that the whole time. And let's talk about some other witnesses that you missed. So I don't know, Mark. I would say the top 3 that you missed were Colin Albert, Michael Proctor, and Brian Higgins.
Yep.
Like those were good ones.
I mean, obviously Proctor is the boogeyman that everybody wants to hear from. I mean, I think that Colin Albert is more interesting, but in the grand scheme, certainly less significant.
Mhm.
You know, I would think Brian Albert and Brian Higgins too would be pretty big ones. If you know, I'm a juror. I mean, no, if I'm right, correct me if I'm wrong. Nobody with the last name Albert testified at this entire trial.
Not one. None of
Not
them.
a single
Not-
Albert. At the first trial, I mean, like all 19 of them, it felt like testified.
There were 19 of them. I
No,
didn't even know
I'm
that.
exaggerating.
No, there's a
There's a
lot.
There's
Yeah.
a lot.
I never watched the practice, Cat Randall. I'll have to put that down as something to watch. Probably pretty good then, huh?
There's not 19. And you know, by not having Brian, you certainly should do this, not me, Aiden, but by not having Brian Higgins and Brian Albert, there's so much of that other stuff that, you know, the jury.
Let's talk about that. So since this trial has ended, you've obviously been on X a lot. You've been reading up on this. Have you heard about the 222 phone call and the butt dials and butt answer while Brian Albert was having sex with his wife, Nicole Albert? Have you heard about that?
No, that's new.
So,
Okay.
so yeah. And I think that they didn't
Wild.
bring this all up for a few. Mark thought they should have brought them in. And I, as a viewer, obviously wanted to see this, but I think that the defense just kind of wanted to simplify things for you guys and didn't want to confuse you, because there was a phone call. So Brian Albert and Brian Higgins said that earlier testified that they both just went to bed, but then the FBI got their phones, and we'll talk about that in a minute. But the FBI got their phones and found out that they talked on the phone for 22 seconds at 2:22 in the morning when they both previously said that they were sleeping. So at the trial, they were asked, what is with this phone call? You said that you were sleeping. And Brian Higgins said that he butt dialed Brian Albert while he was sleeping. And Brian Albert said that he butt answered it while he was having sex with his wife, Nicole, and that they had a 22-second phone call. You didn't know about that?
Wow.
Would that have helped? Would that have confused you bringing stuff like that up? Or like, because that's the big difference between this trial and the last trial is the first trial, the defense went heavy on the conspiracy. They like showed how shady all these people were acting. And whereas in this trial, it was more about the science and the physics. There was no, Dr. Laposado did not testify at the first trial. There's a couple other witnesses that didn't testify at the first trial. But they were much heavy. They were, it was much more about like, he wasn't hit by a car in this trial. Do you think that simplified things for you?
I mean, they just had to prove the reasonable doubt, right? So I think it was a good strategy. Yes, just plant this doubt on our heads, show us the holes of the investigation, the things that didn't add up, didn't make sense much, rather than create another the person, rather than like find out who did it, because our job is not find out who did it. That's something that we actually talk a lot in deliberation, because as we discuss, so this happened, we're like, we don't need to know what happened. We need to know if Karen did something, if she's responsible. So we really had to concentrate, because we all have opinions, of course, but we have to concentrate and not let our opinions out and just pay attention on the reasonable doubt.
So let me play devil's advocate here for a minute and come from the other side, right? They're obsessed with the text stream data, and they say, but the car went in reverse 87 feet at 12:31, and then the phone never moved again. Did you guys discuss that, and how did you get around that?
I'm really sorry I don't have my notes in here because I made like a timeline perfect. First of all, the first problem with the texturing data was they changed the data during the trial, right? That was brought
Mm.
up.
So that was
Right?
shady. You thought that was
Yes. So
oh.
I think Shannon
Man.
Berger
Yeah, we call him. We just call him Man Shannon. That's his nickname.
mentioned with my
Yeah.
respect.
Yeah. You can call him Shannon Burgess if you want, or Burger,
Okay.
whatever you want. Yeah.
So Mr. Berger, he was Alan Jackson, I think, was brought up that he sent an email to Brandon in beginning of May, so the trial already started, and why that evidence was in the middle of the trial, I was confused by that. I didn't trust much what he has to say, just by the fact that the thing were brought up in the mid-trial. I just discredit right there. Maybe because I understand a little bit of the trial, the legal system or something. I don't know. I'm not gonna accept it. I couldn't imagine that was acceptable. And
that's music to my ears. I just want to say that because that is we were all hoping that you guys took that you would say that that's weird and strange that they're changing their story mid-trial. I'm glad to hear that.
It's never
happens. Yeah.
Never happens. So, and that a change brought out like space in time. Like there was a 12 second, I think 10 seconds where something could happen. It's not like a certain number. She back up at 12:33:57 and then his phone stopped 12:33:58. It wasn't like this. There was like a period of time where the car came back, considering the variation of the clock of his phone, the clock of the car, and I think was something around 10 seconds. So something happened on those 10 seconds, but it's not like sharp data that his phone stopped moving right after the car ending. No, let me rephrase that. It's not like specific data in time, one specific date in time that states that the car backing up and at the same time his phone stopped moving. I made it clear.
Right. No, I get it. There's no
one single time. It was like a period of time.
Right. Okay.
A period of time who leave John O'Keefe maybe walking after she took off.
Interesting. Okay. Do you know about, I think you mentioned in Jess Machado's interview that you did know about the FBI because they mentioned agents, and I think it was Kelly Deaver that mentioned.
No, before that was Jim McCabe. She said she was another.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To me, it was Jim McCabe, another entity show up on her door, and then she.
And you guys knew it. And you guys knew it was FBI.
You guys, I don't know. I knew.
But what did you think the FBI was doing? That's my question. What did you think? Because I always said that even if the jury does know about the FBI's involvement in this, who would ever guess that? How does the jury know that the FBI is not also investigating Karen Reed? Like, how did you know? What did you think the FBI was doing?
I don't know. I don't know if their investigation continued or ended. Didn't dig into this part. I understand it was FBI, and I assume it was because it's police, Canton police, and then maybe the FBI wanna look what was going on with the state police or.
So you thought that the state police were under investigation by the FBI?
Yeah, that was my assumption.
Wow, that's
was
a hell of an assumption. That's amazing that you figured that out. That's impressive.
Is that true? Is that why?
That's what they were doing. That's exactly what they were doing. Ding, 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 ding. You got it.
It's because I assume for the FBI to get in, it's because they want to know what the police is doing in that case. It's not much about Karen. That was my assumption.
That's a smart assumption. It's a very smart assumption. Let me talk here. So, like a lot of these trolls, so you have an accent, right? And because of that, I'm seeing a lot of the stuff I'm seeing is quite frankly racist. It's disgusting, especially the DiPetro stuff and saying stuff like that about your accent. But did having, obviously English is not your first language, right? Which, by the way, isn't a problem when Yuri Buchanan says that English is his third language. That's not a problem.
Ask a dictionary to all of
right.
Jackson.
You didn't need, yeah, it's right. You didn't ask Alan Jackson for a dictionary. That's true. Was it an issue in the deliberating room? Did the language did you have a tough time communicating with other jurors because of that? Could they understand everything you were saying and vice
No,
versa?
I didn't. I'm self-conscious about my accent and how clear I sound. I message you that, like, I apologize in advance if you guys have to rephrase me, especially when I'm on camera or something. Like, of course, for me, it's a new experience. I don't have public speaking talking, so I was able to stand up and say what I think and explain everything with calm. Nobody was recording me at the moment, so I could come back and try to be clear. I had no problem. The only thing for me, specifically at the end, as we are discussing the last charge we need to decide, which was, of course, the driving under influence, I wrote something because I'm much better expressing myself writing than speaking, my opinion. So I made like a little chart or something to show what I meant. So it was to be sure that everybody got it and I was being understood.
Well, I understand.
But there was just
perfectly.
one moment that happened.
Yeah.
I didn't feel people weren't understanding me. I didn't feel I shouldn't talk because I was, ashamed or something, embarrassed. No, there was the only moment that we were already overwhelmed. We want to finish. We are on just one last trial. Everybody's talking over one another. And then I make a note so people could understand me.
Okay. And that brings me to the next question. So you guys passed in the verdict and then you asked for it back. What is the story behind that?
No story. We have to discuss something else, and the paper, the verdict that the judge have sealed in a paper is exactly the same one we had.
So why did you ask for it back?
We didn't ask back. We had the verdict with us in the room. Yes.
So let me get this straight. You came up with the verdict. You were all done. You gave it to the court officer, and then you knocked again. Somebody knocked again and said, hold on.
No, we didn't give that. That's not how it works. We don't give to the court officer. The judge advises not to talk what happened in the deliberation. So I'm gonna be a little evasive, okay? But in general, we didn't give anything to the court officer because the envelope needs to stay with us. And we had the envelope with us all the time. And as we continue discussing, other questions were raised and we wanted to talk about those questions. And we called the officer and said, look, I think we need a little bit more time to discuss something, without telling him what it was or anything. So he left and told the judge, look, they had the verdict and they don't anymore. And then she asked to bring the paper to her and give us a new one. And then we signed exactly the same thing that was on the first one.
So, Mark, it sounds like Auntie Bev kind of lied a little bit about what happened there. No?
Oh, God.
If that's what actually happened?
I'm not going to say that. All I'm going to do is say my recollection, and if I'm wrong, someone will correct me, was when she brought the lawyers to court, she said there was a verdict and there was a slip and it was given to the court staff. And then that happened sometime maybe over the lunch break and before anything could happen, that the jury communicated that there was not a verdict or words to the effect of we need to change something.
Okay,
and then there was second knock, if you will. And the first slip was sealed as it remains to this day. And then said the verdict was 5-10 minutes after she had indicated there wasn't a verdict, but she indicated the slip was given. And then there was a notification that there was no verdict.
But I think it is part of the process from what I understood. At first, the envelope stayed with us because we need to bring to court and read it, right? But since we didn't use that envelope, then we gave it to her and then Cecilia didn't put it away.
I see. Okay.
I mean, it was unique. It's something that, so many lawyers watch this case, and in hundreds and hundreds, thousands of years of combined experience, I have not talked to a single lawyer who has ever seen anything like the judge bringing the parties back, saying we had a verdict, but not really, and that's going to be sealed, and they're going to go back because we didn't publish it. They're going to go back and deliberate, and people watching were just
couldn't
But we
believe.
didn't leave. We did not go to the court to give that piece of paper. It was just the court officer who gave.
Right.
We had more things to discuss. Basically, that was it.
Interesting. Have you seen, since this trial ended, my juror rankings by any chance?
No.
Okay.
Oh yes, I'm number one.
You are number one.
My cousin sent to me.
You just afterwards, I assume, not during, right? Okay.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So like I'll tell you what, I loved this jury, and the reason that you were my top ranked juror was because of the amount you took notes. You were very attentive, and it was just the way that you reacted to stuff. Like you took, I forget what it was, but it was something Dr. Lapasato said that you just wrote it down, and it was just like, and during the closing, I don't know if you noticed this, but during the closing, you were when Hank was doing his closing, you looked at your lap a couple times, but when Alan gave his closing, your eyes were on him the whole time. Did you realize that you were looking at your lap when Hank Brennan was giving? A couple times you did it during Hank Brennan's closing.
No, it was automatic. I didn't note
Like-
because I didn't take notes. We cannot take notes, right? So I think maybe if I'm not taking notes, I need some another distraction and looking down, something like that.
Yeah. And so the other, like when I looked at this jury, when I saw that the 12 of you that were left over, there was 5 women on that jury how old are you? Can I ask? You got to be young 30s.
Welcome back,
tops.
Cheryl. Thank
I
you.
love it. People are thinking we are so young. No, I'm 39 and a
Okay.
half.
Well, you look much younger. I'm gonna be very honest with
Thank
you.
you.
And like it just looked like a lot of the women on the jury were younger women. At least 5 of them were, and 2 of the males
What
were
did I
definitely
do?
under 30.
Nothing.
Juror number 4 and juror number 14.
Yeah.
And let me ask
So
you, what were
welcome
those 2
back.
jurors, like the young men? Were they vocal? Did they have to be like convinced to come around? Were they leaders? What was it like
No,
with the younger
I think
people?
you mentioned some of your posts that you thought that those jurors were maybe the 14 one was easy to manipulate, maybe because
Yeah,
gives you that vibe.
I got that vibe from it. It's completely unknown. He could be the strongest person in the room. I don't know. What was he like, that kid? He was very young.
No, he was active and present and state his peace of mind and letting us know what he think. None of the jurors were just sit back and listen to. The other jury, who is the 4 who already spoke out, Jason, he also young but present, and he didn't
had
sit back.
He had his seat moved during the trial. He was the juror that had his seat moved because he was sitting 2 seats away from you and he was talking a lot, it seemed, and he had his seat moved over that.
But it wasn't because of that. It wasn't because of that.
Oh, that's not why. Why did he have a seat moved? Can you say?
No, I love you were asking questions that nobody asked. No, it's not. No conspiracy there.
Why?
Because the lady who was behind, who had to switch with him, she wasn't able to hear well. So that's why.
That's interesting. See, we learned something.
Yeah.
I apologize to juror number 4. I thought I assumed it was because he was talking. Because
that happened, that meeting that she called everyone individually to explain something, that happened a day after, I think, me, the lady next to me, the 10, so he was 9, right? Yeah.
Yeah, he was
11.
9. He was 9, yeah. And 10 was the
so the
pregnant
3
woman,
of us start laughing at some point, and some people comment that and why they were laughing, and then like a day later, 2 days later, they switch seats. The judge had to call us. What happened that day? We are laughing. I think it was Buchanan. Alan Jackson gave him like this size piece of evidence or text messages for him to read or something. And then the judge asked, you don't want him to read everything, right? And I'm like, I do. Yes, he's going to read the whole thing. That's when we cracked that, because it was a lot. That's all what happened. There's nothing extra.
Wow. Okay. All right. Let me ask you about Paul O'Keefe. So he, during the trial, had his seat moved. He was not allowed to sit in that position anymore. And I've been told through very reliable sources that one of the jurors complained about the way that he was looking at her. Do you know anything about that?
No, I had a doubt, to be honest.
Were you uncomfortable at all with Paul O'Keefe or anything like that during? Did you have any thoughts on him?
No, I like to observe people a lot, so I look at him a lot, his family, his friends, and same thing with the Karen Reed's family, and the press too. I assume Sue was the one taking notes on us because she would look at us and take notes. I was like sharp observing people's behavior, but nobody ever mentioned anything negative or uncomfortable about his family at all. If anything, we would comment about the people who would come. I think how we call them, the Karen Reading supporters sometimes come and sit on the back, right, next to her family. And then I think John Keith's family also has different people coming every other day.
Right.
Yeah, so those guests, I would say those guests, we sometimes will comment on those guests, like, wow, these people are here every day. Why? These people, are they family? Are they lawyers? Those things like that.
But you guys didn't talk about that during the trial. You waited till after, during deliberations to talk about that. You weren't allowed to talk about stuff like that, were you?
No, we just, that was like our impressions of the courtroom. That's what we mentioned.
Okay, so you were allowed to talk about stuff like that during.
Yeah,
okay.
we just like,
Yeah.
it's too hot, it's too loud, it's too cold, this type of thing.
What'd you guys talk about? I mean, if you can't talk about the trial, what the hell do you talk about? Your family life?
Our families, yeah, we are giving all our secrets on that room.
Was there a lot of other moms like you in the room that were like had kids at home and stuff?
Yeah, there was one specific lady. I think I don't know if she works outside. She just a stay-home mom like me. I think most of the ladies had kids, except the younger ones.
Yeah. So I have so many questions. So juror number 5 in the back, we call him the smirker. I don't know if you remember who he was. He had like glasses and he was like a middle-aged man. You probably couldn't see him because you were sitting in front, but
I couldn't hear him.
Cheryl.
He loved Alan Jackson.
Oh,
He would
that's
look
what
at him,
it is. Cheryl.
big smirk on his face.
You didn't do anything. Have a good one, Maylin. Cheryl, someone YouTube took all my wrenches. There you go, sweetie. YouTube, literally yesterday, I started my stream and all my wrenches were gone. So yeah, no one did anything, you guys. I love you guys.
Face every time. What was he? We predicted he was one of my top ranked jurors for the defense. Was he solid? Like when you got in there, was he, or did he have to be convinced that Karen was not guilty?
No, he was very inclined to not guilty.
Okay, so we were right. Okay, cool. Now let's talk about the foreman, who I think is the most interesting man in America. The foreman did not take any notes the entire trial, not once. But he paid attention to everything. And he was just a really interesting kind of guy. Even when he was asked even the verdict, he's like, sure. Sure. Like he seems like what was the foreman like? Was he a leader? Would you describe him as like the leader of the group, or what was he like?
Yes, he was the leader. And I also was surprised when she picked him for the foreman. Someone told me that she always picked the first juror, number one.
She did that in the last trial too. She did pick that. So there's
So and then I was like, oh, okay. Because at first I thought like, why someone would choose the only person who didn't have any note? But then they said she likes to choose the number one, and he have an incredible memory. He was better than us with our 3 notebooks. He remembered data. Yeah, he's great. He remembered numbers. It's amazing. We all praise him for that.
Really? That's fascinating. That's so cool. See, Mark, that's award-winning journalism. Nobody else got that scoop right there about the foreman. Yeah. That's what we all kind of wanted to know. Because the guy took no notes, but he remembers everything. That's wild.
He was really good.
That's interesting.
Well, not every trial.
We're good. We are all we are a really good group. I think everybody with your opinions and expertise and life stories we could account, or life experience we could account to choose if she was guilty or not.
Yeah, you're good, I forgot you were here yesterday, and I wasn't paying attention to who I gave them back to yet or not. Because until you comment, I can't give you a wrench. And yesterday it was just weird. 2 days ago, Shelly lost her wrench like midstream. She was chatting, had a wrench, and like her next chat, she didn't have a wrench. And I'm like, what the fuck? And then the next day I stream and like no one had a wrench. It was, I don't know what the hell's going on with YouTube, but it's ridiculous.
Common sense. But we are very respectful, bright, intelligent group. I mean, I'm glad I was part of this group, and I don't want to try again and not be that lucky.
Was there anyone in the group that really was resistant to not guilty? Who was the last person to come around?
I don't think I can say that.
Oh, you can't say that. Okay.
Yeah,
Well, can you say
sorry.
it was a man, right? It had to be a man.
Why?
Because I think I know which one it was. I think it was your number 3. He just
Okay.
seemed like, okay, that's just my guess. But again, I could be completely off. I could be reading these people all wrong.
You think it was juror number 3?
Yeah, he just seemed like I couldn't get a read on him the whole trial. I didn't know what to think of him.
Well, I'm gonna give you this. I'm gonna keep you the question mark for you.
Oh, okay, all right. Well, you're gonna keep us wondering. I'm trying to reach some of these jurors. Do you talk to any of them? I've sent a couple of them emails, and you are the only one I've heard back from.
Yeah, I think people tend to be very reserved.
Oh, do we lose her? Oh, hope she comes right back. She'll be right back, I'm sure. She's impressive lady, huh, Mark?
Yeah, no, I mean, this is what you would, again, we're being repetitive, but this is what you want in a juror. I mean, just, this is great to hear, and it really should disabuse a lot of the online nonsense.
Yeah, and I think that a reason I haven't heard from any other jurors is that they're watching what's happening to her, and they're like, I'm not signing up for that.
I mean, why would you, right? I mean, she's getting just, yep, I think she's back.
You back, Paula? Do we lose you?
We got a picture.
Yeah, I'll send her what? Let's see. I'll send her a text. Hold on. Where'd she go? Did we lose you?
I'm dying to know. Gonna go watch the first trial.
Oh, there we go. You're dying to know what, Mark?
If you're gonna go watch the first trial.
Yeah, are you gonna watch the first trial?
I've been having
Yes,
problems.
I want to watch the
with
first
them.
trial, and especially I want to watch the 3 people that didn't come this time: Michael Proctor, Brian.
Oh, there's like
I don't know.
30 people. Like there's a lot more. Wait, there's a guy named Tristan Morris that you've probably never heard. Do you know who Tristan Morris is? Yeah, you're gonna like his testimony. But go ahead. What are you saying?
Yeah, I don't know why calling is important in this trial. Calling Albert, I didn't hear about him yet.
He's not that important. He's just ridiculous. Like he is
much time to dig in everything. And look, my connection is losing right now because I'm receiving a lot of unknown calls, and since yesterday, and I don't know what it is, but it didn't happen before.
unbelievable, huh, Mark? I mean, this is obviously related to that.
I mean, it's tough to ignore that kind of evidence that you get all these kind of calls from unknown numbers out of the blue after, you go public and what's going on. Yeah, I mean, that's hard to believe.
Yeah, it started yesterday, and then today before I come to your show, I got 3 of them. I answered one, nobody said anything, and now it's coming again.
Wow. Okay. What did you think of Jess Machado? She's the first person that you spoke with on the record. She got the scoop. I was fascinated by her interview with you. I think a couple of things I was most fascinated with were the fact that, number one, what you thought of Kelly Deaver, who was probably the most controversial person in this whole trial.
Ever. Don't call her Deaver.
I know she doesn't. Let's start with her. I know you said it with Jess, but what did you think of Officer Dever?
I think the police is getting mad at me because I'm talking about the officers to start. But her behavior in court was uncomfortable to watch. I can see that she's young and maybe she's not, she didn't reach the level of maturity you need to be under pressure, maybe. But she was so aggressive and rude. And the false memory she have, like, didn't sound good for us. I have false memory of what I ate this morning. I don't remember.
Scott, you said starting out the stream, could not see any other posts besides Maylin. Oh my God. What the fuck, YouTube? I say this every fucking day, but it's like every day. Things are getting worse, not better. I don't know what the fuck YouTube is doing. I know they're making some adjustments, trying to add being able to tag people from your phone, which is definitely an improvement that's needed. But whatever else they're doing that is fucking up live streaming and chat and wrenches and StreamYard not getting comments from YouTube, it's absolutely insane the shit that's going on. Get your shit together, YouTube. Gosh. Deborah lied. Deborah, don't call me Deborah. Spooky, says Sarah.
Before was Aggo bread. I
It's
don't have a false
weird.
memory of seeing two people for 2 hours. I don't know,
You
for a
see
long
everything,
time
James?
with a car that was part of a crime. That's a very detailed false memory. So I don't think I didn't take her serious. I just note my notebook things like some officers, they were so
Have
nervous
to switch
in
to
court
live to see
that I
the
just note like
Oh.
he's very nervous. He's making a fist.
YouTube,
He's biting
seriously.
his lips. He's scared. He's sweaty.
Mhm.
And then this
I do know that, Cat Randall. And that's another thing that bothers me all to hell is it should automatically go to all chat. Instead it goes to top chat, which I don't know what's considered top chat. So I always if I forget to hit all chat, I miss people's chats. It shouldn't be that way. If you want to break or you want to stop some of the chat, it should be your option to do that, but it should automatically start off with all chat. Just my opinion, but it's so stupid how they do that.
people, I mean,
So it's really interesting that you say that, and because she was not called in the first trial, even though they had all this information in the first trial, she was a gamble, and she was somebody that, you know, like there was a risk taken her because she's their witness, but she's hostile towards them. So Mark, it sounds like that paid off based on the feedback I'm getting from her on Kelly Deaver. That was a gamble that paid off. It sounded like.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the way a lot of us looked at it, again, from the outside. Ultimately, what the jury thinks is the only thing that matters. But the idea that a false memory about Brian Higgins and the chief of the Canton Police hanging out in the Sally Port for hours or whatever it was.
Yeah, exactly, Sarah. YouTube should just have an option to where you automatically start the chat with all chat. If you want it that way, you should have that option instead of every chat you go into having to switch it to all chat. It's fucking ridiculous.
The day this happened, to have that go from telling the FBI, which is, you know, that's a significant thing. You can't lie to the FBI. It's a crime. And it worked. I mean, it worked with Kerry Roberts. It worked with Dever. I mean, it works. That intimidation factor of don't lie to us. Ultimately, with Jen McCabe, it worked. She came clean, right? And then for her to claim that that became a false memory after, well, let me put it this way. Did you feel that she had been pressured by the Boston police to change her story?
if I feel, yes. Because
I
my
mean,
feeling is subjective, so I do feel yes, based on
Yeah,
my
and-
life experience and the things I've seen in life. Yes, for sure.
Yeah, and I think anyone who does this for a living would tell you this is obvious. And I think if the jury recognized that she was pressured, changed it into a false memory, that all it does is make what she told the FBI appear more credible. And I would imagine, I'd be curious what jurors would think of this, but when she comes in there and appears to be lying to kind of protect the prosecution, if how that fits in the overall theme of what the defense was arguing about the taillight being planted and all that other stuff. I mean, that's got to be a double whammy, I would think, for the prosecution with the whole Dever fiasco.
Yeah. And what did, speaking of the taillight, what did you think of Officer Barros? Because we love Officer Barros around here.
Yeah, he's definitely his testimony was credible. He was sound and calm and straight in the answers. I know Brenna trying to get him in a lie in the end, like the last few questions, but didn't change the fact that his opinion is similar to my opinion and to other jurors' opinion. When he said that he saw, that phrase was horrible. I'm so sorry. When he mentioned that the tail light was cracked and has missing a piece of a size of a dollar bill, for example, that made sense because when she leaves the house at 5:07 and we see her car light going on, you see too much red for you to have a huge piece missing. And so
the diffusers, there you go.
the diffusers, yes.
There you go.
And you know what's awesome about that is Hank Brennan entered that into evidence in his closing. He's the one that put that 507 video up there. And what you're saying is, yeah, we looked at it and we determined that it was not completely broken at that point.
Yeah, and the other witness that actually was a Commonwealth witness but helped us was the lady who did the biopsy, Dr. Bello.
Scorty Bello. Oh, she was
Yes.
wonderful. Yeah.
I love it. At the end, she come and say, so he was hit by a car? No, there's no sign he was hit. We can prove he was hit by a car. It's like she's the Commonwealth witness and she can't say he was hit by a car. So
Yeah, that was a problem. Man, I love this.
that's
story.
a big reasonable doubt right there.
Do you understand how refreshing it is to hear the things that you're saying right now from this jury? Because the last jury we spoke to, it was I did an interview with a really nice guy by the name of Ronnie, and you got to watch that interview because nothing he said made sense. All they cared about was that she was the last one. She dropped them off, that she was drinking, that they were both kind of in the same place, and she had a broken taillight, so it had to be her. That was the totality of their deliberations, it sounded like.
None of us know exactly what happened. Maybe the people involved know, but we don't know who they are. But there was so many possibilities. Why his phone stopped? You can get out of the car after have a bunch of drinks because he was intoxicated, and you can drop your phone. You can get off of the car, and I mean, even cross our mind there could be a terrible, tragic accident and nobody was involved. There's so many possibilities that raise the reasonable doubt for us. So many things could happen. People are like mocking me because of my theory and everything. It's just a theory because it's a wide range of possibilities.
I didn't see your tear. I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. I didn't look at any of your reactions. That was the most emotional experience of my life. It was the most, tense I've ever felt in a courtroom, ever. Did you feel the same way? You were in the same room as me. Did you feel the same way in there? Was that like so tense?
It was tense. During the trial, other moments were tense, but yeah, that moment, not guilty, and people screaming outside, that was tense. That's when I broke down.
Yeah, like so you guys go in there and you are about to deliver news that the O'Keefe family is not going to like, right? And you're looking right at them. What's that like?
Awful. I know they probably hate all of us right now and the system and everybody else, but I really hope they can see for themselves what we saw. I don't know how family, if they can have access to this case, if the public information, they can dig in, whatever. I don't know what's going to give them peace, but I assure you and them that we could not prove that was her. There were people who got inside the deliberation that want to guilt her, and we couldn't. There wasn't a. We can't prove a collision. That's the bottom line. If there was a collision, it's not her fault.
Yeah. So a lot of people, like you just said that you want to let them know, like you feel bad, but like it's not your fault. Like you guys did the best that you could. You came up with the verdict based on the evidence. Would you say to the O'Keefe family that if it's Michael Proctor's fault, it's the state police's fault, like don't blame us, blame them?
Yeah, I think I already said that when Jessica first asked me those questions. Like, we didn't fail them, but was the police who did. And I'm not gonna. I mentioned like the Commonwealth did too, but I'm not gonna even mention the Brendan and the lawyers involved, because again, I don't know them and their story and how they're involved in all this. But they worked with the evidence was given to them, right? The case was presented by the police for them to prosecute and find the who did it. And the case, the investigation was sloppy. The investigation was
Yeah, it was.
full of questions. It was for so many police officers involved and people with a lot of experience, and you not gonna do reports, write reports on time. You're not gonna secure the place. You're not gonna put a GPS measurement where your evidence were found. You're not gonna freaking go inside the house the person died. You know.
So you
So
thought
that's-
that was a
Of
red
course,
flag?
there's bias right there. Just because the guy is a cop, and probably everybody know he was a cop, so we're not gonna go bother them. I've talked too much.
No, you're talking excellent. And I love the words that are coming out of your mouth right now, because that's what we're all saying is, why didn't they go in the house? And Detective Gallagher, or I don't know, Lieutenant Gallagher, and one other cop witness, I forget, maybe it was Buchanan.
Gallagher's the guy who got the cops, the red cops.
Yes, he's the guy that got the red cops. And he's the one that said that, like, no, like I was not going to apply for a warrant. Like, he was like, absolutely not. I did the right thing by not applying. We had no probable cause to go inside the house. That's what he said.
Imagine, no, seriously, I think the foreman said the same thing. If something happened in his law, no,
yes,
you're not going to go inside. In my house, do you think they're not going to come inside?
They're
I'm a
going
Latina
in.
woman married to an Arab man. Do you think they're not going to come inside?
Amen.
I'm
Amen,
mad.
sister. So the last jury there was no Latino, there was no black. Like, not a single person on the jury was like that. I don't know if that fact did that get mentioned at all? Like that, like
No, nobody mentioned that, but I mentioned to myself. There was the diversity the bar was low because there was just me as a Latina, and there were 3 black people, and just one black and one Latino in the deliberation.
That's more diversity than there was in the last trial, believe it or not. Somehow in 2025, that's a situation. But so you guys, let's see, what else do I have? I have some other things written down here. The Albert Rock. So when you guys went and visited the home, you did the home visit that day, there was a rock there for some reason, and it said Albert on it. Did you see that?
Yeah, we all saw, and the judge told us that rock wasn't there on the day of the incident, the crime.
Okay. Did you wonder how that got there? Because that's not supposed to be there.
No clue. And the house, they said that the house doesn't belong to the Albert, so we don't want to bother the
Which
people.
makes it even weirder, don't you think?
Yeah, so I didn't understand.
That I don't think anyone understands. That seems to be the oddest thing. Mark, what do you think of the Albert Rock? I still can't believe that happened.
I don't know how that can happen. It makes no sense. If it wasn't there on January 29th of 2022, it obviously has no relevance. It can mislead people thinking, maybe that's where John O'Keefe banged his head, which would potentially make people more likely to believe that he must have been struck by a car right here and landed there. So the prejudice to the defense could be off the charts with something like that. As far as having their name Albert on it, I don't know what the hell to make of that, good or bad for either side. That's just weird to me. The thing that struck out to me about the crime scene visit that I'm curious about is, did you think it was too early to view the house and the area without knowing enough about the case, or that wasn't a problem?
Can you ask that again? Because you cut a little bit, sorry.
So you went to the crime scene very early in the case. I don't remember how many witnesses had already testified. Do you think that visit was too early in the case before you had enough evidence about what allegedly happened, where, and what the significance of the fire hydrant was, to the flagpole, to bedroom windows here, and all this other stuff? Would that have been more beneficial to have gone later, rather, when you heard more evidence that you could have processed?
Yeah, honestly, I didn't think about that. But now that you're saying, it would make more sense, because when we got there, There was a bunch of details that we don't know why we need to take note of. Why the window, why the garage door, why this and that measurement. We could walk close to the house, so I count the steps. I measure my height with the car, all those things. But
Oh, really?
we need to go back to the room to court and take notes of what we saw, because we couldn't bring our notebooks. There was a lot of details gave it to us that at the time didn't make sense, but I understood after.
Yeah, I always thought they did in both trials. It was too early and a major advantage for the prosecution, given the defense theory and everything else, if they didn't have a chance to, look at the windows where they relate.
Right. Like, do you think you could sleep through something like that?
I'll tell you a story quickly. One time my garbage can in my house got on fire. I was pregnant with twins, and then I didn't woke up. And the fireman came and everything was on the back of my house, and I didn't woke up. But I was pregnant. However, over there, the distance was shorter, and the dog. What bothers me is not that they didn't wake up, because they were drunk. I assume they were drinking a lot. So people can sleep through. I had this experience of sleeping through fire department putting down fire in my backyard. But the dog would bark. And if you have a dog in the house, you can hear it. You can see it.
Do you have a dog in the house? Do you own a dog?
Not at the moment, but I already had dog. And I know any movement, anything, my dog is going to bark as hell until it's over. It's a sort of protection. Unless it's the type of dog they have, it's like a protection dog. It's like a big dog, right? So the fact that they didn't wake up, not surprised. They were drunk. But they didn't wake up to the dog.
Was that brought up during deliberations? Did you guys talk about that?
We didn't talk about the dog because the dog was
about them not waking up.
Oh yeah,
that did come up, and others thought that was suspect too.
Yeah, we all want to go to. We all question why the Alberts didn't came out and why the police didn't go in.
Because you might have seen since then these people that you didn't get to meet, the McAlberts. You met one of them, you met Jen McCabe, but the others have gone on 2020 or Dateline, I forget which one, and they're crying that they are being scapegoated for not waking up. That's like one of the things that they're crying about. Like, it's not fair. Why are people saying that? But you don't really believe that. It sounds like you think that it's not really believable that they wouldn't wake up during something like that.
No, especially because he's a policeman. Like man usually has this alert to be paying attention on things around the house. I think is a natural thing that most men have. I mentioned my incident with the fire truck because I was pregnant and hormonal and exhausted. I had twins in my belly, and I slept through. It wasn't the case for them, but I did give them the benefit of doubt. Maybe they drank too much and they passed out. I understand. But the fact that they have a dog, a huge dog that usually protects people, and the dog doesn't bark. And also, not just that, why the hell, when people got there, they didn't knock on their door? There is this person there in your lounge, please come out, whatever. Even if it's just for comfort. Isn't that a family house? Isn't Jane McCabe's sister's house, right?
Yes, that's a big
even for
thing
comfort, you know?
The mighty one.
If you came to your sister, like, I don't know if you have a sister or brother or whatever, if you came to their house and you find a dead friend on the front lawn, how long would it take you to run in the house?
Less than a second.
Less than a second.
Because I want to know if something happened to them. There's a person dead here, who's inside?
Right. Would you mind watching this little clip together have you seen this clip from the, this is on, I believe 2020. So you met one of these people. Okay. All of these people testified at the last trial. Do you know who this person is?
I think it's the Brian, right?
That is Brian Albert. So this is let me play some of this and let's hear your kind of thoughts on it.
Every turn was the final letdown. And that's why we're here, because there's nobody left to stand up for us.
Think real long and hard before you're a witness in a case. Because
woe is me.
No one
Woe is
protects you.
me. It's all about them.
And
it's nothing to do with the officer that died.
For the first time, some of the key players and his wife, Nicole, and his brother, Chris Albert, all five of them pulled into the center of this high-profile case and now speaking out.
And I think the reason we all stayed quiet is because we were just witnesses. This is
We were
a
just
thing that we had
witnesses.
nothing to do with.
We did the civic duty, came and told the truth, and that's it.
Free Karen Reed.
It's the case that has captivated the country and divided a town. Karen Reed, accused of killing her Boston police officer boyfriend, John O'Keefe, hitting him with her SUV and leaving him to die in a blizzard.
Not guilty. Not guilty.
Now, after a second trial, a jury acquitting her of the most serious charges, second-degree murder and manslaughter.
That's you. That's you.
And hundreds of supporters in pink, Karen Reed's favorite color.
Pause it right there. Did you have any idea how many people were outside?
No. People are questioning me online. Oh, I saw someone in pink here and there. Yes, sometimes the bus drive by and then we see two people walking in pink. And then I learned through mid-trial that pink was her color and everything. But we had no access to the front of the courthouse. The windows were tinted or had a paper on it. And we could not hear any movement outside.
Mm-hmm.
Just the sirens, just ambulance and stuff like that. Other than
So
that,
when you heard the crowd explode, were you surprised? Were you?
I was surprised. I was surprised.
Okay, interesting. Let me play some more here.
Cheering as the verdict came down yesterday.
I could not be standing here without these amazing supporters.
People turn this thing into a tailgate party, it looked like some days. Board games, cornhole, cookouts. This is
To be clear, there was no cornhole, but
a guy that was murdered. It's atrocious for that family.
While the prosecutors blamed Reed for O'Keefe's death, the defense said this group of family members framed Reed to cover up what really happened that night. Ever since, their lives becoming open season for endless conspiracy theories.
What they've done is they dehumanized us to the sense where we're not real people. We're almost like caricatures. We're just, we're pawns.
Have each of you been called murderers? Like actual murderers?
Oh, yeah, on a daily basis.
Anybody who's touched this case has been called a murderer at some point.
And anyone who's friends with us support cop killers.
After 3+ years,
the guy you just saw there, Matt McCabe, it was brought into evidence that they were in a group text, and he said in the group text that just tell them the guy never came in the house. What did you think of that message?
Could go both ways, Aiden. It could be like, just say the truth, remind them that we never saw him. Or it could be like, remember to say he never came in the house for another reason. I don't know. People say and do different things when they're under stress.
Was there any significance to the fact that he called him the guy as opposed to John? In that private family text message chain, they were always talking about the guy, or the 911 call was the man, that they never called him John when speaking privately amongst each other.
That they supposedly
I'm surprised that the man in the lawn was the Jane McCabe call, because she was actually friends with him. But from what I understood, he wasn't friend with the Alberts, right? Like they know each other, but they're not close friends. So he never been in their house before. He was asking for the address and where to go and everything. So I assume they were just acquaintances or didn't know each other because they're policemen, officers.
Yeah. Let's talk about Auntie Bev, because this is what everybody wants to know about. Like, she's the most wild person in this whole thing. I've read your thoughts about her in the other interviews, and you've said that she came across to you, as she has come across to a lot of us, as somebody who was, just giving Hank Brennan everything he wanted and not giving the defense anything they wanted. Is that an accurate reflection of how you viewed her?
Half accurate. At the end, only with defense witnesses, I did feel like it was a lot of I allowed it for everything that Jackson would object. There was a lot of I allow it, and the opposite didn't happen when was Brennan object to stand. But that was towards the end. I would say the last week of witnesses, the defense witnesses. I didn't feel she was biased. I said biased. I didn't think she was favoring anyone until
like with Dr. La Posada and Dr. Renster, you thought that okay.
Yeah, with the Commonwealth witness, I think she was normal. She was, I didn't feel anything different. Just towards the end.
Okay. And so what did you and other jurors think, when you asked about on those questions, right? About like, can you acquit on 2 and hang on 1? And she said back, her answer was figure it out yourself. What if it was me, and I think a lot of people said this too, we would have been like, okay, fine, not guilty on everything out of spite. Like, did that piss you off that she didn't even give you guys an answer?
No, none of us, I think, had that reaction. We thought maybe if she answered that question, she would interfere in our decision, and that's something she was trying to avoid. That was our thought.
Okay. Have you seen any of Jen McCabe's testimony from the first trial by any chance?
I haven't seen anything from the first trial. I just saw like some memes and news about Proctor and the Alberts.
Okay. So it's what most of us who have watched the first trial take away from this is that she was a completely different person during the second trial. I think she was on drugs. That's just me, Valium or something to calm her down, because during the first trial, she was extremely combative with Alan Jackson and went at it. And this time it was like, I'm sorry, this and that. Like it was just, she was on. I don't know what your deal is. What did you think of Jen McCabe?
She seemed coached. She seems like prepped, too much prepped. And she look at us a lot, the jury. Some juries look at us, but she look at us in a different way, kind of like it's like a joke about like we're just a mom type of thing.
I was just going to say that a couple of your tweets have thrown in a little thing about how you're just a normal mom. So that is a little pun there you're doing.
Yeah, because look, I can't say these people did anything, but they did lie, and some of their behaviors were fishy. So I'm sorry, but I have suspicions. I think other citizens do too.
Do you think you're a normal mom, right? You have 4 kids. Okay. Have you ever lied to the FBI?
No, I've never had any contact with the FBI.
Okay. Well, I was told, I don't know, it's just normal mom stuff. I guess that's what I was told. So you didn't think that was normal behavior. You were like, this is not, she's infamous. She did that during the first trial a lot. She would constantly look at the jury like, you guys believe me, right? Did you get that vibe from her?
Yeah, that's the vibe. Yeah. We didn't know what to do. It's hard for me to come out and just point fingers. I'm not familiar with everything. I didn't see the first trial, and I tend to give people the benefit of doubt. But I think their behavior were unnatural during the event, and her behavior was sometimes unnatural during trial. And the lie about the FBI thing also stands out to me.
Yeah. Mark, do you have any questions for real quick before I got a couple more, but go ahead.
I mean, similar to Jen McCabe, when you learned about lying to the FBI, what did you think about when Kerry Roberts told the truth to the FBI, but in doing so acknowledged that she testified falsely under oath in the grand jury about the Google search that's so famously in dispute?
My personal opinion about Kerry Roberts, she seems believable, and she seems sad for real. She seems sincere in court. So if she made a mistake saying anything that's not supposed to, or if lie or whatever, in her case specifically, I think she was under stress, and I don't know, she could be manipulated. She could be just forgetful. So many things. But I think she comes from a good place. I think her feelings for John and her desire for justice is true, and maybe she went beyond she should to make this justice happen.
Yeah, you got it. Like you are what you're saying right now has to be music to the defense's ears, because I think that their goal is they wanted you to take away from the Kerry Roberts testimony is that she is you said the word manipulated, that she is an easily that she's not a bad person, that she was an easily manipulated person, and that who do you think was manipulating her? Who did you take away from that?
Well, the assumptions, of course, Jane McCabe, because of the timeline thing.
There you go.
Because you have your family. Your family your brother-in-law is a police officer. Two of your brother-in-laws, right, are police officers. So you kind of know how the system is. You don't get together to make a timeline after a crime, or you keep talking about the crime in your house in the morning. I know that, and she should know that because her family, she's from an officer family.
Yes. I thought that was really interesting. So did you know that, and this did not come out in this trial, and I wonder if there was a text message sent from Julie Albert. Do you know who Julie Albert is?
She's someone's wife, but I have no clue.
She's Chris Albert's wife. Did you know that Julie Albert sent a text message to Michael Proctor's sister, in which on the day that Karen Reed was arrested, February 2nd, 2022, offering Michael Proctor a gift, also known as a bribe, as a thank you for arresting Karen Reed? Did you know that?
No.
Would that have been surprising to you and affected how you felt about this?
Well, if was shown in court, maybe it would come to a conclusion earlier.
Yeah.
It's odd, yes.
That's one of many examples of things that you did, messages that you didn't hear about. And Mark, can you think of any other texts that didn't come in that were like, oh, wow.
There were a few other text messages that were part of that family chain where
the kill yourself one. Did that come in?
Jeannie Lynn, I have not. I tagged her in Discord because I saw your message to me and putting in there asking the same thing. I tagged her. I have not gotten a response as far as I know. So, we hope she's okay. And if I hear from her, I will definitely let you know. Yeah, I worry about all of you guys. You know that. I was hoping that she would show up here in the chat. She hasn't yet. So, if she doesn't show up in the chat before I end my stream, I'll text her when I'm done, see if I can get a hold of her somehow, just to make sure she's okay. And Jeannie Lynn, if I do get a hold of her, if I hear anything, I will definitely let you know, sweetie. And please let me know if you hear anything.
I thought that one did.
Okay.
No,
okay.
I'm
sorry.
Talking about the McCabe's and Albert chain, the same one where she's telling them everything and tell them the guy never went in the house. There were discussions when the cops were out searching or day after day in the Albert yard that they would keep each other apprised. Like, oh, they're digging or searching at the Asian house.
Yeah, that's the neighbors. The neighbors are Asian.
Neighbors are of Asian descent, and the cops were out searching, and that's, I guess, right around where that flagpole and fire hydrant is, kind of going into their property. And they were talking about, oh, they're searching, but they're searching over there, and there seemed to be a lot of interest in, what they're doing, where they are, and if those messages had come out, I think that certainly would have been suspicious. And I think the other biggest fact maybe that they didn't know was Higgins and Albert and what they did with their phones.
Oh, the phones. Do you know about what they did with their phones?
You go.
No.
Okay. So Brian Albert destroyed his phone. So in September of 2022, Judge Peter Krupp, who was on this case for like a day, he issued a preservation order that Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, and a couple others had to preserve their phones, right? Well, somehow,
yes,
the day
way
before
better
that
than
preservation
Ronnie
order
the
came
juror.
out, Brian Albert had the instinct to destroy his phone, get rid of his phone, and Brian Higgins also destroyed his phone, except he did it differently. He took the SIM card out, put it in a trash bag, put the phone in another trash bag, and then drove both the trash bags to an Army base in Cape Cod and threw it in a dumpster in there. That came out during the FBI investigation. And they both had to answer for that in the first trial and explain why they did that. And I think Brian Albert's answer was, oh, I was just upgrading my phone. I was just doing an upgrade. And Brian Higgins' answer to this was that he was like, he's on the ATF. So some guy he was investigating got his phone number. And the only solution, I guess, was to destroy his SIM card at an Army base. Is that how it worked, Mark? I think that's what they said, right?
Something like that. I mean, It was that, and also he didn't want, sensitive information. So he just went to visit his friend in the FBI to help him extract only his text messages with Karen Reed and John O'Keefe. And then he made printouts and handed that to Buchanan, and Buchanan apparently was okay with that.
Which we all know
but what do you think of that? Would that have affected
bullshit? Because no one does that.
See, it's too many coincidences.
Yeah.
Things. If you maybe you miss one phone because your phone fell in the toilet, you need to exchange. It's it's one thing, but then you have two people who were in the house that lose the phone at the same time, who also butt dialed themselves during the night, as you said. Yeah.
Too many coincidences, you're saying?
Yeah.
That just something's shady or something's going on. You know what the last jury called that? They called that a distraction. Distractors. They were like, the defense is just trying to trick us. The defense is just trying to distract us from the fact that Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe with their car. That's what last jurors thought, which is crazy. That's why I like you so much more.
Well, if they were inside the house or something, it would be a distraction, yes. But come on, it's the phone of two people in a house.
So you think John went in the house?
I do.
What are your strongest reasons for believing that John went in the house?
Because Dr. Whiffen report has, at one moment, his phone is pointing to the house. It happened. And then the phone lose accuracy, go from 14 meters accuracy and go to 60 accuracy, something like that. And it's common when you go inside a building or under the bad weather that you lose accuracy. So he could be inside and the location just starts spinning in the area.
That's without hearing from Higgins, who would have said, no, I'm
right. That's a good point. You don't know about this. Mark's going to tell you. I'll let Mark tell you what happened.
Higgins, I think it was also told the FBI, because again, when a lot of these people talk to the FBI, they at least tell some of the truth. He told the FBI that a man did, in fact, come in the house, and I think he said he was about 6'2" and brown hair. In other words, fitting John O'Keefe's description to a T. But then he tried to say, but it wasn't John. I don't know who it was. But he did tell them that a man did, in fact, come in the house fitting his description. And at the first trial, when they called all these Alberts, so they had an army of witnesses who said, no one came in the house, no one came in the house, no one came in the house. They didn't do that this time, obviously. But Higgins would have said a guy came in the house.
Look at her facial reaction, Mark. Her eyes are like what? And you didn't hear that. And that was a gamble by the defense not bringing Higgins forward, because you're hearing a bunch of stuff right now that really helps the defense. But I think the reason that they didn't call him and the downside is he's what he describes himself as, a decorated dude. And when Brian Higgins puts on a suit and tie, he's a very different person than the guy that you saw. What was your impression of Brian Higgins? Because you never heard from him. You only saw what the defense presented you of Brian Higgins. How would you describe your picture of who Brian Higgins was based on how the defense presented him?
I don't have a picture of him. I just saw a guy in a hoodie walking inside the Canada Police Department at 1 a.m. or something.
You think you look shady?
No, going to a police department in the middle of a blizzard is shady. Yes. About we couldn't see his face or anything. I don't know how he looks like, to be honest.
What about the the waterfall video of him being held back. What'd you think of that?
Oh, that was a red flag because he does like this, right? And then they show John doing like this. This for me says, come here. And then John says, let's talk later. And then there was a text message of him saying, are you coming or are you there or something? So he was expecting to talk. He was expecting John and to talk to him about something, right? That's another theory I have, that he went inside the house and he talked to someone in there.
And he text messaged his girlfriend, Karen, at the bar while he's with John.
Yes, and she didn't answer, yes.
No, well, what'd you think of well? What did you think that meant? How did you take that?
Embarrassment, maybe, or you kind of, I mean, the exchange.
If a guy said that to you, I know you're married, right? But like, if you weren't, like, if you were some guy that whatever it was, like you had flirted with before, and he sends you a text and he says, well, how do you take that? How do you interpret that?
I think he wants to know what was going on with her, like the type of thing, like what you're doing here with John. Why?
Ooh, with John.
Yeah, because she mentioned that the relationship was kind of rocky, the kids' involvement and blah, blah, blah. And that text message exchange between them was hard to go through. It was embarrassing.
Yeah.
It was weird.
And that wasn't anything. The first trial was worse because Brian Higgins himself read those in the first trial. And he was almost proud of it. Like, it was bizarre the way he was. It was like a pretty girl. Like, you think I'm hot? Yes, the defendant says I'm hot. Like, it was so uncomfortable. He was so proud when he read that one about, you think I'm hot? Defendant, yes.
We didn't have to say anything about those text messages. We can't talk about the cases, but I mean, I felt there were looks between us because we all felt uncomfortable and tense. But
okay,
then I got that text messages.
You mentioned in your interview with Jess about Buchanan, or as Julie Albert calls him, Bukaki. He is that happened in the first trial, but that's a different story. So during did he come across to you as arrogant? Because that's the first word I would use to describe him.
A little bit, yes.
Thanks,
What did you think of the elbow on the thing? And
I didn't mind. I didn't pay attention much on that, but I saw him making fists, like some questions would make him so uncomfortable that he would do like this in the table, like almost he was holding himself. Crossed my mind at some point, few times, that this guy's gonna jump out of here and I'm gonna get hit because I'm right in front of him.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, but that's my impression.
Did you see him on the day of closing arguments? Buchanan showed up for some reason, and he was standing in the hallway in like a black suit. Did you see him?
No, and why he was there?
Yeah, that's a great question. I don't know. He showed up on the final day and just stood in the hallway downstairs, and Karen Reed's team was very upset about this because it seemed like they took that as he's trying to intimidate the jury.
He wasn't invited by Jonkie's family or anything?
No, he just showed up.
He can be admitted in court being a witness?
He wasn't inside the courtroom. He just stood down in the hallway, and Karen Reed's team was very worried that he was there to kind of get a look at you guys, because in the last trial, there was some shenanigans on the last day. A juror who I have interviewed who believed that Karen Reed was innocent was eliminated as a juror on the final day of deliberations because another state trooper by the name of John Fanning reported that she had been at a bar 6 weeks before that and had been talking about the case or something like that. And so she was dismissed. And so we were very on edge about messing with the jury, especially with the state police. And so to see Buchanan there on the final day of closing statements, the first day of deliberations, that was very troubling. But you didn't see him.
I would feel intimidated if I saw him, to be honest.
Okay. So I think that's the whole point. I mean, I think that's why he was there. I don't know that it's a fact, but Mark, don't you think that's odd that Buchanan was there on the final day?
There's a lot of odd things on deliberation day and summation day. How would you feel if some of the witnesses who testified on behalf of the prosecution showed up for summation day and sat with the O'Keefes, which happened at the first trial?
Really?
Oh, you didn't? Oh, yeah, that's crazy. You got to see this.
I need to stop giving interviews so I can go into it.
Yeah.
I mean, if Buchanan is intimidating, how about Brian Albert sitting right across, staring at you for 4 hours?
Yeah. I wish I whenever you search for like Karen Read stuff now, it's like the most recent trial. You used to come up in the queue, so I wouldn't even know where to find it right now on short notice. But on the final day of closing statements, Jennifer McCabe, Kerry Roberts, Brian Albert, and Colin Albert all were brought in with the O'Keefe family and just sat there and stared at the jury. And Brian Albert is a big dude, and he's kind of a scary looking dude. And a couple of the jurors said they felt intimidated by Brian Albert's presence in the courtroom on that day.
Wow.
Yeah. So
I was feel intimidated too. No, didn't know that. And to be honest, and none of the people in Karen's side box or the family box were actually like looking directly at us. I didn't feel that.
Yeah, you guys didn't. There wasn't much eye contact. I didn't look at any jurors.
Yeah, I was looking a lot to all of them to observe the reaction. For me, this is important. But they would turn the eye and they wouldn't like look straight at my face. I think that was good, nice.
Yeah, like when you went in there knowing that it was not guilty, was it hard to keep a poker face? Like, didn't part of you, like, I don't know, I guess I would want to look at the defendant and kind of smile and like let her know you're about to like what's going to happen. Because like if you're Karen Read, imagine going into that room, right? You have no idea what this jury's going to do. The last jury let you down big time. You go in there and you're like, these 12 strangers have my life in their hands. And you go in there and you're like, you should have seen her before you guys came in. They were so scared. Mr. Alan Jackson, who's like Mr. Confident, was walking around that courtroom going, like it looked like he was just by himself, not talking to anyone. They were crying. They were hugging each other. It was the most intense thing. And then you guys came in and you have the life in their hands and you know what you're about to say, but she doesn't. What's that like?
I was shaking and I was looking down. I choose to looking down. I didn't want to look to anybody. She didn't look at us much. I mean, I don't think I ever look her in the eyes, for example.
Mm-hmm.
I choose to just look now, and then when I heard the noise outside, I start crying, and then I continue. I keep my face down, anyways, because it's weird. I don't know. I'm seeing some side happy and another side crying, sad. I don't know what to feel, to be honest. I feel confident that I did justice for her. Okay, I'm happy for her. I want her to live her life and never, be involved in anything again. I don't know if there's some sort of lawsuit, civil.
Civil lawsuit.
Yeah, well, that could happen. But I mean, I really hope that she can.
Do you feel
I would
like
say forgive? I even going to say forgive herself. I don't know if she feels any sort of guilt. I mean, because she dropped him off on that party and then never saw him again, and she left those voice messages and she never could say goodbye. She didn't go to his funeral, right? I assume.
No, she wasn't allowed. They had a restraining order on her.
Yeah, so I assume she couldn't say goodbye to a life she had for 2 years, and I hope she gets therapy and can get through this trauma, honestly, and live her life.
Yeah, I mean, she probably needs it. The shit that I don't know how she does it. I mean, I
don't know how she does it. Yeah,
stronger person than me. Like you feel like you said justice for Karen Read? Justice for Karen Read? Do you feel like acquitting Karen Read is justice for John O'Keefe?
Not at all. Because we need to find who did this to him. And even if it was an accident, someone need to come out and say what happened over there instead of trying to, blame on someone else.
Interesting. And that's why they don't like you, by the way, is because you're what you just said there, that you think somebody, like, you don't think Karen did it, therefore someone did it, and you think implies that they're not being honest right now. And that's why they don't like you.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, who cares?
Get in line, get in line. Let's say it was an accident. Look, best case scenario, everybody's innocent. It was an accident. Okay, he fell outside, he was drunk, he hit his head, he died. Still, I think putting him out, leaving him outside was staged to leave him outside, and sorry.
Oh, sorry. I'll keep you. I'll let you go. I'll let you go in a minute. Sorry. I've had you for almost 2 hours. You got a family.
I do.
I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. I think
real life right there.
I just lost my thought. Okay, so even if it was an accident that happens, okay, and they saw, oh my God, this person just died on our front lawn. Let's just put him outside, and maybe people will think it was an accident. And nobody's going to be blamed for this. Halas, it's over. However, why they would do that, and that's from my experience as a Brazilian citizen who's seen so much corruption and bad police. Police usually don't want their lives being investigated for any reason. They just don't want to be in a spotlight. Okay, this is my personal experience from things I saw in my own country and from things I'm maybe seeing here right now. They don't want things to be investigated. They don't want people inside their house for any reason, even for security reason. It could be, I don't know. So even if it was an accident, nobody's to blame. They left the guy outside because they want to refrain themselves from the situation.
Yeah, so like that's very cool that you just said that, because you are from Brazil, and it's, I guess the stereotype would be that they're not
dangerous. It's dangerous. Yeah, it's dangerous.
Yeah, it's a little more dangerous, and like the police are a little bit more corruptible. The police aren't paid as much. They're more susceptible to being bribed. They can be corrupt. Everybody knows, like in Mexico, if you get pulled over, you just bribe the cop. You're also, you know what I mean? So like, has this changed your view of policing in America? And did you think it was like this before the trial?
No, I didn't think before the trial. I didn't think could be so obvious, like a small town, maybe Boston police, like things that happen in Boston. It's a big city. You might find corruption here and there, but I didn't think like in a small town, suburbs, like kind of like rich middle class or high class people living. You don't expect to see crime or this type of issue in those neighborhoods. So I didn't think the police in these small towns, people are just living their life. That's what they sell us in movies, The police are nice. The guy buy a donut, sits behind the chair in a small town setting type of thing. But, I'm old enough to know that, of course, there is bad people everywhere. I know that already. But I was surprised to see that was happening so close to me. And then I saw there was another case going on too about the girl who was killed by a police from Stoughton.
Oh yes, Sandra Birchmore. I was in Canton, but
so I want to dig into that too. I heard her name before. I wanted to watch a podcast way before trial. I wanted to listen to something, but I didn't have a chance. And I'm definitely gonna look.
Yeah, it's very interesting, very sad too. What did you think? Have you seen this picture?
Yeah, I saw it, but I didn't read it. What does that mean?
I don't know. This is just a picture from the garage in July of 2023. I don't know what to make of it entirely. A lot of people are, I'm not going to sit here and be like, well, this is blood. I don't know what this is, but it is a picture from inside the garage, and it appears to be some maroon colored paint or something right here. And what a lot of people think is that this thing right here, that John could have hit his head on one of these things, and that could have caused the laceration in the back of the head. We will never know because they didn't go into the house. They didn't luminol this. They didn't DNA test or anything like that. But if you had seen something like this, because I believe the defense wanted to present this into evidence, and Beverly Canoni said, not my courtroom. Would that have affected your testimony, you think? I mean, your opinion.
Would be just one more question mark for us to raise the reasonable doubt and not guilty, Karen Reed.
Nice.
In the end of the day, our job was just that. If we have doubts, that's it. It's over. We don't have to find out what happened.
God, fucking beautiful. Music to my ears. The thing. This is the way it's supposed to be. This is the way that you are a Brazilian immigrant and you get our justice system better than a lot of Americans do. And I thank you for that. And I thank you for your service. You are a wonderful guest and a wonderful juror. And I'm just so happy that I cried being in that courtroom because you 12 strangers just delivered. You guys, when I was interviewed by Fox News, I said, the first people I want to thank are those 12 jurors, because without them seeing through this, we wouldn't be out here right now. There wouldn't be justice. So you guys are, whether or not you want to hear this, you're heroes for what you guys did.
Thank you. For me, honestly, it wasn't a burden. Like I said other times, I like being there. I enjoy the experience of leaving the house every morning, like if I was working again, especially in a courtroom. That was a place I was familiar with back in the day in Brazil. So it was a nice experience overall. And I'm glad that I got out of this feeling confident that I did the right thing. It was not like I'm walking out and think, oh my God, how about if she's guilty? I'm not wondering, none of those things. I'm just keep it going with my life, and I hope she goes with her life. And I really, really, really hope that, I don't know how the system works like properly. I don't know the details of everything, but can we reopen the case? Can we continue investigation? Can we go into these people who weren't investigated before? I don't know how.
What do you think, Mark? What do you think? Do you think that's going to happen?
The problem is the case was botched within the first 24 to 48 hours from not securing a crime scene, not securing evidence in the proper way, and not interviewing witnesses, not looking in certain locations. And so even to go back, it's so much harder. And the incredible irony is this: if somebody else were to be ultimately investigated and even charged, which I'm not suggesting would happen, their defense would be a third-party culprit defense. Karen Reed did.
That's so true. That's true.
That's no joke. That is 1,000% true. And it would almost certainly, barring a smoking gun of guilt against someone else, probably give a jury against person X reasonable doubt.
Do you think that's why? Do you think that's why no one was ever indicted? Is because the feds knew that they would use that defense?
Well, I mean, again, even if they find things, the feds don't always investigate in the way that the Norfolk DA does. They actually look to build the case, connect the dots, dot the I's, cross the T's, wrap it up in a gift box with a bow, and when they go to trial, assume we're probably going to win. Like there's no holes here, or very few.
Mary B, thank you.
This case was always, arrest Karen and what? They have no answers for these critical questions. And when you hear jurors tell you, I mean, it couldn't be any more obvious, right? They just can't account for so many problems with the case. And if the feds can't fix those holes, they're just not going to prosecute. It's a totally different animal altogether.
Awesome. So anyway, I've had you guys for a while. Any closing thoughts, Mark, or anything you want to say or ask?
No, I think it's nice to meet you. And what a refreshing take to hear from a juror who was completely responsible, cogent, rational, open-minded, fair.
Okay, guys.
It's everything you would want in a jury system, which has a lot of problems. So it's encouraging. You're indicating all the other jurors were in the same way. The only thing is, I think what's happening to you is disgraceful. And, the outside noise, you handle it well, obviously. But, these people are harassing you, but for the fact that you deliberated and reached a result that went one way. And if you had, for whatever reason, and the rest of the jury had found Karen guilty, there would be people certainly who would say, oh my God, the jury, I can't believe it. They got it wrong, whatever. But I don't think you'd be seeing what you're seeing and what you're experiencing. And
thank you so much for
just know that it's illegal what they're doing.
We're just finishing up Aiden's amazing interview of Paula, the juror, because we finished up trial 2 yesterday with closing statement and the verdict, the reading of the verdict. So we're just going over some post verdict good stuff that I really enjoyed watching after watching the second trial. Now, having seen them back to back, I'm actually seeing the first trial now myself. I thought we'd revisit some amazing interviews and things, especially this one. I did this one first because we went over Ronnie the juror after trial 1, and oh my god, I could not believe that interview. The stupidity of calling ARCA distractors and saying, oh, Karen was there and he was there, so, and she was drunk, so she must have did it. And then comparing that kind of interview to this one with Paula, who just seemed to get everything. And they, I just truly appreciate this interview and who the jurors were on trial 2. And like I said, now having seen trial 1, because I hadn't seen it when I watched trial 2 and watched this interview and stuff the first time, it's a completely kind of different perspective, so to speak. So, thanks you guys. Just hit the like button, please. Thank you. This is always gold. Yes, it is. Then I wanted to go over, if you guys are hanging around for a bit, I wasn't sure if I was going to stay on much longer because I didn't have a lot of viewers, and I wasn't sure if I wanted to stay on too late. But if I know that Squirrel School is tonight at 9:15, but if you guys want to hang out, and hi Nina Switzerland, welcome. Yes, the interview with Ronnie was really scary. The greatest attempted gaslighting job in history, that's for sure. But anyway, if you guys want to hang out for a bit, what would you guys rather watch? Alan Jackson interview with Aiden or Alessi and Yannetti with Runkle? Because I have those 2 interviews to watch too. Hippie chick. You guys are awesome. Shelly, where the heck you been, says Sarah. We're just glad to see you here, sweetie. Still here for an hour if you're streaming. Yep, I'm going to stay on for a little bit since I just got rated by the awesome other Mary B. Either one and both. Okay. Well, they're both amazing. I actually just rewatched the Alan Jackson interview the other night. So let's go over Runkle's, Alessi, and Yannetti, because that was the very first interview that was done post verdict, and it was an excellent interview. So this one is just about ended. This is where they just basically say goodbye. But let's go. Let's see. Runkle. Oops. Well, let's see. Yannetti. See. I thought I had it pulled up, but apparently I closed the window. There we go. This was an excellent interview. Runkle was an amazing interviewer. Runkle's an amazing streamer. I mean, I love Runkle. I mostly watch Runkle on replay because I don't get to catch his lives very often. But let's see. Let me get to the beginning. All right.
Chats while we're talking. So I will read super chats. It'll be afterwards, including if I have to do a second stream tomorrow.
Oops, trying to pause it. Okay. So I really want to go over this one because I haven't seen this one. You just watched the interview with AJ. He played it the other day. Oh, he did? That's funny because I didn't watch it with him. I just watched it on my own. I don't know why it popped up in my algorithm, having already seen it, but you know, the random ones that pop up from years or a year ago popped up, and I was like, oh, I want to watch this again. And I truly enjoyed it. But now, having seen that one myself already, and especially if Aiden already went over it, this interview with Runkle is amazing. I just have to say. We love you too, Shelly. I could listen to Yannetti and Alessi talk for the rest of my life, right? Runkle is the whole truth. Oh, Hippie, let me give you, you know what happened? All my wrenches disappeared thanks to YouTube doing something wonky yesterday. It was weird. It took Shelly's wrench in the middle of my stream 2 days ago. Then yesterday, I start streaming. I didn't even realize it. Everyone was commenting and was like, what happened? And then Cheryl comes in today. It's like, what did I do? I'm like, you didn't do anything. What are you talking about? She's like, I don't have my wrench. I was like, oh my God. I don't even pay attention to the colors. Like, I just read, it doesn't even faze me. Like, I didn't even realize all the wrenches were gone. My chat had to point it out to me. So now I've been slowly giving them back. It is not, nobody did anything. I didn't just yank wrenches. Just so you know. I love you all. It was all my fault. No, it wasn't. It did start with you, though. That was so weird, wasn't it? She literally made a comment and she had a wrench. And then the next comment, she didn't. And I have no clue. And then, like I said, the very next day, no one has wrenches. So whatever. So like I said, I'm giving them back. If you don't have a wrench and you want one, and you had one before, let me know. Because I'm not even paying attention to who I have before and who doesn't have one. Some people don't care that they don't have one. And I know that some people get intimidated by having a chat full of blue. So, and I'm not going to be like Grant and give everyone a wrench. I know it's a little weird to give everyone a wrench, but that's what he does. Not worried about a wrench. Okay, James, we love you all the same. I love all you guys. Yes, YouTube is being dumb once again. Exactly, Hippie. I don't know what the fuck YouTube's doing. YouTube and StreamYard both are just fucked up. But with that being said, and all you wonderful people either still here or just joining me from the other Mary B, I truly, truly appreciate you. Everyone is a towel in Grant's. Yes, they are. I've never commented in Grant's stream, so I don't have one. So, but from what I hear, the minute you comment, you get one. So, aw, thanks, James. Sarah's finishing work. Well, hurry up and finish work. We're going to get into Runkle's interview of Alessi and Yannetti. I swear, this is the best interview. I in my opinion. Don't get me wrong, I love Aiden. I think Aiden does wonderful interviews. I think his interview with Alan Jackson and Paula were amazing, but I don't know what it is. This interview with Alessi and Yannetti was just chef's kiss. So I have to start working on a project, but I love listening to you while I do stuff. Oh, thank you. Yes, so we're going to be listening to Alessi and Yannetti, and you just said you could listen to them all day. So here we go.
Tomorrow we'll get through everything, but if your reason for super chatting is that you have to see it pulled up while everyone's here, then
oh, Jordan, you never watched it on this channel? Oh, it's so good. Pretending to Miss Scarlett helps me be more productive. Oh, probably listen. Gotcha. Listening. Yeah. That's what I figured you meant. Listening to me helps you be more productive. Yay. Well, I'm glad I could help you with that. I was lurking. By the way, the other Mary B, I was lurking earlier, I was listening to Baker. When I actually had to postpone my stream because the stupid fucking lawnmowers were out in full force today. If you did not see my post, but I wasn't commenting, and I heard you talk about the dream cruise. Do I still have an invite to hang out with you this summer at the dream cruise? Because I so want to go and hang out with you guys. It'd be so much fun. This is your first time seeing this? Oh, so good. You're gonna truly enjoy this. Because she has the best lab. Oh, you guys are so sweet. The other Mary B and you guys all know that I hate my laugh, but you guys love it. So, hey, and I'm gonna laugh anyway. I don't care if I hate it or not. Everyone needs to laugh. So, I know that's what you said. Sarah, see, Sarah wants to join too. Yay. Sarah, let's do this. We're gonna have a day to hang out. She has other Mary B told me last time we talked about the dream cruise that she has a great spot, and I can't wait. Like, let's get all our Michigan peeps down there. What is the dream cruise? I have FOMO and I already want to go. It's a car show, basically. I mean, anyone can drive in it because it's down a main road. People drive on it during what's technically the dream cruise, the Woodward Dream Cruise, in their regular cars because they need to drive that road. But they reserve 2 of the 4 lanes specifically for, the show cars, the old cars, the newer cars that have individual or what's the word I'm looking for? Original work done on it. But anyway, it spans miles, like miles. It goes through several cities, down to Detroit, through Ferndale, Royal Oak, Michigan. I mean, it's a great experience. It's really fun. So the Dream Cruise is in Michigan. Like I said, it goes through several cities. There's several cities, but it's on Woodward Road. It's called Woodward Dream Cruise, and it's because Woodward is the street that it goes down. You set up at the top of the loop. Yes, that's perfect. I can't wait. Yeah, I know you need to. I know you don't like to drive long, but if you can get up here, the Woodward Dream Cruise is normally in August. Think about it, hippie chick. Dream Cruise is my favorite holiday. I normally go sit down in Royal Oak by the hospital only because, I'm smart and I go park in the hospital parking garage and it's easy to walk from there. Aw, Shelly says, I'll pick you up on my way. My son has a badass car. He needs to go. Oh, tell him to drive you up here. He would probably have a ball. Tell him to look up Woodward Dream Cruise. Classic cars and souped up cars. Exactly. Oh, Pittsburgh, Jordan, Pittsburgh is about, I would say, let's see, it takes, because I've been to all through Pennsylvania. I think Pittsburgh is about 4 or 5 hours from here, depending on where in Pittsburgh. It's not that far. I mean, you know what I mean? It's obviously a couple hours, but it's not like across the United States. Hotted up cars, old and new. Exactly. Did someone say wood? Someone made a recliner into a car. Yeah, there are some pretty original ones, I'll tell you. I never saw a recliner one though. He does the road courses in the county. Oh my God, that's cool. Tell him to bring you up here with his car. My aunt said she used to cruise Gratiot. Oh yeah, when she was younger, apparently was the thing to do back in the day. So for us Gen Xers, going down Main Street in Plymouth was the thing to do. Cruising Main Street was our thing to do back in the day. I want a mobile recliner. Me too. He would totally drive you. Okay, well, tell him to, I don't know the dates. Hold on. Let me look up the dates this year. Give me a second. I know it's in August. Woodward Dream Cruise 2026. Okay, so if you look up Woodward Dream Cruise 2026, the main date is Saturday, August 15th. So mark that date in your calendars, people. Someone turned a bed into a car. Okay, see, I want that one. I'll take the bed car. It's 2.5 hours from me. I looked it up. Wait, how can it only be 2.5 hours from you, hippie chick? Because it takes 3 hours to get to one side. Well, 2.5 to get from Detroit to the other side of the state, Grand Rapids. I've heard Pittsburgh's pretty cool. Oh, yeah. My favorite football team is Pittsburgh Steelers. That's nothing. I drive back and forth 9 hours to our beach house like I'm going to the dollar store. Well, Jordan, then you need to see I'm already planning our party the other Mary B. All right? We're gonna have some fun. Hey, Steven. Sitting at home finally today watching the pathetic Red Sox versus Tampa. Sorry about that. Gratiot's right. Gratiot is yeah, it's no longer the street to cruise down unless you want to like yeah, I'm not going to say that, but I think the other Mary B knows what I was going to say. It's not a good street to go cruising down now. No potholes back then. Yeah, exactly. I grew up judging people east of Woodward. No idea why. I know, right? Yay, you looked it up and saved it. Woohoo, we're going to have a party. You just have to make sure you plan around the cruise because if you need to travel anywhere, you don't want to have to go near Woodward. Exactly. Because it gets crazy. All the people, and then you got all the cars, and then you got the traffic that didn't think about the dream cruise and tried to travel Woodward anyways. Yeah, 15-minute ride takes you 2.5 hours during the cruise. That's for sure. You need a place to stay. Well, if you guys want to crash in my 1-bedroom apartment, you're more than welcome. If you want to throw down a blanket or a sleeping bag or a blow-up mattress or sleep on my couch, it's all yours. Thanks a lot, Shelly. Just rub it in that they swept Detroit. I can't with the people that complain about traffic during the cruise. I know, right? It's like you're the idiot who didn't realize that it was the Woodward Dream Cruise and use a different fucking street. You can travel down another mile or two and go down Southfield or what else? What's right next to what else is right? Or go the other way and go down to John R. I can't even think. Like, I'm trying to think what are the closest roads. I have no idea, but there are plenty of other roads to take besides Woodward. Well, crap. I looked up 3 Oaks and that 2.5 hours. The other is 4. So I was like, wait a minute. It's got to be more than 2.5 hours. I'm not picky. I can sleep on the floor. Well, then you're more than welcome to stay here, Jordan. Telegraph. Yeah. Well, that's why Southfield is closer to Woodward than Telegraph is. But M59 is another one. I was trying to think north and south. You've got Evergreen, Greenfield, Southfield Freeway. I mean, there are plenty other roads to take besides Woodward. And if you choose to take Woodward during the Dream Cruise, then you're the idiot. So quit your bitching, right? Anyways, you guys definitely, anyone who wants to come up to Michigan then and join us. I don't know how many people I can technically squeeze in my little 1-bedroom apartment, but you're more than welcome. Yeah, August 15th, you guys. Bingo. Yeah, quit your bitching. I'll talk to my son. He goes to Ohio for car stuff, so maybe he'll want to go. Let me know, hippie chick. Hi, Kristen. Hi, Riley, if you're there. We were going to say bye to you at the end of the stream. We're going to say bye to Riley at the end of the stream yesterday. You even wrote it down, and then I forgot, and I felt so bad. But Riley is Kristen's daughter, and she was so excited that we all said hi to her, and we're saying Kristen's name out loud. It was so fun. So tell her we're thinking of her and hope she had a great time at her play rehearsal. All right, you guys, we're going to get into this interview because it's about an hour and a half. It's a really good one. So if you haven't seen it, it's great. If you've already seen it, it's still great. So unfortunately, my house will be full. My family comes into town for the cruise too. That's okay. We can squeeze into my tiny little apartment. Trust me. As long as you guys don't mind sleeping on a couch or the floor, you're all good. Just grab a sleeping bag or a blow-up mattress. We're all good. Aw, she said thank you. Aw. You are welcome, Riley. All right, here we go. Let's get started.
Please don't. Also, don't super chat if you are financially strained.
Hello?
Don't think I'm going to spell them out, but if you got questions that you're worried or that you're upset that I'm not asking, that might be why. So, without any further ado, we've got David Unetti and Bob Alessi. Welcome.
Hello.
Thanks so much, Ian.
Oh, thank you. I am a huge fan. I think everybody here is.
Nefarious.
I think the chat will be very upset with me if I don't say thank you and congratulations, because what you guys, your team pulled off was frankly epic. I guess the first question I have is just how did it feel in the moment where you heard sort of, as Jackson put it, the not guilty, not guilty, not guilty rolling in? Like, what was the feeling in that moment?
David, you had the best reaction, so I'd love to hear from you.
So it didn't go smoothly, which I'm not used to. Typically, it's a clear, not guilty or guilty, whatever the verdict is. But sort of in keeping with that, kind of complicated verdict slip on count number 2, I was having trouble figuring out what is he saying. I mean, I heard the not guilty for count 2, but then I heard the court go, that's not really right, right? And thankfully, the clerk, I think, immediately skipped to count 5, which, obviously we were hoping for. That was the one count that was not going to have, likely serious consequences for Karen. once I heard that, I was pretty confident we were home free, but still there was count number 3 to come. And I mean, like any verdict, Bob's a little different here. I think that, we've had a lot of discussions, and when a jury's out, he's cool as a cucumber. I am not. I am stressed, and my stomach is doing knots. And when I'm waiting for that, verdict, I can't look at the jury. I'm just in a zone of pain until the final verdict came in, and whenever it came in, not guilty on the third. I mean, I just I couldn't control my emotions. I'm a little embarrassed that I sort of broke down in tears a little. Well, it's the first time in my career that my client has had to comfort her attorney as a result of the verdict. It's supposed to go in the other direction, but I can't describe how I was feeling at that point, other than, yay us, we did it.
And there's that moment where I saw you pick Mr. Alessi up, and you.
And by the way, we haven't talked about this, but when I think about it now, I'm thinking Bob probably didn't like that, because Bob's a boxer. Bob is a take charge guy. And, I just couldn't control myself. I love this man so much. It wasn't enough to hug him. I had to physically lift him up. And poor Bob, he's got a bad neck. He wanted to get me back, and he tried to pick me up. I don't know if the camera caught it, but I think the problem he's muscular and svelte, and I'm a little bit bigger, and I'm just glad he didn't get hurt.
Yeah, so my reaction, just to go from my angle, was I was steely focused on making sure everything went right and legal, and we didn't end up with issues that David and the team had the first trial. So as people probably saw, my eyes were darting. I'm looking at the foreman. I'm looking at the jurors. I'm trying to see if the jurors are saying, something like, oh my, no, that's not right. I was looking at every procedure in case we needed to speak up, because we couldn't have, just as a baseline, we couldn't have the problems we had in the first trial. And so that was my focus. I wasn't really focused on, okay, what's it going to be? I just wanted to focus on, at the moment, is what the jury wants. Is it going to be delivered, and is it going to be recorded properly? So that was my focus. Once I saw that happening, I was certainly happy. David can get into it at the appropriate time, and Ian, when you want us to, about what my predictions were for the day.
Oh, yeah.
For the time.
Yeah.
I was more focused at the moment on make sure got it right. And then I was focused on the clock, because I made a prediction for the verdict. And so I was looking at the clock. But once it all came down, I was...
Sorry to pause Mr. Alessi in the middle of him talking, but Jordan talking about the Wilbur, and if anyone wants to swing by Southeast Michigan and pick me up, I want to go.
Very, very happy. And as you saw, I went over and hugged Karen, but my second was a run over to David, gave him a hug. I think it was a combination of me hugging and jumping, and then David lifting. But whatever it was, all I can tell you was I don't remember much. At that point, it was just emotion. I was just happy for everybody, most of all for justice, most of all for truth. But close seconds was just the interpersonal aspect of this. We worked so hard. We worked so long. We worked so well together. And when you do all of that, the outcome is not certain. And when we got the outcome, it was absolutely joyous. And whatever happened after that was just exuding joy.
Was the prediction 227?
I'll let Dave.
Well, no, that would have been a little trite. On Friday, the jury went out, and of course, we didn't expect a quick turnaround verdict on Friday. A couple of my buddies who are lawyers said, this jury's coming right back. It's as if they walked out of the courtroom backwards, right? But after we went, through what we went through last time, I wasn't expecting a quick verdict. Looking at the jury during this trial, they all paid such close attention, and they were so conscientious. There are hundreds of exhibits. I knew they were going to go through everything, and they weren't just going to rush this. So we didn't expect anything on Friday, but I was thinking Monday. Bob told the whole team, he said, no, we're going to get a verdict on Wednesday. And he said, I'm not going to be concerned unless they don't come back by the end of the day on Wednesday. And so, we go through Monday, and on Monday, Bob modified that prediction and said, you know what? They're coming back at 3 p.m. on Wednesday. All right.
That's
we go through the rest of we go through the rest of Monday. We're hoping for Tuesday, but boy, they didn't want to come back at the end of the day. And then we had that kind of head fake with, we've got a verdict. Oh no, we don't. And now we're like, all right, we're getting a verdict today, right? And Bob and I looked at each other when the jury was in the room and the verdict was about to be read, and there's a digital clock right in front of us. And I swear to God, it said 3-0-0. It was unbelievable.
So I predicted 3 o'clock, the modification. On Monday, I predicted not only Wednesday, but I predicted it would be 3 o'clock. And I elbowed David when the clock showed 3 and 3-0-0, and they started reading the verdict.
That is amazing. And how the false verdict, like the weird false start. Have you ever seen anything like that? And what was going through your heads when that came in?
Well, I'll tell you what the answer is. I've never seen anything like that. But I will tell you, and I said this to the team, I said, I believe, listen, I'm not a soothsayer. I don't read people's minds. I just say, this is what I believe is happening. And I said, I believe they really want to get this right. They don't want to be like the jurors in the first case. So I believe what happened was they came to their resolution. Somebody had a second thought about how they filled out the form and said, whoa, wait a minute. I've looked at it again. I'm concerned. Let's call it back and let's make sure we got it right. And I believe that's what happened. They were, as David said, this was as attentive, conscientious, poker-playing jury I've ever seen. And that was the basis for me informed speculating that they just wanted to make sure they got it right. I had zero concern about them not agreeing. I just thought they just wanted to make sure they got it right. And all of this, in my judgment, was engendered by an unnecessarily confusing verdict slip.
Yeah, that ridiculous.
I mean, were you surprised that we actually have seen jurors since then say, we had trouble figuring out this verdict slip?
David is a master at Massachusetts verdict slip. There's only one person in the world, I believe, that should answer that question. He's the handsome guy in the green shirt.
There's no handsome guy in the green. Well, there is a handsome guy in the green shirt because my shirt is blue. But with the verdict slip, we had the same issue last time, and it was too confusing, and I think the problem was that there were two theories of potential guilt for, I think, 3 of the 5 charges, maybe 4 of the 5 charges. But in any case, you not only had to check guilty if you were going to convict her of something, but then you had to check either 1 or 2 boxes underneath that. And there was no option if you went past the charged conduct and you got into lesser included, the only not guilty verdict option was up the top. And it did say not guilty of the offense as charged and all lesser included charges, but none of us were comfortable with that. And, sure enough, the jury comes back with a question that is focused on the confusing verdict slip. And, we had I went to my alma mater, Boston College Law School. And I went to my evidence professor, who I believe is the best evidence professor in the country after Bob Alessi retired as an evidence professor. And I said, it was Mark Broden, a man I greatly admire. He taught me evidence, and he's made a lot of good lawyers over the years. And I said, Professor Broden, do you have anybody, any students that you'd recommend, who might want to be interns? And he put the call out, and my goodness, we were overrun with students that wanted to be a part of it, and we were fortunate enough to get really top-notch students, not just from BC but from Harvard Law School as well. We love them all, but I'll single out one, which is the valedictorian at BC Law, which means he's a heck of a lot smarter than I ever was. Lee Moore, and Lee came up with the verdict slip that ultimately we suggested to the court. And it was much like a civil verdict slip, right? Where a special verdict slip where the jury is asked certain questions. And if you say yes, go here. If you say no, go there. And it laid out all the charges in order, and it walked them through all the way down from charge 1 to 5. And it was beautiful. And he was the one to come up with it, not the lawyers. But it was like a light went off. We're like, eureka. So, we suggested it. It was rejected. Maybe in part because it's not common in a criminal case to do that, right? But ultimately, when they came back with the question, they got a verdict slip that was pretty similar to what Lee had suggested. Thank goodness, and it all worked out.
I actually wanted to ask about the interns, because there's a bunch of interns sort of helping behind the scenes. I hope they're getting sort of proper recognition, and I hope they've all updated their resumes to put this down, and maybe a firm graduation date as opposed to a Burgess date. But can you talk sort of about the interns and sort of what they were doing? Like what was going on there? Because they're kind of the unsung people on this.
Yeah, first of all, these interns all have secured legal positions. They are wildly successful, and no surprise. And they had secured those positions before they started with us. Secondly, just to show the depth of their commitment and the character of them, they all asked their summer employers and other employers if they could just continue on with the case and stay heavily involved. And while some, didn't really have immediate employment, all of the third years that are graduated have a bar exam coming up. So they're supposed to be studying for one of the most important exams they're ever going to take. And they are almost 24/7 working with us on this case. That's first point about it. Second point is the 1 second year who did have a summer position, and a good one, basically asked them if she could stay on, and they were great. So first I want to say about them is just the extraordinary commitment that they had. The second thing is they were extraordinarily skilled, some stunningly so, with regard to their savvy, etc. So how were they utilized? It started out sort of legal research, cases, and as people know, I read every case, I read every line, and I was very much impressed with the research. They would give us great material from which we could draft. Some of them drafted some things that we would revise, but they were essentially, Ian, they were essentially functioning at the end as associates in a law firm. That's the level of skill they had, and we were treating them and relying upon them as associates in law firm, despite the fact that I am a partner in a very, very large firm. I brought with me no one. And I had my paralegal, Carol Clark, who's the greatest paralegal who's ever walked the planet. And she and I have worked together for 34 years. I had her. But these interns were absolutely phenomenal. And they were in our hotel toward the end and almost literally working around the clock as we worked almost around the clock. Cannot say enough about them, can't say enough about their character and their commitment. And what a tremendous resource.
And the other, you mentioned it earlier. I just wanted to sort of talk about how you guys worked as a team, because I've been like, two lawyers representing somebody, and I can't say that when I did that, it ever looked like the way you guys did. Because I could see, when one person's up, arguing, there's somebody else possibly passing a note or giving like a little, sort of nudge. I could see there's various places where clearly, somebody's up there, doing a cross, and I can sort of feel that they're borrowing elements from that might have been helped from someone else. So how does that all come together, and sort of how does that teamwork sort of happen here?
You got the best person to answer that, because David Yannetti put the team together.
100%.
Well, so I think at the outset, Ian, I think what you're getting at is you have type A personalities, attorneys who are used to controlling their own fate. And typically, there's no room for 4 cooks in the kitchen. Somebody has to be making the call as to how things are going. And other people have to fall in line and be subordinate, usually, for things to work right. And, there have probably been other cases where people have joined forces and, maybe there's some, it's not outward, but maybe there's some infighting behind the scenes, or jockeying for credit, or, fighting over who's going to do what. We had very little of that. And, I've never been a second chair on a case in my career. Bob Alessi, I would venture to guess, has never been a second chair, or if he was 17 years old. And certainly Alan Jackson is always a first chair himself. So, we had, 3 attorneys who are used to being number one. And that can't happen in a case like this. There was plenty of work to go around. The preparation behind the scenes in terms of what would otherwise be sort of, I don't want to say rudimentary direct examinations, but direct examinations in other cases where you really wouldn't be stressing about it. But my goodness, the time that we spent on every single examination, every oral argument, openings, closings, we all worked together. And, I have to give a lot of credit for the way the team functioned to Karen Reed. Karen, Karen put this team together as well. And she was not the type of person, I'm not going to reveal anything that she said to us, nor can I, and I know you understand that. But just in general, I don't think she'd have an objection if I flatter her. So just in general, I mean, she rolled up her sleeves and, she got really up to speed on, trial strategy, and she knew the police reports and the discovery material better than the lawyers on the team. And nobody wanted to disappoint her. And I can speak for myself. I know Alan and Liza and Bob, I think, felt the same way. We all wanted the result. We wanted to be on those courthouse steps elated. And we knew what we were up against. and how difficult a job that was. And I think all of us knew that whosever idea it is, if it's the best idea, it's got to carry the day. And there was nobody on this team who was not open to constructive criticism, to input. I'm proud to have, worked with these attorneys and with Karen and all the interns and everybody we had going on with us. It was a unique experience. I don't think I'll experience it again.
I don't know that we'll ever see it again. I had a question that was actually brought to me by one of the aunties, one of the trolls on Twitter, and they don't actually realize how clever their question is, because their question was, how do you sleep at night? And the reason why I say it's clever is because I always have trouble, not with the clients you think are guilty. It's the clients that you are certain are innocent. Those are the ones that keep you up at night. So how do you deal with sort of the stress and I guess the burden and the responsibility in a trial like this? How do you just stay sane and keep functional when you're carrying that weight?
Why don't you take that, Bob?
Well, I'm going to let David speak about who sleeps and how they sleep. And
that's true. I can. Let me just jump in. I can preface it. Nobody knows this, but Bob Alessi does not sleep. I've never met anyone in my life who maybe gets 2 or 3 hours of sleep a night, and that is not an exaggeration. He is up, and he loves the law so much. He's working, and he has a full life where he accomplishes so much. He's got a beautiful family. He works out like a madman, and he is the amount of work that he gets done is incredible. He makes everybody else feel like a wimp, and so I don't know how well he sleeps. But it's not because he's troubled by anything that we've done. I think we're very proud of what we've done.
Yeah, with regard to, I sleep like a baby when I sleep. And as David says, I love practicing law. I said to my family years ago, because they asked me why I did what I did. And I said, I've got unbridled enthusiasm for life. I live on the cusp. And I said specifically, the cusp is unbridled enthusiasm for life and psychosis. And my lovely wife, Ellen, says there's no cusp. It's all psychosis. I enjoy practicing law, and I don't know what it is. I can honestly say I never feel stress. Nothing is it. I'm kind of a mission-focused human being, and I probably have a whole bunch of subconscious stress, but when I'm doing what I love to do with people like David Yannetti, who I love working with, I'm just focused on the mission. So to me, those other emotions, etc., for better, for worse, don't enter for me.
The other sort of emotional thing I got to ask about is just, what was it like working across from Hank Brennan? I mean, he's a very different style from Lally, but there was a lot of things that just kind of lead me to think he might have been difficult to work with. The jabs. I don't know if it felt like it to you, but it felt like it to me and to many of the people in the chat that he was particularly getting Mr. Alessi, your name wrong on purpose. What was it like working sort of, because even though you're opposed, you're still sort of working with somebody to an extent. So what was that like?
David, you want me to take a go at that, or would you like to do it?
No, I'd rather you handle that.
So, what I try to stay away from too much is sort of the personalization of my opponents. This is a wonderful profession, the profession of law. You can do so many good things for clients, for society. And I sometimes look at questions like that, like the office of the president. You may not like who's the president at the current time, but the office is due dignity. And so I sort of look at lawyers that way, and I go in with that presumption. You know, I will say that for my own experience with Attorney Brennan, that for the vast majority of the trial was very good. We got along very well professionally. There were a lot of things behind the scenes that we agreed upon with regard to certain evidence just to make it more efficient. We didn't generally argue over trite things. And that's what I think skilled lawyers have an obligation to the system to do. Toward the end, it got more challenging for a variety of reasons, I think some of which are just obvious. That hoodie sweatshirt incident changed my perspective with regard to a number of matters. But you know, Attorney Brennan was an opponent, and you know, you can code it whatever way you want, but he was the opponent. He's prosecuting our client and asking for her liberty, her freedom to be taken away forever. And in the end, that's the lens through which I need to view any prosecutor, and especially Attorney Brennan. These charges were unjust. They were unwarranted. In my judgment, at the start of the retrial, once people were able to assimilate the evidence and understand it, my hope, even my expectation, was the top line charge should have been withdrawn, the murder too. It wasn't. There were a lot of dynamics probably extant in the background. But I will conclude with regard to Attorney Brennan that he was and is a skilled attorney. That some of the judgments and the decisions, albeit he's from a different perspective, I just wish they wouldn't have been made, and I wish some different directions would have been taken. But my job and all of our job is to take what is there. You can hope for something different, but I focused more on this is what's there. That's what's being prosecuted. This is our job. This is our mission. And no matter what came at us, it was our responsibility to find a way to make it work and to make it work for our client.
Well, that is, A, it's heartening, and B, a very classy answer. I did want to ask you about the hoodie moment, because that was a major moment in the trial. And for the people in the chat who don't know, Mr. Brennan presented a hoodie and suggested to the witness that the holes in the back of it could have been caused by road rash consistent with a collision. And that was not possible because the origin of the holes was known. It was known to be, you know, from the crime lab. They cut those holes. So what was your reactions in that moment? And, you know, do you believe he got up and said, this is an innocent mistake? Do you believe that, or is that, you know, what's your sort of take on that?
Well, I gave the argument for a mistrial with prejudice on that. I will not repeat. I think probably most of your audience saw it. I will tell you that I was stunned that it occurred. I was disappointed that it occurred. My heart broke for justice at that moment, but it was a millisecond, and then I went into overdrive with regard to combating it. It should never have happened. It wasn't just one attorney. There were 3 attorneys for the prosecution there.
Shelly.
And they all sat quietly.
You know I love you.
You know, once we realized what happened, and it wasn't just what happened, it was how it happened, where that piece of evidence was at the start of the examination. It wasn't shown to us, as has been the custom, you know, brought over to us. We had a very, very key witness on the stand, Dr. Wolf, on the key issue of whether there was a collision or not. And spoiler alert, there never was a collision. And, you know, it was a key moment. It was toward the end of the trial. I was very, very disappointed, to say the least, in what happened. And the fact that after
yesterday we watched,
I made the motion for the mistrial with prejudice,
sanctioned.
The response was, I think I may have made an inadvertent mistake. That was the second disappointment that I had in that circumstance. And then we argued for a curative instruction to have the jury understand, because, Ian, this is a twofer what happened. Not only the incorrect representation, but it was attacking the credibility of our expert. One of our key experts, Dr. Wolf, is like, why didn't you talk about the holes in the back of the sweatshirt? Why, didn't you do a good job, in your analysis? So it wasn't just the fact that it was an evidence issue. It was attacking the credibility and competence of our expert. And my third disappointment was the curative instruction, notwithstanding of all of our efforts. So that was just another example of the many challenges that we had in this trial, many of which the public never saw because they were addressed at sidebar. But again, my focus and the team's focus was, okay, that has occurred. We did what we needed to do to protect our client, but now we've got to get from where we are, point A, and we got to go to point B to achieve our goal. So let's keep focused on that and not lament unduly, not whine too much. It's like, okay, back on the horse. Let's get back to what we need to do.
And I saw from one of the juror interviews that apparently the jury did pick up on it, especially probably after the closing. They were like, if they're playing fast and loose on this one, how can we trust any of the rest of sort of what they do? I guess that leads into a question I had, which was Brennan's case. Towards the end of his case, it seemed like it started to fall apart. There were several moments when he scored fantastic goals on his own net. Like Dr. Russell, he goes and asks her, and elicits the answer you guys could never have gotten out about the grief response. You guys would never have been able to get that out on direct. He gets out of Dr. La Posada. He gets, there was no collision. What's your sort of thoughts on, like, his performance actually seemed to decline substantially towards the end? Do you have any thoughts on that, or do you agree with that?
Well, all right. I won't let or make Bob do all the heavy lifting here. Ian, as a trial lawyer, I know you.
Sorry, Mr. Yannetti, for pausing you, but yeah, KDDI started late today. I postponed it twice. Didn't start till 4:30. So yeah. Shelly made me do it. I love you guys.
Understand this. My view is that a trial is a credibility battle, and at a very simple level, it's a credibility battle of the witnesses for each side. Or if the defense doesn't call a witness, it's focused on witness credibility of the prosecution. Here, we did present alternative theories, so the jury has to resolve those and decide who they believe and how much weight to give their testimony. But my view has always been it's a credibility battle between the lawyers as well. And the one thing you don't want to do as a trial lawyer is to promise something and then not deliver. But even more importantly, say something's true and it turns out it wasn't. And so, Bob, who is, one of the most ethical and moral people I've ever met. I hear when he says, he mourned for the lack of justice. That's coming from inside him. That's completely sincere. For me, when that happened, my immediate thought was, I think he just lost the case. My immediate thought was that was the biggest gift we could have been handed in this trial. I wasn't concerned about, was it intentional? Was it an accident? Who knew about it, etc. The optics were terrible. It allowed Alan in closing argument to, sort of rattle off a litany of stuff that was suspect. The fact that the video at the Sallyport at the Canton police station was inverted and they tried to pass it off as not being inverted. The fact that Dr. Welcher said there were no x-rays when lo and behold, there were x-rays. And I think that's why he wasn't recalled as a witness later on. But over and above those, that moment with the sweatshirt, to me stood out more than anything. And I thought Alan effectively in the closing argument isolated it and pointed it out to the jury to get to the conclusion that you just said, which is if they're not telling the truth about this, then what else are they not telling the truth about? And by the way, doesn't that play into our whole theory of the case? So those are my thoughts.
Is somebody sending me an annual chat? Because I could really use the $499. Oh, should I take this time to grift? If anyone has an annual kind of money, I do a PayPal and buy me a coffee and the Gibson Go link. Thanks, guys.
Ian, you're a very experienced and skilled trial lawyer, and you astutely point out the loss of momentum in the own goals at the end. And you probably noticed a difference from trial one. We focused a lot in this trial on experts and the battle of the experts, and less of he said, she said, who's telling the truth among the fact witnesses, and more the science. And that is my area. And I believe two things to your astute point. The first is I believe, had the better grasp of the science, the data, the physics, the medicine. I think secondly, we had the better experts. We had the more knowledgeable people, the people who looked at this using the scientific method. People probably heard enough from me about confirmation bias and scientific method, but those are important precepts when you come to experts. I thought our experts discharged themselves fantastically in in honoring the scientific method and being objective. And I think the jury picked up on that. And to your point of the own goal, I'm not sure how much experience the prosecution had with regard to truly cross-examining experts. I cross-examined every one of the Commonwealth's experts. It's a different world cross-examining experts, as you know from your vast experience. It's a different world. It's a different skill set. It's a different approach. And if you don't do it the way that is merited by the situation, you can end up with double-digit owned goals. And I think that happened.
I thought it was actually quite striking to see some of the differences, both in the quality of experts, because watching the trial, like really the prosecution expert who I might want to call was Dr. Wolf. If I was sitting here making a list of like who out of this list would I bring on a trial of mine, Dr. Wolf I'd have no problem with, but he was also a big problem because he straight up said, we see this all the time. Somebody falls and this injury and they die. And I went, oh, wow, Brennan, did you not even have a conversation with this guy? But
you're just picking piggybacking on your comment, Ian, the brilliance of Bob Alessi in terms of his cross-examination of Dr. Wolf, it was one of the most unorthodox starts to a cross-examination that you will see, but it was ingenious and it was done for a reason. It was very clear that their Dr. Wolf was a brilliant man, a very experienced witness and very confident, and he was going to be a big challenge to cross-examine. But if you'll remember, Bob started his cross-examination by introducing himself, saying it's a pleasure to meet you, and tell me about your normal day. And Dr. Wolf was an experienced witness, and he was happy to talk about what he does during the day, including, getting up early and making his wife coffee. And these seem to be the softball questions. And, Bob extended that day into a week, I think. And it was only at that point that, having completely set him up, invited him for dinner and put the plate in front of him, that Dr. Wolf realized the food was actually poison. Because that's when Bob struck, if you recall, and said, geez, that your day is fascinating and you're doing important work, but I didn't hear anything about forensic pathology, which is the topic that he was called on to testify to, And I think at that point, Dr. Wolf realized he had been had, and he got a little angry on the stand and said, well, you could have just asked me if I'm a forensic pathologist. I'm not. But in facing such, he was probably the most difficult witness, or the most formidable witness for us to cross-examine in the whole trial. And I thought it was just brilliant the way he handled that.
Yep.
Yeah, a good expert witness is very difficult to cross. And one of the questions I have for you, Bob, is just, if you don't mind me calling you Bob, is how do you manage to learn? Because you were coming in and
I can't see half these emojis either. Seriously, I have no idea what this one is. I have no idea what that is. I have no clue. So KDD isn't the only one that needs a magnifying glass.
points correcting the experts and going, didn't you just use the wrong term? And they'd be like, oh, sorry. Yes, I did. You had to cover like 6, 7, 8 different fields
Jack, it was
in order to be good enough that you can, that the experts sort of also recognize you as an expert, which we didn't see with Brennan. Brennan's trying and they're like, no, you're like a kid in the sandbox. How do you possibly do that?
Well, the first part of the answer is I just love learning. I always have. I went to pharmacy school before law school, so I had every chemistry, physics, calculus known to man. And I enjoyed all of it except for calculus. I never enjoyed it. But I just enjoy learning. I enjoy technical STEM type issues. And I'll stay up all night to read about them and to learn them. And it's a joy for me to do. I have in my career, like the best experts, I feel like I get mini master's degrees just by working with brilliant people. And the fact that I don't sleep much allows me to have about 1.7 times a life than others. So I get more time to prepare. It's like the person who takes the exam gets extra time. That's me. And I'm
envious.
I just enjoy it. When you enjoy what you're doing, you're gonna learn. And God gave me a little bit of facile with some technical issues and great experts to work with, and also a great team. It's when you've got a team like the team we had, that I don't know if it will ever be repeated. What happens is I'm doing that. I'm in a corner nerding out with stuff I love because David Yannetti has got some very heavy witnesses. And let me make a point clear. some of the very heavy witnesses that just didn't end up testifying, David Yannetti had, right? And so I can be confident that when I'm diverted all my time and in my, technical bubble with all these experts, that I've got Boston's best criminal defense attorney on the other things. So in sum, it's me doing what I like to do, and my background allows me maybe to do it slightly better than other attorneys, but also knowing all the time I'm myopically focusing in on that. I've got other team members like David Yannetti who are at the top of their game on the other matters. So it's just good team construction and team dynamics that really synergizes into many other salutary aspects of practicing law.
Yeah, and of course, I would add that Bob mentions the team, and I'm here, and I certainly appreciate the kind words, but Alan Jackson and Liza Little were, I think, about as tireless as Bob was. And before I get to Alan, if you don't mind me just saying a few words about the other members of the team.
Oh, I was actually going to get to that, so I'm glad you.
Good. Yeah, I mean, Liza was really the unsung hero of the team to me, and I know Alan would say the same thing. He always does. In the last trial, we only had 3 attorneys, and my goodness, we had so many more witnesses. We were drinking from a fire hose for 4 months, and it was horrific. And bringing on Bob took such a load off us, and then having 8 interns that we didn't have last time took such a load off us, so that we could really try this case the right way. It was really a luxury. But Liza was in on every witness. She is a brilliant attorney, and tireless. Her writing is, some of the best legal writing you'll get in the country. She was all in, and everybody knows about Alan. I mean, a phenomenal trial lawyer. Strengths that very few lawyers have, in my estimation. I think just a wonderful cross-examiner. Has a facility for it. I feel as though I learned something very valuable from every member of this team. And I've even learned from the interns in terms of the one that, they crafted the verdict slip, and they really had a great perspective, and including the Evan Wolk, who manned the video machine for us. He's also a BC law student, and he was just phenomenal.
I was actually quite impressed, because there was a substantial difference in that, because you'd be able to, I watched, your side, and you'd just be like, Mr. Wolk, and he'd have it up, right? And it would just be seamless. And Mr. Brennan didn't have that. He would often have to have he'd break his cross-examination to have a little conversation with his staff. And I actually kind of felt bad that Brennan didn't have the team in the same way. But I guess, what do you think of Lally's role in this? Because Lally was the guy in trial 1, and in trial 2 you barely see him, and it's sort of only on very inconsequential matters.
Lally was like a pouty little 5-year-old sitting at that desk that got punished and had to sit in the corner. That's what he looked like to me.
Is there sort of a feeling there as to sort of how that was working, or can you comment on that?
100%.
So I'm willing to say this, which is, I've done criminal law my whole career. I was an assistant DA for 10 years handling these cases, and then I've been a defense attorney for 25. I've had a lot of experience dealing with opposing criminal counsel, and almost without exception, I developed some type of relationship with opposing counsel. I fight really hard within the courtroom, but outside of the courtroom, I don't take any of it. And, I'd be just as, quick to go out to dinner with somebody than to, shun them after a trial. I didn't. I've now known Adam Lally for 3.5 years, but I put known in quotes. I never really got a feel for him. He wasn't really interested in small talk or getting to know me in any way, and it could be because we took such an aggressive approach with his office, and I don't know that he took it personally. I didn't really see any evidence of that. I think he was just there doing his job, but to me, he didn't seem interested in more than doing his job. So to answer your question, I don't know what he was thinking, because I really don't know the man. I think he was put in a very difficult position, right? I mean, he was the guy in trial number 1, and he basically did. I think he did every witness. I don't think Laura McLaughlin took one witness last time. And you're right. This time he was not the guy. I think from all appearances, I thought that he behaved professionally. He didn't seem like he was whining or sulking or anything like that. But I can't really speak beyond that.
I one of the big decisions and one of the huge sort of moments was you guys decided not to call Trooper Proctor. I know there was a fight over getting and you guys did great work on getting Proctor's texts in and so forth, but there was the decision not to call, and this was probably the most contested decision among sort of the law tube community. And so can you talk about sort of that decision and like why that was made? What was the thinking there?
You go, Bob.
Yeah, we can't speak much about that issue, as I'm sure you can imagine. It is one of the questions, so you asking it is perfectly understandable. There was, as you can imagine, considerable discussion about that topic, but not unfortunately able to go into the strategy behind it. But I will say something. There were significant evidentiary battles as a result of our decision not to call Proctor. And there were several attempts by the prosecution to try to force us to call former Trooper Proctor. And that was a fight that went on pretty much through the whole trial. And credit David Yannetti, because it was two parts, not calling him, but then how do we get the texts into evidence as to what he said? That was an epic battle, evidentiary-wise. David Yannetti ultimately won that battle for the defense. We got those texts in, and those texts were used at closing. Now, some people in social media and other areas may not believe that the impact from merely reading them as opposed to seeing former Trooper Proctor on the stand was what they had perhaps hoped for. I have a completely different review, respectfully, than those folks. I believe and am very, very comfortable with the decision we made. I was comfortable at the time with what we made. I was very comfortable with the effectuation, but the effectuation happened because of David's mastery of the evidence to get those to be read. So in conclusion, understand the interest in it. It was a big part of trial one, but that was part of, Ian, a larger universe of us coming at trial two differently. And that was really just part of the difference, and albeit to some a large part of it. But thanks to David, we got the evidence in.
The one thing I would add to that, not talking about our specific case, I think I can generalize it more. And I think this is a very interesting issue, which is I've tried other third-party culprit cases where the defense has been that somebody else did it. I can think of two off the top of my hand that top of my head, I should say, that I've tried as a defense attorney and several as a prosecutor earlier in my career. But based on my experience, and perhaps it's anecdotal, but I feel very strongly about this. Based on my experience, when the prosecution is able to present to the jury the third-party culprit, they increase their chances of winning the case. That's how I feel. And if they fail to present the third-party culprit to the jury, they tend to lose the case. And my thinking on that is that when there's an allegation against a third-party culprit,
oh my God, Sarah, you only saw last Friday. You got to go back and watch 2 Fridays ago. It was hysterical. And be here tomorrow, 10 o'clock, for our Friday night laugh riot.
even if it's in the context of a Bowden issue, Bowden being the Massachusetts case that talks about the failure of the police to properly investigate, it's all the same. If you're pointing the finger at someone else and the jury never sees them or hears from them, never hears their tone of voice, sees their facial expression, never gets to size them up in the way that they size up every other witness, it's much easier to make that person the boogeyman to the jury. And in this case, I felt like we had really 3 boogeymen. We had, Trooper Proctor with those text messages. We had Brian Albert, who didn't come out of his house. And we had Brian Higgins, who really looked nefarious in this trial in a way that he did not in the last trial. And, the boogeymen were humanized to a degree in trial 1. Adam Lally put everybody on. Boy, it was tedious, but there is an argument to be made that perhaps that was the better strategy if you were prosecuting the case.
He got to a hung jury.
Well, yeah, true. I mean, I suppose the proof's in the pudding there. I mean, of course, our defense was different too this time, but we did feel like that. We were in better shape going into the closing arguments in this trial than the last one.
I actually, that's an issue that I came around on, because my initial thought on it was actually, I was like, you've got to get Proctor. What are they doing? And then it was partially just the text and the moment where like Proctor's good friend was unwilling to read them. I actually thought that should have made it. That was one of my minor criticisms of Jackson's close, is I would have put in a line along the lines of, and his good friend won't even repeat these messages. They're so foul that but the other thing that sort of brought me around on that was watching him cross-examine Deaver.
James is a true.
Don't call her Deaver.
Don't call her Deaver. Never, don't call her Deaver.
She might appear as a 4th cube if you do that, Ian.
Exactly.
But just watching her and watching Brennan like feed her excuses under the guise of cross-examination, it's like, here's an excuse. Isn't that true? Yes. I really came around on that one, and I went, it's a much better decision, I thought, to not have him up, to let Brennan try to rehabilitate him. And I mean, if Brennan's trying that hard to make you call him, why doesn't he just call him himself? Because he can't, if you call it, or if he calls him himself, he can't do that strategy. It's
well, I called him out on that when we were arguing about whether we had to call Proctor or not. I finally just revealed it in open court during argument. I was like, we should not have to call Trooper Proctor so that Mr. Brennan can make his closing argument during cross-examination in our case, right? I mean, I didn't think it was a close call.
Did you think?
We'll play it. We'll play the clip of Maylin. I'll play it tomorrow. I have a couple clips set up for tomorrow night, but it's hysterical. You don't really see her hair go up in flames or anything, but you can tell by her face. You can see it on her face what's going on, and her constantly running her fingers through her hair.
Never was going to be as much of a tire fire as she was.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, I'm going to take this opportunity because sometimes lawyers give too long answers on these types of programs. I'm just going to agree with David on that one.
I was stunned at just how bad of a witness she was, and I mean, if I'm a defense lawyer in that town, I'm taking notes just for every other trial she gets up to. It's like, oh, so you're prone to false memories, are you?
Mm-hmm.
Couldn't this allegation be a false memory?
Mm-hmm.
To your point that I think pervades a lot of things, I hope the jury concluded, and I hope your viewers and other people watching concluded, that the defense genuinely tried to put on witnesses that were honest, were they're experts, they followed science and the scientific method, and that we just presented the jury with as sort of, yes, we have a job to do and we're biased for our client, but try to be honest brokers of the truth. Try to be the ones that facilitate the truth to the jurors so they can make the best decision possible. And I'm very, very proud of our team and the witnesses we put on. And although I was very close, obviously, to the matter being in the courtroom, I really saw a big contrast with the witnesses we put on and the witnesses for the prosecution. And I think she was just one of the paradigmatic examples of that contrast.
Yeah, that and Burgess. How did you find Burgess's resume fudging? Like, what was the research process for that?
Yeah, we had internal and external help on that, is the most I will say. And I will tell you that for purposes of my cross-examination of Mr. Burgess, I had maybe 4 questions in my thought process for him, and it just blossomed into almost a full half to 3/4 of a day based upon his answers and based upon some other factors. But it was an internal and external diligence process. And just the more that you kept peeling back that onion, the more jaw-dropping it became. And I also thought just how the cross-examination developed was almost equally jaw-dropping.
I actually compare and contrast that with Brennan taking his run at Dr. La Posada, because there was the big argument about can we get in the the fire and those things, and then when he takes his big run, like the judge allows all that in against objections and so forth.
It definitely earned
and he
it.
takes his big run, and she just answers honestly and shuts him down. Versus Burgess, who drags it out into a full-on thing. And I mean, that says that, tremendous credit, because you guys you guys found experts. And I mean, Aperture is supposed to be a company that delivers like reliable experts, and they did not come out looking good here. I guess, how do you feel about, well, I guess I'll ask, Welcher had a number of points that weren't addressed on cross, but were addressed with follow-up witnesses, like the x-rays and the lean in and so forth. Was there a plan for like how to deal with, I'm just wondering, like, how much of that was waiting for rebuttal on that?
Great question. The short answer is 3 parts to the answer. First is, I determined what I wanted to go after him on cross. I had no idea that he was going to be the type
No,
of
I
witness
didn't
that he
see
turned
that,
out to be. I'm
Troy.
always prepared
I
for
didn't buy
everything, but I
anything
had
big
no
political,
idea
sorry.
he would do things to the extent that he did. So when you see somebody doing that,
It's
you've
a
got to
wrap.
adjust. You know, you just can't say, I'm going to just keep following my plan, especially with experts, you know, or really any witness, but particularly experts. You
Oh my
got
God, I
to
didn't even notice
palpitate the
that, Sarah.
situation and pivot as needed. And so
Oh my God. It does. But I have a tiny computer screen. Can anybody tell what that really is? Sarah, in case you didn't read the comment, it says, does anyone else think the portrait right of Yannetti looks like Hannibal with his mask on? Content creators honestly bought them and they seriously did not have a wick. That's insane. She's a mess. Yes, says Shelly. Scary face. At least that's what it looks like to me. Always wondered what that picture is. It does look like Jigsaw without the swirled cheeks. Yeah, I need one of those too, Sarah. You're gonna have to get me one too. I want to play a game. I can't see shit per usual, says KDD. I can't either. Uh-oh, going to the corner store. Need sugar for my coffee. Be careful, James. How has that not been staring at anyone else the whole time? Because I was looking at Alessi. I honestly, even when Yannetti's talking, I'm kind of looking at Alessi. Yeah. And when Yannetti, I do look at Yannetti, I noticed the one on the left. I couldn't figure out what it was because my eyesight's so bad. So I didn't even pay attention. It's a scary picture for sure. Oh, James Keaty says, get me a candy bar. I'll take a Reese's peanut butter cup. Don't get abducted by aliens. Yeah, please don't. I see something on the cheek. It looks like a swirl. Oh, okay. I literally can't even tell what it is. Snickers, please, says Shelly. Maylan says, I didn't notice till you pointed out that he had pictures. I was drooling over Bob Alessi. See? That's what I was looking at Alessi too. Want a Snickers? I'll take a Snickers. Anthony Hopkins as Hannibal is what? No. Okay. Katie does. Katie says milk duds, please. James is gonna have to come back with like 10 bags of candy. Hell to the no.
I saw what Welcher was doing. I put my crumbs in on my physics with force equals mass times acceleration. The fact he did it with the head but not the arm, which is a cardinal sin for a biomechanist if you're not going to use Newton's second law and you're going to try to do a kindergarten pain experiment. Well, we knew the kindergarten pain experiment was what he was relying upon. But after seeing what he was doing, you saw me come back differently on day 2 with him. So part 1 was just get what you can out of him. Then day 2 was to let the jury know day 1 isn't going to happen again. We're not going to torture you through that. Let him do what he did the first day. So now it's a different approach. It's more efficient. It's more pointed. And knowing how he's going to try to obscure the truth. And then the part 3, as you again astutely identify, was given how part one and part two went.
Yeah.
Don't try to force out of him things that he's just going to either be mendacious about, be obstructive, and just get it from other witnesses. And that's just, what trial lawyers do that do it the right way, is just realize what's in front of you. And there was an extraordinarily conscious effort to come back through our witnesses. As you saw, we went through the physics with ARCA, much clearer. And then also lastly, with regard to, I give you one example. I don't know if you remember the slide in Dr. Welcher's report at the end, where it was this person who didn't apparently have a broken arm from the accident, him trying to show, oh, hey, here's an example where somebody went 24 miles an hour and got hit by a motor vehicle and didn't have a broken arm. Well, lo and behold, we had and I knew that, and I initially intended to cross him on that, but I knew the bizarre things he would say. So I just decided I'm going to go with Dr. Russell on that and have her explain it. And I think your viewers know the rest, that we just went through and said how that's nothing like our situation. So in sum, Ian, that's an example of palpitating the situation, pivoting, and yes, it was completely conscious, all of it in a plan to bring it up when we wouldn't have the clunkiness that exuded from him, because he just wouldn't be a scientist and a truth teller on the stand.
Oh my God.
And is that what
You don't know what he looks. Okay, tell me you're not about to Google Tim Curry in the Rocky Horror Picture Show. You don't know what that looks like? Yes, Tara, you're making me nervous now. See? Maybe said, don't Google that. Please don't Google that. Oh my God. Okay, you guys, hold on. We'll take a quick break. I'll Google it for you, okay? So we can look at this together. I know what it looks like, but for all of you who don't, hold on. Hold each other's hands, please. Tell me. No clue. Okay, that's Tim Curry. Get the kids out of the room right now. Yes, please. Oh my Oh my God, I don't have. I get finger red number one. Nice legs. Apparently, Sarah likes the pelvic thrust. Oh my God. What in the? Go take a cold shower. Someone say thrust. Sorry, I can't. Iconic, yeah. But not what I would call good looking. Oh my God, my stomach hurts. Oh Oh my God. Sarah needs a shower right now. A cold one. Sarah, Sarah, you're cracking me up. Sarah, I want a divorce. Ow, my stomach. Wow, chicken, wow. Especially when he struts down the steps. Whoop, whoop. But how is he still fine? This is where our confusion started. Oh my God. Zach, go put that outfit on. Oh no. While we're taking our break, Zach, did you put up your video of Schnort? Let's take a break from this craziness and see if Schnork is up. What's this? More? Is this your garden? This is Zach's garden, I think.
What do you think, Puppy? What do you think about the tomatoes? You excited about vegetables? Or are you a predator? Let's see. I don't know much about squash. There's some squash starting right there. And I put cocaine on it to make it grow faster. And then on that one, there's tomatoes right there.
Oh, I want some fresh tomatoes off the vine. So bad.
Nice, nice. There's some started right there. There's a bunch popping up on this plant. Hooray, hooray. Already picked peppers off that one. Jalapenos are popping. They're starting. They're starting.
Ah, so jealous. I want some fresh tomatoes. Oh, shit. I lost my volume again. Damn it. Hold on. There we go. I would recommend don't take Sarah fishing. You might be the bait. Sarah is a master baiter. You're not supposed to talk about that. Is Zach looks like that behind closed doors? Sarah picks or it didn't happen. Secrets are coming out. I'm here for it. Oh my God, Sarah says, Anthony Hopkins, listening to music, eating lamb in the cage. Woo, God. Yep, I showed her cocaine garden. We love Schnork. He's such a cutie. Yeah. Such a cutie. Tomatoes. I do. I really, 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 really just want some fresh off the vine tomatoes. No tomatoes taste the same like real tomatoes anymore. It's disgusting. Fixing to go sniff those tomatoes. Ooh, Snickers, Milky Ways, and Reese's Cup. James, it's stock in the chat fridge. Woohoo! Yep, James, MVP of the chat. We're gonna have to put James in charge of the chat fridge from now on. He's got the goods. Maylin can stock it with the lime punch. James can stock it with the candy bars. Uh-oh. I see this, Shelly. Where? Oh, I see it. I missed it. Ooh, a Milky Way. Yummy. I like Milky Ways. Maylin wants a Reese's. I said Reese's too, but I'll take a Milky Way too. Those are both really good. Reese's just been my favorite. I used to steal all the Reese's out of my brother's Halloween bag. Sarah is naughty, isn't she? All right, guys, I'm going to get going with the rest of this interview only because Squirrel School starts in 20 minutes. So here we go.
What happened to like Brennan throughout the trial was promising.
I just have to say, as always, I love you guys. Thank you for the laughs. You guys are awesome.
I'm going to have this person on rebuttal. I'm going to have that person on rebuttal. Sometimes to actually get things out of the court. Like I can ask about the DNA because I'm bringing the DNA back. And then his rebuttal was, I have no rebuttal. Like, which is a weird ending. So do you have any thoughts on the like complete lack of rebuttal?
I do. I mean, I was the one that was going to handle everyone, cross-examine every one of his rebuttal witnesses. Just as a selfish personal matter, I was extraordinarily disappointed he didn't call them. I was very much looking forward to it. But for our client, it was a good thing. I could give you many reasons, some of which unfortunately would be self-laudatory as to why he didn't call them, and I won't do that. I will just say that we were very, very much ready for every one of his rebuttal witnesses. And I believe the lopsidedness would have been pronounced. I believe Attorney Brennan recognized that almost as much as we did. He kept the specter, though, of those rebuttal witnesses almost as sort of a faux sort of Damocles he thought was over our head. And I don't know if he knew, but we were thirsting to have that occur. Only he knows best why he didn't call them, but I can tell you we were very confident as to what was going to happen. And as insubstantial as the ending of his case was, I believe it would have been much more insubstantial had he called even one, let alone all of those rebuttal witnesses.
I was actually somewhat disappointed when he didn't call a rebuttal witness because I was chomping at the bit for Welcher to come back and have to explain all of the things that had been set up. You know, okay, now you're back. Why don't you have the x-rays? Which is brilliant because either Brennan didn't give him the x-rays or he lied to the court about having the x-rays. Either answer is awful. He'd have to explain like the lean in. I was waiting for all of that. And then Brennan is like, we better not do that. I think my suspicion is that Brennan realized he'd been so efficiently boxed out of being able to come back with that there's no way you can make Welcher come back and look good. There's just so
he was not going to get the bang for his buck. Whatever interest he had in eliciting further information, the cross-examination was going to overwhelm it.
Oh
and I said I wouldn't bring up super chats, but I might occasionally, if Bob Leslie won't be self-laudatory, I'll laud him. I also regret the lost rebuttal cross. Ref might have had to stop it. Yep.
That's very true.
Andrea is also a boxer, so she knows everything about the ref having to stop it. So can
I just say something about Andrea? Like you, Ian, she is an incredibly talented and astute lawyer.
100%.
you two just have extraordinary skills and natural instincts with regard to the law. And I will just say that Andrea Burkhart and Ian Runkle, when they say something, it's very much worth listening to.
Oh, thank you. I'm blushing, and I'm sure Andrea is as well. I had a question. Was there a particular piece of evidence that, because there was a whole lot you guys had, and there's places where, like, I was watching the arguments and I'm just like, I want this in. But for you guys, was there a particular sort of, if you had to pick sort of one thing you really wanted to get into or to address that you couldn't? Is there sort of something that comes to mind? Or
Number one for me, ARCO was hired by the Department of Justice. That was number one for me. That was the third rail. I don't know. Does that term make sense to somebody from Canada? Do you know what the third rail is?
We've got subways.
I didn't know if it was just a Boston term, but anyway, that was off limits. That was off limits from the moment it was mentioned to the judge that the federal investigation existed, and we received the information that we did. Right up until the end of the trial. I think we got the sense, no matter what happened, that we would argue open the door for that discussion. She was not going to let us go there, and she didn't. So, in light of the verdicts that we got, all's well, and I don't lose any sleep over that at all. But boy, it would have been sweet for the jury to have heard that. And I thought, maybe I'm wrong. I'm not a judge, and maybe there's a reason for that. But I thought that was very relevant information. The jury should have known the genesis of how they came into the case.
I mean,
and
you guys make my stream perfect. I love you guys. You know this, man.
We had to do it, this trial, by process of elimination. That's how we got that in. In the last trial, we had feedback from jurors. I'm sure you saw this, that some of them thought that ARCO was hired by Karen's insurance company, which, that impacts their credibility in a real negative way, right?
It's not just me that saw it. Brennan saw it too. And the way I know that is because he directly asked, so you get hired by insurance companies, right? And then followed that up with, is there a reason why you didn't want to tell the jury that you get hired by, what's the jury going to think? And then we don't get to know what's in sidebars, but tell me if I'm wrong here. The sidebar immediately following that, I'm sure, was, isn't this door open?
So that's something that we can't speak to. The sidebars have all been sealed. So
fair enough.
But judges instruct juries all the time that they can use deductive reasoning and draw inferences. So I will allow the fact finders here to draw their own inferences.
I thought that was blowing the door open. I was sitting there going, they have to let the FBI in at this point, because the jury, it's been directly suggested. And the other thing is that just sort of strikes me about this one is that if it's relevant, if they were hired by an insurance company, it's also got to be relevant whoever else hired them, if it bears on their credibility in any way. But I mean, I'm not.
You've persuaded me.
We've got a good verdict on it.
Yeah, the prosecution got to use that as a sword and a shield, and unfairly so, which I think, Ian, is one of your points. I'll tell you quickly my piece of evidence that's on the top of my list is the alternative theory as to what happened, namely that Mr. O'Keefe was not injured and was not killed at where he was located. That was someplace else, and we had solid medical and other evidence and we were not allowed to proffer even the evidence, let alone push the theory. And, you know, isn't that a fundamental Sixth Amendment right, your constitutional right to a defense? Inherent in your constitutional right to a defense is the ability to put forth an alternative theory to that of the prosecution. And we had tremendous evidence backed by facts, backed by experts, and we were not allowed to go there. I wasn't even allowed to go there in my cross-examination of Dr. Scordy Bello, the medical examiner, who couldn't determine the manner of death. So why then wasn't it a minimum that I could pursue those questions, and I was not allowed to do so? That, I think, was an unfortunate situation, but that stuck out for me.
One of the moments that stuck out for me in hindsight, I guess, is that, and the chat will not forgive me if I don't ask this, the photos that Turtle Boy has tweeted out of the garage. And I sort of can rewind directly to where that would have been. The question of, so, you know, I want to ask, you know, is this going, you know, is this consistent with the, you know, the mark on the head? Was that sort of part of where you wanted to go with that, with, you know, the photos there?
Unfortunately, that's another area that Ian Runkle ends up asking a tremendously good question, but we can only compliment the question and not begin an answer.
And for the people in the chat, lawyers are stuck with rules, and sometimes we end up with all sorts of, you know, things. So please do not hold anything against them. It's just the nature of the profession. And I entirely encouraged them before we got on, like, if there's a question and you can't answer it, don't. So please do not. This is a sign of ethical lawyers. So I know it's frustrating sometimes with chats, but it is what it is. What did you guys think about the moment where they tried to get Karen Reed's communications in through Turtle Boy, or tried to get a hold of them through Turtle Boy? And there's that whole, like, movie badass moment as suddenly, like, the doors open and lawyers file in at the 11th hour to go, we object. Like, what were your thoughts when that was going down and when you're having to respond to that?
I will tell you that we were downstairs in a big jury room in the courthouse, and we had a bunch of folks in there, and we were live streaming what was going on in that courtroom. And then we started.
Bob, let me interrupt you. Explain why we were in that room.
David, please.
Well, we walked into the courthouse and we wanted to go up to the courtroom, and we were diverted by a court officer to say, there's a hearing going on upstairs. You guys wait in this, you know, conference room. So I'm sorry I interrupted, but I think that's an important piece to this.
Oh, they were pissed.
This is just another example of my stellar co-counsel being an excellent important point to make sure we start with. So with that, we are then in this diverted room, and I can't remember who was on the.
Oh my God, the Janet saga. If you guys don't know the Janet saga, oh my God, you got to watch Runkle. Seriously, like, Janet's a nutso. And yeah, they were crazy mad when Brennan tried to pull that stunt without them in the courtroom.
The team just decided to start live streaming, and we watched, and then we were like, did they really ask that question? That involves and it implicates our client. Then the next one. And then all of a sudden someone said, we got to get up there. And so.
Well, and Bob, but you're also, you left out, we learned that the case upstairs, the name of that case was Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. And I mean, our hair just spontaneously combusted and lit on fire. And Bob led the charge upstairs. You could see how fast he entered that courtroom.
Yeah, I was basically like, we're going up. And I don't know if my feet ever touched the ground from that room. And then, of course, there's court officers outside the door, right? You just can't walk in an ongoing court proceeding. So I kind of like flew up the stairs, and the team was right with me. And then I see the court officers, and it's like, okay, Bob, you got to bring it down a notch. You got to walk professionally. You can't like run at them. And so I slowed the pace down. I went and I somewhat calmly said to the court officer outside the door, I said, "Excuse me, Officer X." And I know the name. I'm just trying to protect them because they did us a tremendous favor.
They're doing their job. They're not, yeah.
And so I said, there's a proceeding going on in there that we've learned is about our client, and there are statements made about our client. I said, we need to be in that room now. And to that officer's credit, he goes, okay, Mr. Lessie, I understand. Let me just check. So I believe, I don't know.
I have to address this, Sarah, because I have my own opinions about Sparkly. Yes, she switched sides. She's pro whatever. I don't really know. I don't watch her. I don't follow her. I really have no desire to. But I'm not going to sit here and talk crap about her either. So I'm not jumping on the Sparkly train, but nothing against those who do. I'm just not. That's all I'm going to say about that.
Probably went and checked with whomever was the court officer in charge. Next thing you know, he opens up the door and you saw the rest.
I was just watching it and yeah.
I just want to add, my comment about the court officers telling us to remain downstairs. I am not alleging that they did anything that they shouldn't have done. I think it was just a directive trying to control traffic or whatever. I think it was an innocent explanation, and the court officers treated us great during this trial. So I'm just thinking to myself, is somebody going to take that the wrong way? And I just want to go on record with that.
I actually thought the court officers did a tremendous job, just watching this, because
they did.
I mean, that's a tiny courthouse or courtroom. It's a difficult scenario. There's a lot of without casting aspersions at anybody, there's a lot of tension among people who want to be present, and there was very little. Like, I didn't hear really. Aside from like one instance, that's sort of a minor thing, I didn't hear of any conflict between like the families. It just was very, very smooth and orderly. So I was quite impressed.
They did a great job keeping control of that courtroom and really keeping control of the whole trial. They really did a commendable job, in my view.
Yeah, those court officers were absolutely stellar. I could probably list them all by first name. They would greet you professionally. Every once in a while, we just have an interpersonal conversation. Your daughter plays softball. You watch Curb Your Enthusiasm. Oh, I just started watching it. These are human beings with a very, very difficult job and a very important job. And they were just stellar in every regard. And it started when you entered the courtroom and went through the machine. Melissa, Abby, they were all fantastic. And, entering a courtroom for something of these stakes, to have a humane and professional environment sets the tone for everything else that's going to happen in that courtroom.
I wish they allowed music
total
too,
tip of the hat to the court officers.
And how do you feel that social media and sort of, I guess, new media, which I guess includes me,
if you want,
but Turtle Boy and just
like is
Twitter
none of my business.
in general,
You're allowed to
affected this trial?
Whoever you want.
Two answers to that. Number one, I don't have any evidence that jurors were paying attention to social media, and they answered those same three questions the same way every day. So I think we have to take them at their word. I will say that, we paid general attention to social media. And if we didn't, it was pointed out to us. And there were, I won't say advice, but there was information on social media that we wound up using to our advantage during this trial. There are a lot of smart people out there watching this case, and we have, I think, 3 smart lawyers and Dave in a conference room, working through it as well. But the addition of these people who were so invested in our defense and trying to help out and sort of seeing things from a different perspective, it benefited us.
Yeah, I want to build on what David said quickly and just say, in the type of cases I try, and I'm fortunate to try some heavy high-stake cases, I call them sort of like COVID cases. Remember COVID, there were the big basketball games or football games, big games on, and you look in the audience and there's nobody there. So, when I'm trying, like, whatever, a trademark case or patent, whatever it is, you don't have this much attention for these cases. So social media's impact on a case, this was a little bit new for me. And so I have a large firm and we've got a social media team, and they were monitoring what was going on. And in some ways, it's just writ large of the jury. It could be representative. So 2 functions to me were, as David said, the information we were getting. There was just some great ideas and some great thoughts, but also sort of a barometer. Are we landing what we're trying to do? And I haven't had that benefit from many trials. Is not that it's statistically significant all the time, but I will also say, lastly, that I didn't have much time to do it, but I will tell you, I would tune in to Ian Runkle and see what he had to say and see what his thoughts were. I would tune into Andrea Burkhart, Peter Tragos, the defense diaries, these 2 detectives, forensic detectives, Ron and Paul, whoever they are. I would tune into them. Ted Daniel, what's he hearing out on the street? And I could go on and on and on. The brother counsel, there are just so many. And to me, it was just like a big library. I didn't have time to read all the books, but sometimes I would pick up some. And so I think, I'll speak for myself. Social media gave me more tools and more information, and I'm very grateful. And I am completely impressed with the level of astuteness and intelligence out there.
Did you notice a difference in sort of, vibe between like the commentary online versus the commentary from like mainstream media and some of the more institutional, media?
Oh, completely. And I'm going to give an excuse for mainstream traditional media that they may not deserve, but they are soundbite news people, right? They have 30 seconds, a minute. And the more modern, if you will, podcasters, YouTubers, lawtubers, you just get more extended conversations, right? So the vibe to me is there's a greater depth with regard to what I call the more modern media. And I will say, unfortunately, and I hope I don't have an undue bias, I just thought the mainstream media wasn't accurately reporting what really the facts were, where the case was going. I just didn't get the sense, with one exception, or maybe 2 exceptions, that, it was more than just a vibe. It was, they were maybe trying to manufacture a vibe that just really wasn't represented by the facts. So my perspective was, I really think that because of the beauty of Ian, what you and your colleagues in your industry do, you're not able to do that. You're going to have somebody with a super chat or some other they're going to come right at you. So I just like the whole vibe of the check and balance that exists in the more modern atmosphere. And, you know, you got to go on and face everybody on your shows, whereas some executive producer at pick your major network, they're not accountable, right? And they can push a narrative, or they can maybe keep soundbitey. And so for all those reasons, I think there's a different vibe. And one of the reasons why, and David, of course, will speak for himself, is we're on your show and will probably be on other shows, is because I just think the vibe you give people is pretty simple. Accuracy. It's more accurate.
And the other thing I'll just say, I've been a criminal defense lawyer for ages, and, you know, you go to a party and you always get what I call the party question. You know, it's somebody who's up in your face about how can you possibly do that? And one of the things I've seen change, a number of people in my chat have said, hey, I never thought that I'd have heroes who were criminal defense lawyers. Like, that to me is such a huge change. And that's you guys. Like, that is, you know, and I know you're saying I'm not going to, you know, toot my own horn, but you guys really are like legitimate heroes in a way that, you know, I guess it's hard to sort of explain to the average person the sense of, like, you guys actually were in a situation where you saw somebody in trouble and stepped in, many of you with, like, not just no financial interest, but like at a loss, and were able to, like, I have some skills, I have some, you know, and I'm gonna, you know, step up. I guess, you know, you guys, how does it feel sort of to be that, you know, that sort of hero to many, many people nowadays?
So can I take the first crack at that, Bob? Yeah, I mean, I would give some pushback that where anything you know, special in terms of being heroes, or you know, that there's something unique about us. I don't think that's the case. I think that this team is talented and dedicated and generally smart, despite my inclusion on the team. But I think that there are a lot of other attorneys who could do what we do. If you came down, Ian, and you were hired for this case, you would have stepped in seamlessly. And there are a lot of other attorneys who would do the same thing. So I look at it more as we were doing our job, and we were incredibly fortunate to have a case that galvanized the public because everyone recognized the injustice. So, you know, it wasn't, I mean, it certainly makes me feel so good that I was representing someone in whom I saw her innocence, and I saw the injustice, and maybe I was able to help out in some small way in terms of trying to correct that. But you know, I don't buy into this. You know, all of a sudden I'm something special. I don't feel that way. I feel like I did my job. And the second aspect of this is that you know, putting that aside, it's surreal to be in this situation. Surreal. I don't know if you probably never got down to the courthouse. You just saw the you know, the videos outside because you're so far away.
We could hear the roar from inside the courtroom camera.
My goodness. I mean, to have you know, the adoring public clamoring for your attention or some type of connection. I mean, I'm not used to that. I'm you know, I'm not somebody that seeks out that limelight. I'm you know, if I'm at a party, I'm generally in a corner having a private conversation as opposed to working the crowd. I think the other members of my team may have a little different perspective, but I so appreciated being in this position. I had such love for everybody that showed up. I mean, I was blown away by the people that would take time out of their day and wait for us to come out of the courthouse. And, the crowds kept getting bigger and bigger. And I will never in my life forget the feeling walking out of that courthouse after we won and seeing the throngs of people lining the streets with signs and giving us the I love you sign in sign language. And I had such love in my heart for everybody, and I was drinking it in. I was trying to make eye contact with everybody in that crowd. I just wanted to make a connect. I would have kissed everybody in that crowd if I could, and I'll never forget it. It was such a special experience.
My perspective is similar, but a little different in some ways than David's. Similar in that the real heroes in my mind are those people who put on the uniform for their country, don't make a lot of money,
Exactly.
sacrifice their lives, be it a first responder, a military person. They literally put their lives on the line, and they may not see their family when they come home. And so to me, I have a special and limited definition of a hero. However, I do view ourselves as a step down below heroes, but somewhat of an elevated status. And I view that as being a vessel, being privileged to take on the desires, the wants, and the cries for justice of the millions of people who have watched this trial and watched what happened. So in that regard, I almost feel somewhat like an avatar for everybody. And so with that comes a responsibility to work hard, do good, because we're the only thing between those folks and just disappointment. And so I consider it a stepping up. There are significant financial sacrifices. Everybody on this team made personal financial sacrifices. I'm not going to go into the details, but they're real. And however, and David has heard me say this before, there are different kinds of income in my mind. There's monetary income that everybody knows about. There's psychic income, which gives you a feeling of joy in what you're doing. And then there's spiritual income. And whether it's religious or just whatever spiritual, that's income. And I will tell you for myself, the spiritual income from being able to work on this case, to be a vessel.
Sarah, I read your comment, and I haven't heard. I've only heard a little bit, kind of. Like, I know that there was kind of a rift from what I heard between Alan Jackson and the other two, and Alessi and Yannetti, which is why all three of them aren't doing their interviews together. And I heard that it was because they wanted to go on these interviews and Karen did not want them to. This is just a rumor. I don't know if that's true, obviously. So I don't really know besides what I've heard as it's a rumor. That's all I can say, because I am not seeing any sort of proof whatsoever to anything. You're distracted by the Pistons game? You're good. I don't watch basketball, so hockey, Red Wings got screwed it up. They didn't make the playoffs, so I'm done with sports for until October. Well, until football starts really in August, but
through which millions of people could
Yeah, that's what I
exist
heard too, Shelley.
and see that we're every one of them. We have some skill sets that we can do maybe a little bit more, but many people, as David said, did so many things and sacrificed. Also, I felt that there's a limited number of attorneys in my mind who would actually end up doing this. And so I want to credit my team members. And I never heard anybody once in the many months. And
You're about to get to where I was about to, I think.
Yeah, I just came on the second trial. David Yannetti, Alan Jackson, Liza Little. This was their second. And no one ever mentioned one peep about how this is affecting me in whatever way. So I want to give credit particularly to my co-counsel for the sacrifices they made, and a step down below hero, but maybe a little bit more than your average person.
I think you guys might be being too humble, because if anybody ever comes at you, you can say, we saved a life. You know, and when I think of the files that I have, you know, that I like feel good about, I don't think about the file where I made a pile of money. I think about the file that I did for basically nothing. I can't remember if it was 4 or 5, 6, somewhere around that files, like separate sets of charges. I got $50 out of it, but I saved a guy's leg. And that's what I think about. And the thing is that guy had gone from courtroom to courtroom. You know, when you say anybody would do it, it's not the case. It's that the people who step up will do it.
See you later, James.
I mean, I'm sure you could have found any number of lawyers who would have said, I'll do this if the money's there. But you guys stepped up and kept at it. And, you know, that to me is, you know, I put tremendous value in that myself. And I am, you know, in awe and grateful for the example. So, you know, don't sell yourselves too short, I guess, is the, you know, and what about, you know, sort of did you guys have other sacrifices? Because we heard, you know, some witnesses talking about, you know, harassment and so forth. Has that affected you? Has that been sort of something that's been in your life and a concern?
Yep. Yes, Cheryl. We're getting ready to go. As soon as it's over, I'm gonna send everyone off to Squirrel School.
Not really. You know, social media is a very powerful tool, and we've had so much positive feedback that you know, it's been so gratifying to read that. And then, you know, on the other side, we've made enemies, and there are people watching right now who hate my guts. I'm so lovable. How can you hate me? But you know, no. I mean, you know, there are people that you know, disagree with our stance in this case, are very angry at how hard we have pushed our defense, and I understand that. But I don't internalize it. You know, that they say whatever they want about me, and I'm sorry, but it just rolls off my back. It doesn't bother me.
Yeah, and me neither. I mean, I'm a boxer. I go in and get hit for fun, involuntarily. None of that daunts me, and it doesn't affect me whatsoever. But I also think of our client, Karen Reed. If you just begin to even imagine what she's gone through, what she's taken, and what she's taken every day with her entire liberty at stake, to me, you know, Bob Alessi taking an adverse comment, being threatened, whatever it is, it's just like it just pales in comparison. But more importantly than all of that is, I would like to believe that what this defense team has done deters what has happened to Miss Reed, that the next whomever it is, law enforcement, whatever, they think about doing what happened here, where they miscalculated the strength of the response of Karen Reed. I would like to hope that serves as a deterrent, in that whatever little effect of us, a threat or whatever, that we see that it's worth it, because if there's one less Karen Reed victim in the world, then it's all worth it. But I'm hopeful that whatever we've incurred has avoided many injustices that otherwise might have incurred, because people say, wow, we better be careful, because if we misstep, maybe we see a team like the Karen Reed team again, and maybe we just do the right thing.
This time they really tangled with a porcupine. Karen Reed was tougher than they gave her credit for, and it didn't work out for them at all.
No, they had no idea what they were up against. I mean, you hit on a good point. I mean, this defense team was very tough. We did our jobs, but it was Karen Reed that would not be bent.
Do you think there'll be sort of corollary consequences for, like, we've seen Proctor is no longer Trooper Proctor. I don't know what he's going to be doing with his life at this point, but I wish him a long career that has no authority over people. Do you think there's going to be, sort of follow-up consequences, that there's going to be more people who maybe see sanctions or some other punishment for their involvement in this whole thing?
I think there's two broad categories to the answer to that. In 30 seconds, I think there's the legal, new or continued legal matters to address these matters. And I'm saying it purposefully obtusely. But I think there's also a democratic approach and democracy. We have an absolutely wonderful country in the United States. I know Canada has a great system as well. I know the United States, I don't know Canada as well. But we have a system where we've got a great democracy, and I am hopeful that the great people of this country that I love will take action, exercise the right to vote, stand up, be heard, and cause reform to be made. And do it in a constructive way, a peaceful way, but an aggressive way. And so I'm hopeful that even more than the legal avenues, that people who have engaged so wonderfully and smartly stay engaged and cause change to be made, because change needs to be made in matters that we've experienced. So that's my hope, is that the democracy and the groundswell continues. And I think that's the best way to effectuate, and most enduring way to effectuate change.
What do you think? Have you guys seen the sort of Proctor, McCabe, Albert sort of reputation rehabilitation tour that they seem to be on? Do you have any thoughts on any of their interviews or any of those sort of things they've been up to?
Have you seen it, Bob?
I've seen only very quick summaries on social media. I have not watched one video on it, so I have not.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't really seen the interview start to finish. I've just seen some snippets. I mean, they seem like they're upset, and they.
You think Lawyer is going to have TBDS now? Wait, what happened? Lawyer is normally very on the fence. He likes to just do the law part of it and not express an opinion. But even him, in the end, said, they didn't prove their case and had a lot to say about this case. Oh, I didn't get to watch Bus Stop Live this morning yet. Damn it. I got to watch it. He won't even see it. Oh, it must have been something that Aiden said this morning, huh? Damn, I didn't see it. Sarah's the one causing trouble, not me. You guys caused just the right amount of trouble.
They have every right to be heard. I'm really not focusing on that. I think that's for others to comment on, I think.
In some ways, I think that might be the best if nobody watches them, but
yeah, I believe our legal system is constructed and is the best vehicle to get the truth out. And I really wish that those folks would have been under oath to tell their story under oath, because that is the way our system is constructed to get the truth out the best. That didn't happen in this second trial, but in our system, that's the way for the truth to come out the best. Other vehicles for doing that, I leave it to others to do what they do in those fora.
You've had 2 cocktails. I don't have to forgive you for that. Please forgive me tomorrow. You are total. You can have as many cocktails as you want, as long as you're over the age of what? And well, I think it's 21 everywhere in Michigan or in the United States. But if you're not in the United States, because I can't remember, Leslie, if you are. And I'm trying not to just automatically assume. Shelly says I've had more than 2, so and Zach, I'm totally innocent. Actually, tonight you pretty much are. Oh, my son drove down to Florida from Massachusetts to help me clean out house. Oh, our prayers are with you. We love you. So it's definitely okay to have a few cocktails after something like that. Okay.
But I think time and time again, it's proven that you raise your hand and you go under oath. That's the way the truth comes out the best.
I will say that one thing that has been very disappointing to me in the aftermath of this verdict is the number of legal commentators, some of whom are licensed attorneys, some of whom are former FBI or law enforcement, who have come out and criticized the jury in this case.
Yes.
I think that is pornographic. I think it's outrageous, and nobody who operates within this system should be criticizing a jury that spent even an hour evaluating evidence and a 2-minute verdict, never mind taking 3 months out of their lives and several days to hash out the evidence and decide whether the state has proven a case beyond a reasonable doubt. I think, ironically, District Attorney Morrissey had it right when he came out with a statement that was just 4 words, which is "the jury has spoken." That's all we should be hearing now from the other side. We shouldn't be hearing any attacks on the jury or what they did or didn't do, particularly from lawyers. How can you do that as a lawyer? And how can you ask for anyone to respect you if you are criticizing what a jury has done in the great system that we have? So that made me feel better to get that off my chest. Thank you.
Oh, I was going to get there and ask if you've seen, some of that criticism, because I share your feelings on it. But B, if you've seen the juror interview, like some of the juror interviews that have been released.
Yeah, I haven't seen the juror interviews. I've seen, again, social media snippets about what they may say, which I just can't wait. I need to see and hear the whole thing. But I want to say this, and this is the first thing of substance that I said immediately after we left the courthouse. I looked over at the courthouse and said, God bless those 12 men and women on the jury. God bless them. They performed so ably, not because of the result we got. They paid such close attention. David and I have been in front of a lot of juries. They were so attentive. They took notes. They were poker players. You seldom would see, with a few exceptions, any reaction. They did their job. They had the front row seat. This is our system. This is a great system. And I couldn't agree with David more. I'm outraged, particularly at attorneys. Some people in lay media, maybe because maybe they don't know the sacrosanct nature of the jury and the jury system. But I am equally outraged of any legal professional that mentions one word about the jury other than, God bless you, thank you for your service, your sacrifices. And I just don't get
Leslie,
it.
we all talk to ourselves. No worries.
There have been in the past like historical miscarriages with juries and so forth. This jury, the ones who've given interviews and so forth, it is very clear that they took things very seriously. And the comments, I actually, here in Canada, we can't interview jurors. It's actually illegal to go up to a juror and ask them a question. My wife was on a jury. I don't know anything about the trial because I, take that seriously. But my faith in the system was restored tremendously watching some of those interviews and the degree of thought. And it wasn't just any, we see criticism that they just were like, oh, they were free Karen Reed people who snuck onto the jury, which is scurrilous and has no basis. But just the way they put thought into it and the way they express skepticism of both sides. There's evidence that it's clear that the defense brought that they were not convinced by, and other things that they were, and ultimately they weighed all of that. It really restores a lot of my my faith in everything. I wanted to ask about Victoria George. She was a non-deliberating juror in the first trial, and then came on and joined the team. So, are you guys able to comment on on that? Which is, this trial piles up unprecedented things. I don't know that that's ever happened before.
Yeah, I don't think it has either. I mean, we really can't talk about strategy, behind the scenes and conversations that included our client and the attorneys. But I can say, generally speaking, that Victoria was an asset to us during the course of this trial. She was, she's got very young children. She was pregnant during the first trial with twins. So, I mean, she made a tremendous sacrifice to make herself available to us, particularly at the start of the trial when she was in court with us when we were picking a jury, and she was a full team member. We couldn't ask her to, be there for the entire trial. I mean, I'm amazed that she was able to take, the time that she did during jury selection. But I will say that, she was active. She was, motivated. She's smart. I think that's as far as I will go without getting behind the scenes.
The conventional wisdom is to keep lawyers off of the jury, and it sounds like there's been a lawyer on each panel. So that's probably getting too much into strategy about why you wouldn't bounce the lawyer. But I thought that was a very interesting aspect. Lawyers usually. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. You please finish. I thought you'd finish.
I was saying the conventional wisdom is bounce lawyers just with prejudice every time you see them.
Lawyers have different styles, and I respect them with jury selection. Mine is pretty simple. Get the smartest, fairest, most honest people you can. Put your trust in them. Put on a case. Provide them with as much truthful and accurate and probative evidence as you can, and let them perform their role. So to me, whether it's a lawyer, a doctor, whomever it is, just get those types of people on, and usually justice will be served.
That I think that's commendable, because that indicates that you have confidence in your case. If you're like, I need smart people who can sort of pick through this, that to me is sort of a strong moment there. What were your days like when you're not, in court? Of course, you're in court, but in the evening, what were you guys, what did you guys get up to? What sort of, what was sort of the average day like there?
You speak to that, Bob.
Well, we're up very early in the morning. I was up at like 4:50 in the morning, 5 o'clock the latest. I have a routine in the morning, did my routine. We'd meet downstairs in the hotel lobby around 8 in the morning. I bring my one of my most prized possessions, which is my Yan Yeti cooler. Food in. I rented condo space in the cooler to the namesake, David. He'd bring his food. He'd put it in there in the cooler. We had a little routine.
Were there any ham sandwiches?
But no, I'm familiar with the reference to the ham sandwich. I'd like to believe that I had a little bit of an influence on David's food selection. David is, I think, the overall, I call him the Adonis. He's very fit, and we would eat healthy because we had the Yan Yeti. We would go to court, put in everything we had, go to lunch to his denim office, hurry back, be done with our day, come back, we'd eat, and then we'd go right back to preparing for the next day. We did do something that was a bit of a luxury. David and I joined the Equinox Health Club. So what we tried to do was, as much as we could, sleep be damned, as we'd go to the Equinox and we'd do our cardio, we'd do lifting weights, and it was a great release, feel like you were doing something positive. I do it as much for behavioral health as I do it for physical health, but we were gym rats a bit, and every once in a while we'd go out to dinner and just try to be normal people and laugh. I got to tell you, this team had a tremendous sense of humor. Just
it's so true.
The people who did impressions of people who had, it was just fabulous. And I got to tell you, I can remember one time distinctly that I laughed so hard, I thought my stomach muscles had seized, and I had to literally run away from the table because the person who was doing some imitation had me laughing so hard. I literally had to leave the table. There were, it was a great culture among the team. We knew what we were doing. We're serious, but we also enjoyed our company and did some normal things.
Yeah, we really did enjoy being together. I mean, even more so than the last trial, we were all under a tremendous amount of stress. But, I thought we worked very well together. I had told you, we were open to others' suggestions, and we all were rowing in the same direction all the time. And those times when we could get away from the work temporarily, enjoy a meal together or get a cup of coffee or whatever, everybody had a great sense of humor. Nobody took themselves too seriously. And yeah, we genuinely enjoyed being together, which, thank God we were together for,
Just so you guys know, we have about 22 minutes left of the interview. And then even though I cannot automatically redirect you, I'm going to ask you to go say hi at Squirrel School at Emily C. when we're done here. Oops. Click the wrong button. There we go.
3 months in a hotel away from our families, right?
Karen dubbed it the adult dorm.
Yeah.
I mean, if you guys couldn't get along, the tensions would have started to show up at some point in this trial. And I never saw any indication that you guys were anything other than just working entirely as a team. have you guys formed like is a bond? Is there going to be? Are you guys going to all stay in touch, or have you sort of?
Can I answer this because I thought of something appropriate to mention here. I had one of my best friends was starting a new job at a firm in his late 30s. And I checked in with him and I said, hey, have you met anybody there that, is a good guy or made a connection? And he said, Dave, he said, you got to understand something. You have gone through a tremendous screening process. I've met people in elementary school and high school and college and after college. I've met thousands of people, and you've made it through that screening process, and you're my good friend. What are the chances that Bob sitting next to me at my next job is going to make it through that same screening process? The chances are so small. I'm not even interested, right? So he was like, I've got my friends, right? I, at age 62, have proven that theory wrong because I've met one of my best friends who will remain my best friend. I consider him like a brother, and he's on this screen with me right now. And I feel so fortunate that, this experience and in one other case that we did together has brought us together. So your question, will we stay in touch? There's not a doubt that we will stay in touch. He's one of my best friends now. And by the way, that's taking nothing away from Alan Jackson and Liza Little and Karen Reed. I love them all like brothers and sisters, but Bob and I have a special connection.
Yeah, I agree completely with David, and not to try to do a one-up, but I'm 5 years older than David. So finding one of my best friends at 67 years old is also something I didn't think would happen, but it's happened, and it's just another joyous outcome of this trial. So absolutely, we've already started to think about the subject matter, God willing, if we're 82 on a rocking chair someplace, hopefully we'll remember some things of this trial and just sort of hopefully, it was sort of like throwing back of high moments, and hopefully we remember this thing when we're sitting in that rocking chair someplace with a smile on our face, as David says, enjoying the cool of the evening.
Can I just note that for 62 and 67, the two of you do not look your ages. I am kind of in awe of that. So, and the chat is going, there is no way.
Well, and by the way, the chat has not seen Bob in a tank top at the gym either. So that would reinforce that.
I regret to inform you that the picture of Bob working out or flexing has been a popular one for people on stream thumbnails. I was fair enough. At first, I thought it must be a Photoshop because I was like, there is no way. And then nope, that's a whole thing.
Well, listen, David's been gracious to not post his, because if he does, then I am not going to be able to survive the comparison. Someday, hopefully, the world sees what I see.
It's and Bob, you'd mentioned some of your hobbies, but David, what do you do to sort of relax and try to, when you're not in the thick of lawyering, sort of to keep sane? Because
yeah, so it's kind of a difficult question to answer for me right now because I haven't done anything like that in months, and I'm like, what do I do with my time right now? So I have two sons who are 19 and 23 who have gotten into golf, and I am the world's worst golfer, but it's a real good way to, kind of capture their attention for 4 hours. So I take my sorry ass onto the course and spray balls into the woods and don't worry about looking for them and just drop on the fairway and keep going. And I have a 12-year-old daughter who, I haven't seen in so long. I'm going to learn, I think, shortly whether she still wants to hang with her dad or is it all about her friends at this point. So yeah, I'm trying to, see my family and spend some quality time at home.
I wanted to add just to that, our families have made the biggest sacrifice here. And I've got a tremendous, lovely wife, Ellen Alessi, who was a year behind me in law school, had a successful law career, gave it up to raise our two beautiful, wonderful adult daughters, now Laura and Grace. As my oldest often says, she's the backbone of the family. She did everything. This is a very, very intelligent woman who for this trial literally made all my food, packaged it, took my shirts, ironed them, and was just totally into full support as she has been through our whole marriage. And so to me, sort of getting back and treating her with everything she deserves and taking time to focus on her is going to be a joy. And that will be my new hobby that I take on. And I've met another joyous aspect of this. David's just absolutely lovely wife, Robin. And we've talked about all the things that we need to do and catch up with our spouses. But the sacrifice spouses make in this legal profession, if you're going to do it at a certain level, is just not only intense, but it's long-standing. And I can speak for myself. My wife, Ellen, has just been absolutely there every year, every day, so that we can take on these and not have the stress of, gee, is my spouse going to be met, but totally into it. So I just wanted to make sure that is known with regard to what my new hobby is going to be, is to really pay attention to that and make sure there's the reciprocity that is due.
Yeah, I was going to ask about the sacrifices, families make, because that is a huge, even just in terms of temperament. I've had moments where you're in like a week-long trial and you come home and your wife is glad to see you. And you're like, I have used every bit of my energy on this trial and I have to get ready for tomorrow. And I'm really sorry. And finding somebody who understands that and is able to deal with it. But they carry a lot of weight. So I'm really glad to see you guys, recognizing that and appreciating that, because I think that's important. This was a question somebody asked that did Dr. Russell ever get to talk to Dr. Laposata after everything was done? Because she'd sort of expressed disappointment about not getting to read the report. So people were like, did that ever happen?
Let me tell you that I cannot say enough about Dr. Russell and Dr. Laposata. What incredibly brilliant, established, esteemed doctors. My Lord. I don't know the answer to the question. I do know that there was incredible mutual admiration. And as you know, you don't want experts, I don't anyway, talking to each other, not just because of sequestration order, but just for purity of opinion. But the short answer is I don't know if they've had the opportunity to speak afterward. I just remain in awe of both of them, not only for their brilliance, their intelligence, their careers, but how they comported themselves on the stand with regard to a manner of examination that I wish would not have happened.
Can I mention something personal about Dr. Russell? I'm taking some liberties with regard to my brother-in-law, whom I love. But during this trial, he was bitten by a dog on the hand, badly. And
sorry.
I happened to, mention it to Dr. Russell after she testified, and she took such an interest in. I want to see the photos. Can I, give you some advice on how to handle this? And because my sister had asked me, can you, he was bit and it looked terrible. I saw the photos. And they think there might be a little piece of the tooth still in the hand. Does he need surgery? And so I was like, well, I've got like the leading doctor in the world right here. Maybe I can catch her before she leaves. And, she gave him advice and it all worked out great. But more than that, just to tell you what type of person she is, she followed up 3 or 4 times on her own without being asked, asking how the patient was and checking in with them. And I was just blown away. She is like the salt of the earth. She's obviously brilliant and as Bob says, a tremendous witness. But it may be one of the most caring people, and her story is so remarkable in terms of her background. We actually have mutual friends because she used to be a Malden police officer. One of my good friends was the chief of police in Malden and knew her when she was a beat cop. She is a remarkable woman. And that's just, sort of an addition to what she did during the trial. I thought our experts in this case were head and shoulders above any experts in any case I've ever seen and ever been involved in. Dr. Laposado was unbelievable. Dr. Russell, Dr. Rentschler, Dr. Wolf, everybody that we called, we were so fortunate.
First of all, you're trying to get through Dr. Russell's resume, and you needed more days just to get through that. I would love to read, like, if she ever writes a book about her life, I would love to read that. And I share your, I guess, consternation at how she was treated in, especially in the voir dire. I and a lot of other people found that to be hard to watch. And even in the follow-up, he asked a question, do you have memory issues? And you could see her like audibly gasp. I felt bad, but she held her own. She didn't get angry. She didn't get. I was incredibly impressed, and whenever I sort of think about the best of the best witnesses of the trial, the best people, like the people, I also think of people like Lucky Loughran.
Salt of the earth.
I let me tell you, David Yannetti worked with him, and I believe the whole world saw a person who spoke the truth, who was courageous, but to have a witness who's not a witness. This is this person who, worked for the Public Works Department. His life is not being a witness. And David Yannetti, with his endless compassion and charm, made Lucky comfortable so he could sit on the stand and not only tell the truth, but withstand attacks against him about telling the truth. That's the type of lawyering that the public never sees, but I saw, and it was just absolutely tremendous so that he could be comfortable enough to tell the truth. And Ian, as you know, being the lawyer that you are, witness preparation, and preparation in the good sense, just you're going to be okay, and this may come up, and just so that they can sit there and tell the truth. David Yannetti is a master at that and making people feel valued and comfortable. And I think the manifestation of that came through. I think that was one of the most important witnesses of the whole trial.
I think that he was a witness that Brennan did very poorly against, because he he came off as a witness who really didn't have a dog in the fight. I got the sense that if he had something to say that would have hurt your side, he would have just said it, because he didn't, he just didn't seem to have any stake in it other than, I have a responsibility to come in and tell the truth, and I'm going to do it. And I wish there was a way to like help Lucky, but from what I understand, what Lucky wants most in the universe at this point is for everybody to leave him alone and just to go be Lucky. And I mean, of all the modest,
if there's a hero of the trial, that's a guy that I look up to. I don't get the sense that he's gotten a lot of praise for the good things that he does, the everyday things that he does. His wife was very sick, and he was a devoted husband, taking care of her. I mean, this is a man that you can count on. And, I've been in touch with him since the trial, and I consider him to be a friend now, and somebody that I'm privileged to have known. I mean, Lucky Laughlin is the salt of the earth.
I get the sense that, like, if I was in Canton and like had driven my truck off the road and needed somebody to like help pull it out, and I called Lucky out of the blue just as somebody he'd never heard of and just was like, I need help, I get the sense that he'd be there as a, and he just wouldn't have any, questions. He'd just be like, let me get out there. And he'd also be the guy, I get the sense that if you were sitting there going, hey, can I give you, some cash for helping me out? He would have said no.
No, not a chance. No, that's spot on, Ian, spot on.
I understand he sort of wants to be left alone, but I really hope he understands that he's sort of loved by the world, I guess, is the feeling on that one. What can people do at this point to help Karen? Because she's, she's won, but it's always the thing I always have to explain to clients, and I'm sure you've gone through, and I don't want to know about what you've gone through, but you win a trial and you walk away with basically nothing, and the system can trample you, and then you say, what are you going to do to make me right? And they say, I would be surprised if they even put the entertainment console back into her Lexus before they, so.
No, it's so true. Consider that she had a rich and full life as of January 28th. I mean, she was an accomplished professional with a full-time job in, finance and assistant professor position, and she lost everything. So, you see us celebrating after the verdict, and certainly that was justified and heartfelt. But, I think once the dust settles, I think she'll have to decide what the next step is, and I think her legal issues are not yet over. There's still a civil lawsuit pending against her. I don't know what will happen to that in light of this verdict. I think that by all rights should be dropped. But I don't practice in that area of law, and I don't know where that's going. So, I imagine the legal defense fund is still active. She's still going to need expert witnesses for that case. The public has been incredibly generous. I think that's all I'll say.
And I hope that continues, quite honestly, because that's been a whole thing. Have you guys been following Turtle Boy as well? Because that's kind of a corollary to this. Do you have any thoughts on Turtle Boy's prosecution? I know you're not counsel there, but any thoughts there?
Yeah, I mean, my hope is that enough's enough. They went after Karen Reed with everything they possibly could, and he's collateral damage to that. He was aggressive. There's no doubt in the manner in which he asked questions. But it's funny. Somebody posted a video of 60 Minutes going to somebody's door and sticking a microphone in somebody's face and making accusations, and that's like old time journalism. I do not believe that the state's going to get convictions against him either. The case that he was involved in has now been shown to have been really a false case.
What is Blaze or the Blaze, Free Blaze? What Blaze? What the hell? I have no idea what you're talking about. Did I miss something?
This turned out to be a first offense drunk driving conviction. I hope they come to their senses and stop this prosecution. I'm certainly rooting for him.
And we are we're over the time that I sort of asked you guys for. I really appreciate you guys are of course welcome to stay, but I am well over, and I know at least Bob, I'm holding you back from family and so forth. So aside from celebrating that Karen Reed is free, any sort of final words here for people? Anything I missed out on, and or so.
David,
I just want to reiterate how much we sincerely appreciate all of the support that we got. I don't know that we would be here without everybody out there who has fought with us, fought for us, buoyed us. You all are heroes in my view.
Yeah, very similar to David's comment. I have always been impressed with humanity. I am particularly impressed with the community that got interested in this case, got involved, didn't sit on the sidelines, and participated in the now very large community. And my hope is that those people who are in whatever system and it's not treating them fairly and justly, I'm hopeful that they have a community very similar to the community that Karen had, because in certain instances, it's not enough to have friends and it's not enough to have family. You really do need the larger community. And I am going to be eternally grateful, because as hard as we worked as attorneys, as many opportunities we've had to try to effectuate our skills, this result would not have happened without this very large community. It just wouldn't have happened.
By the way, I completely agree with you, Leslie.
Thank you guys so
No
much
matter what kind of job you
for
do.
both appearing and for everything you've done.
It all matters what kind of person you
You
are.
guys are the people who stepped up, and you've achieved something historic. I really do think that when they are teaching, famous trials, significant trials, this is one that deserves to be taught. I'm certainly trying to push the local law school to let me teach a course on advocacy through famous trials. And I can say that there are numerous moments where I would want to highlight the excellent work you guys did and just say, like, look, this is how you cross-examine an expert. This is how you cross-examine a difficult witness. This is how, all of these things. I don't know that we'll ever see a trial like this. I feel like it's all downhill for legal coverage from now. So thank you guys so much. Really, really do appreciate it. And I'd love to stay in touch. I know you guys are super busy, but I will probably harass you via email. So assuming you're willing to put up with it, so thank you guys. Yeah. And I will let you go. I've got a...
All right, you guys. This has been a great night, as always, because you guys are the best. We've had some laughs, some fun, some good conversation, as always. We got to watch some great interviews. If you haven't seen that interview, I know Jordan was here earlier, said she hadn't seen it. Hope she got to see it or some of it. Hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. That was just a great interview. It was seamless. There was no awkwardness, no crazy questions, no you guys know what I mean. We've seen some pretty horrible interviews by some certain content creators. Cry fart. So I really enjoyed that one. And Aiden's and Paula's. And I really wanted to go over AJ's with Aiden. Maybe we'll do that tomorrow before we get going into shit. What's the guy's name? Girl's name. Woman's name. Sorry. We're gonna watch a pro se case that'll probably only take a day, two at max, to watch the McGee. That's it, McGee trial where Judge Canoni is presiding, or not pro se, a bench trial. That's what I meant to say. I have several pro se trials that I'm going to put out a vote for, but since we're doing the McGee trial first, I'm going to wait. Plus, I'm still doing some research on which ones are the best ones. Anyways, you guys, I love you all so much. Please go say hello to Emily and the expert in Squirrel School. She is doing Squirrel School, I'm assuming still right now. I would send you if I could. I cannot do redirect yet automatically. I think I need to be monetized or 500 subscribers. So please like, subscribe, and share so I can get up to my 500 subscribers. I love you all. Have a wonderful night, everyone. I will see you in the chats. Please be here tomorrow, 10 p.m. for our Friday night laugh riot. I'll see you then. Bye, guys.